I realized just before I started this stream that both of my socks have L's on them right now. But that just means we can save the W's for this stream. I've got a couple great guests on here today. I'm going to be starting momentarily with Ben Gretch of Stealing Signals. Very, very great guest. Thinks deeply about these contests, both from a player evaluation standpoint and a game theory standpoint. And he's got a decade, maybe more, of experience. So really fun always to stream with Gretch. And then a couple hours from now, Sackreligious of Legendary Upside will be joining me to talk about some of the developments in the on the Sidekick tool. Before we get into it, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I want to remind people, I had a couple people sign up last week, which I very much appreciate, but we do have now a membership that you can join here in the Flannelverse. The only thing behind the paywall so far is I did a little bit on the Eliminator contest, a little strategy piece on the Eliminator. I have some takes that I've not heard elsewhere on best practices for the Eliminator. I've had some success in it. I got to week 15 with one of my lineups last year. I drafted 60 teams, got one to week 15, so beat the odds there. Got two teams to week 14. Both those teams lost out just barely when the money started getting good. So that was unfortunate, but I feel like I've got a pretty good handle on the tournament. We'll see. But that is behind the paywall, so check it out, $5 a month if you want to sign up for the Flannelverse. But if you don't want to, please do still like the video and subscribe. I'll share my first piece of advice here, and I want to get Ben Gretch's take on it. So I'm going to bring Ben in here because this is one that it's kind of this is not based on any kind of data that I've used. It's just based on kind of my gut feeling. But before I give my first take, I want to say, Ben Gretch, really excited to have you on the stream again this year. We only did one stream together last year, and I just remembered before the stream that before we got on, I had just banged my head really hard on my garage door before I brought Ben in last year. So this year I did not. So I'm glad to have Ben on without a concussion. Ben, how are you doing this afternoon?
I mean, I'm doing great. I don't remember that part of the story, and usually those kinds of stories are like, yeah, I don't remember the stream. That's a detail that you remember and I don't. So it seems like I'm the one who banged his head. But
well, yeah. It's because it was the first time that we had ever streamed together. So like I was excited to do it. And then I was mowing my yard and wearing a hat, which a new thing that's happened to me since I started wearing hats all the time is I bang my head like regularly. I just I don't see things up here. So like if there's a ledge that I don't see, it's like a semi-regular occurrence for me. I mean, like once a year, but like I never used to bang my head. Like if you're not wearing a hat, you see things, but so we have a short door on the side of our garage, and I had to go in there to get some gas, and I was like in a hurry. I was like annoyed that my lawnmower had run out of gas. So I ran and grabbed the tank, and on my way out, just bam, just like full on walking. So yeah, I remember it very well. Yeah, it was painful. All right, my Eliminator take that I want to hear Ben's thoughts on that I have not really heard people discuss elsewhere. I have talked about it on this stream, but this is the one thing that I'm sharing publicly is I think that there's a pretty big edge to drafting later in the Eliminator, more so than regular best ball, because of the advancement in week 2. So like after week 1, you're randomly assigned a new opponent, and so as soon as week 2, a team that is drafted in late August, early September could be facing a team that was drafted in early June. And I suspect that there's a pretty big projection edge in drafting later. Now, this is one of those things that could be easily debunked, just like looking at like in Best Ball Mania. I think like if you just look at teams drafted early versus teams drafted late, or they project better when you draft late? I don't actually know if it's true. So it's easily debunked. But Ben, what do you think? Is that like intuitively, do you think that makes sense?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I love that you're like, this is a take that I don't have any data behind. I think those are the best possible takes.
Just totally intuition. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think you're spot on. I mean, it checks out for me, your intuition there. I think, and yeah, I mean, you said as early as week 2, the key is the structure goes to these 2-person pods every week, the rest of the contest. And so even if you did dodge that bullet in week 2, you're going to be there, same issue week 3, week 4, week 5, right? Even if you continue to advance, you don't get any type of any type of time boxed element to drafting early, whereas the people who draft late they're getting a lot more information what they're picking. And obviously ADP is a lot sharper, but I do think if I remember Leone's manifesto correctly, which I read last year, but I haven't
read it this year either.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, there's a lot more dead players on the early teams. I mean, I think that the data did back that intuition up. Okay. That in the later, yeah, like on average, you were dealing with, because I know one of his huge findings was that just simply dead players was a very significant element of your advance your ability to advance through the playoff weeks. You know, how many players on your roster are scoring 0 points in weeks 15, 16, 17 is pretty key. If you're able to avoid some of the injuries that are a little harder to predict, but also in some cases, the picks that people make that are probably pretty big swings that in some cases don't pan out at all. And those guys are essentially not playing and are not useful late in the year. And if I recall, the later teams tended to have less of that issue. But then also there was the other side of the intuition, I think, was true as well, that you get a little bit more CLV earlier. So there's probably a trade-off, but I could see that especially for the Eliminator being a pretty significant point.
Right. Yeah. It's like I said, no data behind it. It's probably something that, and I think it could probably be pretty easily either debunked or proved just looking at some of the data from other contests. I forgot to say, I wanted to ask Ben about this because Ben did some of the more thoughtful Eliminator strategy last year, some content on the Eliminator contest last year that was really good. So I thought Ben would be the perfect person to ask about this particular thought that I have. But it is one of those things that I'm just throwing out there that could be easily debunked or proved. So maybe worth looking into a little bit more. But yeah, I think just intuitively seems like I think there's more edge in drafting later. And as Tyler said, also depth chart injury news will be a very big difference in roster makeup early season, perhaps. Also, I remember early last year, one of the picks that we considered an Eliminator ass pick was Clyde Edwards-Helaire, was an 18th round pick that everybody loved because it was we know he's the RB2 on the Chiefs. He's not sexy. He's not going to score a lot of points, but he's at least the RB2 on the Chiefs. And it's that in June, and then by August, that that's not true. And they're just a lot of those things that you think in June, turns out you don't know, and they feel safe and they're not really that safe. So anyway, we'll stop unless you have any other thoughts that you wanted to share on the limit. All right, we're going to stop there and draft some best ball mania. I'm going to I'll enter it and then I'll get to some other questions I have for you. Have you drafted much? We got Bindles asked, Gretch, have you done any slow draft trips yet?
I have not. No. I haven't had the time to. I've been doing a lot more. My kids have had a busy schedule this spring, a lot more dad stuff. My daughter, I coached our softball team. That season just ended. I guess the Friday before last, 10 days ago or whatever. So last week was sort of the first week where we didn't have practices and games, every weeknight. And I tended to make those trips while they were at school, during a weekday, or on random weekends when there was less traffic. If I could kind of try to drive at odd hours and stuff. But I live on the north side of Seattle, and you have to drive all the way to the Oregon border. And it's just, that's actually shorter if I would just drive to Canada, but my passport is currently expired. So I got to get that updated. Oh, no. Got all sorts of random things that I'm trying to figure out. But yeah, it's a little bit of a trip down to the border for me to do it. And I haven't done it yet. I'm going to soon enough, I assume. But I've drafted a few main event teams already with Sean Siegel. We talked about over on our pod Stealing Bananas. I've done a few drafts on different streams. Was on Best Ball Breakfast with Pete a couple weeks ago, which was a really fun one. But yeah, sure, no, I haven't done the slows yet. I wanted to jump into my projections, which I did as soon as kind of the softball stuff ended. The slows, the slow game is a little tough. I was a little worn out by the end of the summer last year. It's just kind of one of the bummers of living in a place where I can't fast draft. The only way to do it is to slow, and then you're on the clock for 2 weeks straight. And I'm sure
you're like me and anybody else. It's some news breaks, or you hear something and you'll suddenly have a really strong opinion of oh, I really need to get more of that guy.
Yes.
So then I just jump into a fast draft. I'm going to go out of my way, jump into 5 fast drafts to try to get more of that guy. And you can't do that. It's got to be
the bigger issue for that too is if you're doing slows and you went and entered 50, which is usually my number is 40, 50, something like that. They're all going to be in the same range at different points in the offseason. This is something I didn't realize. I when I did it all of last summer, I was well, every couple of weeks I can just re-enter them, but I get a little time box myself because I'm only in the 4th round for a couple of the weeks during that batch, and I only have 5 or 6 batches all summer, so I'm only in the 4th round 5 or 6 weeks of the whole offseason. So it's kind of bizarre, even though I got hundreds of teams in. And so, like, to your point, if I'm in the 12th round to 15th round in all of these leagues, and then there's something I really want to address in the 4th or the 5th round, I'd have to go make another trip and start another 50 drafts, which I'm typically not doing. By that point, I've been on the clock every day for a week, and I'm trying to get through that batch and maybe take a few days off of not drafting before I start the new group. But there were several times stuff like that happened where I was like, man, I'm past that point in the draft in all my current drafts, but I really wish I could draft a bunch of teams and address this new opinion I have in the 4th or the 5th round. So, anyway,
I assume there are other platforms that you can play, right? Like FFPC is one that you're able to play where you are.
Yeah, you're able to navigate some of the stuff in the other ways, but that I do as a co-managed situation. So yeah.
Right. So you still can't really do them on your own. You're doing them with Sean Siegel. Yeah.
Right. I'm still at this point, I have not done, any of like solo drafts at this point in the offseason, which is somewhat frustrating.
I feel for it. I really
charity, do. Yeah. Some of the charity leagues and some of that stuff, I've done some drafts, but it is what it is.
We entered a 30-second BBM is what you see on the screen. There are 6 more. So if any of you want to draft with us, get into a 30-second BBM. Who aims asked, I do have a question for Player Q. How many shepherds do you do at the? I literally did 20 at once. It was about to close. I was actually watching Davis Maddox stream, and Davis was talking about, this contest is going to close within the next hour, and I was like, all right, fuck it, and just entered 20 at once. And it was not smart of me. You should not do 20 fast drafts at once. Would not recommend. As Huam says, you probably because you're doing them all at the same time, you also run into like you're just drafting against the same people over and over. It's a bunch of people doing the same thing, which is super obnoxious. So like me, I have the luxury of like, even when I'll batch 5 to 10 at a time and then wait until tomorrow and then batch another 5 to 10 at a time, which you get different names and you're getting into like different parts of the draft, different times.
A funny story about that. I did a bunch. I did like 40 plus BBMs on my last trip, like late in August, and longtime ship chaser that's kind of well known in the Discord and stuff named Bullock or whatever. I don't know how his name goes. He entered all 150 of his slows at the same time late in August because he was just doing it. That's how he maxed and was really into the Jordan Mason play. So he took a ton of Jordan Mason. And like Pete talked about this a little bit in season when Jordan Mason was really hitting, that he was somebody who was really benefiting from that. Well, it was annoying to me because he got him in basically all the leagues that I was in with him. The other play was Samaje Perine, who looked like he was going to be cut and then maybe was cut. So you're looking for these types of plays in the end of August that were not being picked in like a lot of early drafts. Yeah. And so Perine was stuck on the Broncos depth chart for a long time. Became clear he was going to be cut. And maybe he was cut and already signed to the Chiefs. I got some of him. I think I liked him a little bit more than Mason, but I was going up against Bullock in every one of the 40, late 40 drafts. And it's like, these are the plays that we both want to be addressing in our portfolio at the end, but he was beating me out on a lot of them. So yeah, pretty annoying.
Yeah.
Pretty annoying to play with the same people in every single draft that you're in. And if they're really targeting certain types of things.
Yeah. I'm posting the link for anybody on Twitter. I just had somebody ask for the link. So I'm posting the YouTube link here on Twitter. So give me 1 second because we are not filling this. The trouble with the 20 and 30 second clocks, Ben, for anybody who's not like Peter Overzet, is takes a little while to fill these 30 seconds if you don't have like 20 people ready to enter right away. So give me 1 second.
Are people doing the 20 seconds more frequently? Is that a little bit more popular? Or?
Yeah, 20 seconds are much more popular, but it's super tough to do those on streams. So like,
sure. Yeah.
I usually try to do. So sometimes it'll be like, great, we only need 3 more right when you start, easy to fill. But this one, we didn't have anybody in the draft when we started. So we're taking a minute to fill here. All right, it's starting to fill up though. It's starting to fill up. We only need 3 more.
It's pretty funny though that the 20 second is, new to me, but it's pretty funny that has quickly become the more popular one. It doesn't surprise me. The DJs just want to get through as many drafts as they can.
Well, none of us have any attention span anymore. Just like our phones have killed us. Social media has killed anybody's attention span.
And if you've done any number of drafts, the ADP, the builds,
exactly.
You know what you're doing. You don't need more than 20 seconds.
Yeah. For like a different type, like if I do a weekly winners right now, then I would want to have I do
Sure.
slow drafts for the weekly winners, but yeah, for like different structures, maybe if on DraftKings, I appreciate the 30 seconds because I haven't done as many of them. But yeah, Underdog, like if I'm drafting on my own, I just do the 20-second.
For sure.
All right, we're at 11 out of 12. We need one more if anybody wants to join. Now's your time. Do you have a preference for where to draft, Ben?
Like
position on the board, I mean.
Oh, no. I mean, I haven't done enough drafts genuinely to have like strong takes. So
yeah.
Sorry, I was just retweeting your tweet, try to get this thing filled.
Oh, appreciate you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've only done a few. I'm not like a lot of your guests who have a lot of the takes out there. I've done plenty of research, and like I said, I've done some of the managed league stuff, and I always have my strong opinions. I mean, I've already written several thousand words. I was writing tons of stuff just right in January after the end of the season, after writing, stealing signals all year. So I've been like looking back on a lot of the stuff that I wrote in the early off season as I started to do my projections. But yeah, I went into Underdog and kind of looked through ADP a little bit to get a feel for it before jumping on with you. I obviously like to do that, but I don't have like enough drafts under my belt to have it like, memorized. Like most of your viewers do, like every streamer typically does. Like I would have at this point last season. So it's kind of fun to both obviously fun to jump on and draft with you to get some more drafts under my belt, but also fun to see some of the stuff with fresh eyes and be like, I don't think this makes a whole lot of sense. There's a lot of prices I don't think makes a lot of sense. And there's been a lot of movement even since a couple weeks ago when I was on with Pete. I've noticed some of the rookie running backs that I really like are starting to slide, like Tootin's been falling. Jaydon Blue's been falling. Are those guys falling, or is that just me?
I don't think Tootin's falling. Like I think he's still around.
Last I was drafted, he was like near ETN. I thought that was interesting, and now he's like 20 spots behind ETN.
ADP of 123. I do think that I've seen some drafts where he falls. So maybe he
ETN's like 103 or something.
Is he?
They were close for a while. Were they?
Oh, ETN is 109. I think ETN has maybe moved up. I thought they were both around 120. I could just be totally wrong in what I thought.
That might be the answer, but I thought it was interesting earlier that they were close.
Who says Tootin is okay, and he's falling because of the fumble. Yeah,
one fumble in June.
The fumble, yeah.
God, I mean, it's just fascinating.
We got the 105, by the way. If you didn't see, we are in the draft. We have the 105. Somebody asked whose ranks we're using. So this is ETR's ranks over here. And then I've got the Sidekick over here. This is actually the Sidekick Sims over here. Ben, I don't. Do you have your own rankings? I did not ask you for them before. Okay. No, I know you used Sean's rankings, I think, when you drafted with Pete, as I recall.
Yeah. Yeah. He had those preloaded, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. I mean, Sean and I have very similar takes and have worked through a lot of it together throughout the offseason. He's the one that I talk with the absolute most. So it was an easy fit there.
CeeDee Lamb, Jahmyr Gibbs, Puka Nacua, or Christian McCaffrey. Anybody you like here?
I'm coming around to a take that I think Gibbs should probably be in the discussion for the 101. So
let's go Gibbs, if that's your take.
Start off with Gibbs. Yeah. I mean, I think he's probably the 102, 103 type. Maybe not quite on par with Chase, but I like him. I think there's a lot of reason to like him over Bijan. He's just probably a better player. Like I really liked Bijan last year. I was firmly Bijan over Brees last year. Had a lot of him, thought he could be like the legendary upside guy going into year 2. And the workload was there, and it's very impressive, the workload. The big plays really weren't. For as much as he makes guys miss and everything, the explosive, like long TDs and things weren't necessarily there for Bijan. You need those plays to have the huge ceiling. Saw it from Barkley last year. A lot of long touchdowns, a lot of huge plays. I mean, you need to be able to accumulate a lot of yards and the scores quickly. I think Bijan's obviously still a very, very worthy first-round pick, but you're talking about another young back in Gibbs who if you look at the splits in games where David Montgomery hasn't played, and this is a full PPR stat, but he's been up around like 30 points per game. It's 27, insane. 28. It's crazy. And Last year, that split did shift more towards Gibbs as much as, I mean, they still start Montgomery and they tend to play him on the first drive. Montgomery's another year older now, and Gibbs is another year established. He ended the season with the 4 TD game in the division title defining week 18 that didn't matter for fantasy, and then a monster game in their playoff loss against Washington. I think there were the 2 single highest scoring games for him of the season. They didn't impact the fantasy season. People who are just looking at, weeks 1 to 17 stats aren't pulling that stuff in. But when the Lions season was on the line, when they were trying to win their division in week 18, and then when they're in the playoffs, Jahmyr Gibbs was the focal point of everything they were doing. I mean, I think this is like, and so my issue with Barkley a little bit is I didn't want to be out on him. I was out on him last year. Didn't want to be out on him again this year. I wrote about it late in the regular season. I was not going to be out on him. Acknowledged how good his profile is. And then they make the Super Bowl run, and he winds up with like 480 total touches. And I just think it's really hard. The Gibbs stuff with the committee with David Montgomery works the other way. You're like, man, this guy is not. He's at an untapped ceiling for how much work he can handle, and he hasn't had to take a lot of hits and workload issues. To this point in his career, where like this could be the season where things really take off for him. It's a little bit like Jamal Charles early in his career. Used to split with Thomas Jones a lot with the Chiefs.
All right.
We are back.
AJ Brown is the top of the ranks for both. You got Rashee Rice, Marvin Harrison. But who do you like here?
I mean, I'll never pass on AJ Brown. And I do think you want to, especially if you start with the running back, you want to be getting you want to be getting some receivers early. I do think there's a pretty clear wide receiver drop off, as there kind of is every year. But there is, I mean, even now already, AJ Brown to me is probably not as high as some of the other guys that have already gone, but because of volume issues, not because of talent issues. So he's another one like Gibbs, where I feel like with Gibbs, I was working around to this point that it feels like an asymmetric bet. Small miss, big hit. I talk about this concept a lot. There's a potential for him to be the defining player of the season. I'm very confident he's going to be good enough to be worth a first round pick. I'm very confident AJ Brown's going to be good enough to be worth a second or like a third at worst. Yeah, because he's incredibly talented. He had one of the best seasons of his career on a per out basis. They just didn't have to throw very much. Maybe they will have to throw more this year because Saquon Barkley had almost 500 touches. There's a little bit of leverage when you're making a case that Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be the RB1 against Saquon Barkley already. So let's play AJ Brown as well. I mean, I like a Gibbs Brown start from that perspective as well. So it's nice.
I also, to your point about Jahmyr Gibbs, like one of the questions that I kind of wanted answered is like, can he actually step up to a bigger workload? Like sometimes you have the thought of like these smaller backs. It's like, okay, like he's great in that role, but like if he does step into it, like will they give him the bell cow role? Will he excel in that bell cow? And he answered that. Like Bucky Irving, same thing. Like wasn't really sure. Like, does he have the upside to be like a bell cow if they need him to be? And clearly, like the team is willing to lean on him, and he is up for the challenge. So answer that.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a superstar. I mean, he's probably the best running back in the NFL in a way that we don't really actually like understand quite yet, but won't sound as crazy a few years from now. Or I mean, it probably doesn't sound that crazy right now anyway. But
no, yeah,
he's
pretty. Any concerns about the offense without Ben Johnson? Like, just like maybe don't.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have to have some concerns, but I think there's also that element of like a new OC might think that it's just Gibbs thing. So Hill was one you mentioned to me you wanted to talk about a little bit, and I was going to be intrigued by potentially taking him here. He goes, I think I would be McBride, but I don't know. I mean, I might be willing to just keep pushing tight end. I think you have to do the elite tight end thing, but I don't love Higgins or McLaurin at these price points. Guess I'd probably go down to Xavier Worthy if you made me pick a receiver.
Do you want to do that?
No, I would probably be I don't know. I'd be McBride, I think. Yeah, just from like an ADP.
It's a nice, ADP fall there on McBride. So I feel good about that.
I do think Trey McBride's, I mean, like very clearly in the top tier with Bowers and ahead of everyone else, basically. I mean, you can make the case for Kittle being in that tier as well, but there's not a lot of top tight ends. It's a different dynamic than last year. Last year, I was very into the elite tight end because I thought there were 7 profiles that were really intriguing. I don't think that's I mean, clearly the elite tight end stuff didn't work. I don't think that take was necessarily wrong. A big part of that point was that George Kittle was the tight end 7, and it didn't make a lot of sense because he was just like an arbitrage on Sam Laporta as like, oh, there's a lot of other good players on his offense, but he's a really good, talented player if things break right. Well, they did break right for Kittle in a way. Laporta got squeezed out of volume in his offense. Too many good players. Things broke right for Kittle. Christian McCaffrey's out for the whole year. Brandon Ayuk goes out. Debo gets pneumonia and isn't himself for most of the year. And Kittle has to be like the feature player in the offense. And everyone knew if you told us that about what George Kittle's outlook was going to look like, he would have been going tight end 2 or tight end 3. That's why he was going tight end 7. But the fact that he was going 10 and 7 behind those other guys does speak to the fact that those other guys, I mean, for some people, they'll say, yeah, Kyle Pitts was mispriced, Dalton Kincaid was mispriced, but there's reasons that people were in on those players. I mean, I think it's easy to say that in hindsight. It's surprising to me that basically all of the elite tight ends missed. I mean, that was sort of the core of my take was it's really hard for all of them to miss. And yet I think I was a little too confident in that take because tight end bust rates are significant. There are, decent injury issues. There are offensive issues that can strike for tight ends. That's what struck for Laporta. That's what struck for Mark Andrews, where they just don't feature the tight end as much in an offense for reasons that don't really relate to the player's talent as much because, I mean, they're doing multiple things within an offense. They're blocking and all these things. And so anyway, different landscape last year. This year you have just a couple elite tight ends. It's a different landscape in the sense that I think it's a lot easier to see if like Bowers and McBride don't distance themselves, it's a lot easier to see the late round tight end strategy being the right one. But it also means that it's easier for Bowers and McBride to distance themselves because I don't think there's enough other profiles that are all that. I mean, you have like Travis Kelce is like undraftable. He's a tight end 6 right now. I mean, he's like at this point of his career completely falling off. Hawkinson, you're hoping to be much better off the second year off the injury. He's a tight end 5. Laporta, I just talked about complete like disaster of a season last year. He's tight end 4 in ADP because who else is going to be is sort of the point. There's some tight ends I really like later. But I mean, that's the point of like, if McBride has another 110 catch season, if he scores some touchdowns this time around, it's important in half PPR that he actually scores. But I think there's a potential for him. The team was really into trying to get him in the end zone late in the year. I kind of feel like they're going to be really into getting him in the end zone early this year so they don't have a similar narrative by week 12 where it's like, our star tight end hasn't scored all year. I kind of feel like he's going to have a 6-8 touchdown season sort of as a floor, like because they're going to get him some easy ones early. So anyway, if he's able to do that, if Bauer scores more touchdowns, neither of those guys scored many touchdowns last year, but they can really distance themselves where they're still, wow, Worthy makes it all the way back. I mean, that's why you play the ADP game, right?
Beautiful. Yeah. Easy game. And we need a wide receiver, so that helps.
We really needed a receiver, and that was the one that, I would have liked probably in the earlier third. So that's, I mean, structurally, I think you have to go receiver there once you get the running back and the tight end in the third. Or, I mean, I guess I don't really know, but from my limited exposure to underdog drafts so far this year, I would be pretty worried about not getting a second receiver in the 4th round there.
Yeah.
And I think the 5th round's a
target there.
We're getting into a really nice pocket for receivers as well in these next couple rounds before it starts to really kind of fall off. There's some later round guys you can take outside of the top 100 in ADP, but I do think you want to have at least a few solid ones. What is the Hayden Winks research shown that you probably want like 4 through 7 at minimum?
That was what he was saying last year. And then this year, I have not read it, but apparently he came out with a piece that like optimal last year was the winning lineup was like 0 through 7 rounds or something. 0 receivers through 7 rounds is what was like had a better advance rate last year. I have not read the pieces, but it was kind of funny how things worked. I think that was just a one year fluke, to be clear. Like I'm very much still in on receivers. Before our next pick, we do need to consider, do we want Jalen Hurts though? Because we have AJ Brown. Okay. Oh, he goes. So we don't need to consider. Okay.
I was going to tell you, you're in charge of the QBs on these drafts because that's the thing that I always miss when I'm not as locked into the ADP. You tell me when we need to take a QB and I'll listen. Man, Kittle falls all the way here too.
Yeah, that sucks.
We can't take him, but not a surprise in the same room that pushed McBride down. It would probably be Zay for me or Olave if you're into him. I think I think Olave's pretty clearly underpriced. I mean, I think he's a very good player. There's some issues with the quarterback situation though. So either way.
Yeah, we also there's a chance that Olave makes it back to us. So I just played the ADP game again. But yeah,
perfect.
He's got pretty late ADP, 65, and he is one that will fall sometimes. Like if people just don't like to mess with the quarterback situation, they'll let him fall. So yeah, I think he's a good push here for us to potentially get both.
Nice.
Yeah. All right, I'll keep my eye on the quarterbacks. I think around 95 here. 92 we'll consider.
Yeah, because when I look at ADP, I feel like it dies. It like outside 150. I mean, you get past like Stafford, Geno, Cam Ward. Like I'm not comfortable with Sam Darnold. Aaron Rodgers still going at 180. I mean, I actually feel like as far as games started, he's a comfortable pick at 180.
Yeah, no, I think he's a pretty strong late pick now.
Daniel Jones, I would play with all the stuff about Richardson, but they're probably going to play some Richardson. I do think Daniel Jones plays the majority of that season, though, or the season for the Colts. I mean, I'm going to project it that way. I don't know exactly how. I haven't done them yet for my projections. I don't know exactly how I'm going to split that, but probably like feel like Daniel Jones is. I think my current projection would be like he's going to probably play like 80% of the season.
Okay,
because I think they're pretty worried about Richardson. Just like sort of full stop.
How many games do you like as a default? Like for Patrick Mahomes, how many games will you project? Or I don't know who would be
just 100% of the season. Yeah, so I do it. I do 100% of the season for. My projections are always running a little bit on the things worked out well for this team side of it, right? So I call them like the 60th percentile outcome or something to that effect. So there's usually 3 or 4 teams where I do still project a little bit of a split at the quarterback position where I'm like, I think there's going to be a little bit of a split. And I think that has a meaningful difference. Like for the Colts, I think the fact that Richardson probably does play snaps this year meaningfully impacts the receivers. At the same time, I think the Colts receivers, Josh Downs and Michael Pittman, are 2 of the clearest ADP values in all these drafts right now. I think it's pretty absurd how cheap they are.
Yeah, Downs in particular to me, like Pittman is not that far off from Downs, and to me, like Downs is just so good. Just like you look at his stats year over year, like he's just so good that it's Pittman still like he's also a good ADP. I agree, but yeah, Downs really stands out.
So you're already at a range where Jakobi Meyers is to me, Jakobi Meyers is sort of an outside the wide receiver window type pick. Like if you click, man, RJ Harvey's still here.
That's a nice fall for RJ Harvey.
Does he often make it this far? He does not.
He doesn't. We keep expecting him to fall because of the J.K. Dobbins sign, and he has not been falling. Would he be your pick here?
I think it would be another running back. I don't think you take these receivers at ADP, and I think we swing it around and try to take our 4th receiver on the way back. I could see just taking Treyveon Henderson ahead of him as well. I probably think Harvey flipping Henderson was a little bit aggressive by the market, but this is a significant fall versus ADP, and probably it's where he'll settle long term. So
yeah,
that's what I was sitting there I was getting kind of quiet. I was like, it's a fall versus ADP, but his ADP is still probably falling.
It's weird because it hasn't been falling yet, at least from what I've seen, both myself and like watching drafts. Does not seem like he's really fallen much, but I do suspect that like over time it will more and more.
Yeah,
we just see a shift of like there's going to be a wide band, probably like the band is going to expand and then it's going to move back kind of slowly.
He's still a really intriguing play. He's still a very talented player going to a situation that's really good for running back, projected and potential running back scoring. Treyveon is just a even better prospect, a little bit more draft capital, potentially like a superstar. He's got a really nice profile. Harvey's probably really good too, just a little bit of an older prospect. So it's just a little bit of a different bet. I would probably have them in the same like tier though, regardless. And then again, just as far as cost is concerned, that's why I would settle on being comfortable with Harvey there. Either of them, I think, made a lot of sense there because Godwin coming off the injury with a 1st round rookie landing on his lap a little bit. Jakobi Meyers, I'm not in on Pearsall, not really in on Golden. Diggs coming off an injury, new team. I really love the talent of Stephon Diggs, but at his age, it's really difficult. There are you're already at a point in the 7th round at the 6-7 turn where wide receiver is drying up to me. But there are some names beyond this that I would take over all of those guys.
Interesting.
So that's why to me it's
we can do that. We could reach if you want to.
So here, it's Jaydon Reed is one of them for sure. He should be going ahead of every name I just said.
Okay.
Clearly to me, it's not even a discussion. And then the others are both of the Colts receivers. I think to me should be going ahead of those guys.
Yep.
But if Reed didn't go, then I would have went down to Downs. If Reed did go, I would have went down to Downs. If Downs went, I would have probably went down to Pittman. But that's why I think the pick in the 6th there, it was smart to take our RB2 and then just let the kind of draft come to us in the 7th. Maybe the right move was pulling Reed up to the 6th and then also getting Downs in the 7th to get enough receiver depth, but just from a structural perspective. But I kind of like where we're at right now.
No, I think our team is looking good. Now here is where I would start to. I mean, the top of the Sidekick is Mahomes and Kyler Murray are the next two. They would be kind of right at ADP with our next pick. If you prefer to wait on quarterback, and I know you said that I'm in charge of quarterback, but we do have Xavier Worthy and we have Trey McBride.
Okay, great.
And we also we already lost outs with AJ Brown and Zay Flowers, so I do kind of think getting a quarterback since we have limited outs right now is probably a good idea.
Yeah, I love it. That's something to throw into the queue for sure.
And we can see if somebody else falls, but
the only thing I would say is if we do get one of the Colts receivers to come back, I think I would probably want those guys as a wide receiver 5 and risk those QBs coming around the turn because there's only 4 drafters there and one of them already has Hurts.
All right, can we hedge here? How about if Downs makes it back, we'll take him. If it's Pittman, we take a quarterback because I think Pittman is more likely to fall back to us than one of the quarterbacks. Is that a fair hedge?
I'm open to that. Yeah, I definitely think there's a gap between Downs and Pittman. I just think that Downs is so mispriced that even though he's close to Pittman, Pittman's also mispriced, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, so Mahomes goes. So that makes it even more. I thought if they both made it back, it would be easier to try to push them, but Mahomes does go there. Oh, he was already behind ADP, maybe.
He was. I think he was right at ADP, and then Razor picked up Travis Kelce.
Okay. Did he have Rice as well? Because we have Worthy. He does not.
No, and he has just one receiver, one receiver so far.
Yeah.
He's probably watching Razor. I was on a stream yesterday where Razor he was on. He did a stream with Pete once, and I don't remember it that well. I remember the name from the stream. I believe big personality Razor, but he won some contest last year. But
I have not been on Twitter enough to know that what Bengals is saying. He said the cheat code to engagement on Twitter should tweet about Jaydon Reed here in the chat. I didn't realize he was such a hot button player. Huhames asks if I'm Reed over Golden. I mean, pretty straightforward. The Golden's profile's not very good. I mean, it's all based on sort of the scout elements. Man,
Kyler goes too.
Does go. That's tricky.
Josh Downs went. All right. I mean, we could go with Pittman now.
It's all based on sort of the scout element. But the production was not good at Texas and it wasn't good at Houston. I mean, you can't for me, it's hard to go to. So yeah, I mean, I think I would just be Pittman pretty straightforwardly here.
All right.
I don't think he's great. I've never been a Pittman stan at all, but it's absurd. I mean, he's a good NFL wide receiver 2. To me, I always talk about in this range, there's a wide receiver window that closes. He's always been above the wide receiver window. In the years where people were way too hot on him, he was going at the 2-3 turn. Last year, he was going a little bit lower. He dealt with Anthony Richardson. I think you're expecting a more functional pass offense this year with Daniel Jones. Pittman did take a bit of a back seat to Downs, especially if you look at some of the per route metrics. Downs missed some time, but Pittman's been a consistently good receiver given the team context. Last year, the fact of the matter is that his quarterback completed 47% of his passes.
He was playing with a broken back, right? Last year.
Yeah, he plays through injury. I mean, he's tough. Yeah. The dude has actually been really tough. Again, I've faded him, and he's made me very nervous on those fades at times throughout his career. I've almost never been in on Pittman, but at this cost, I think it's borderline pretty silly. Like I said, I mean, I think he's very clearly a central part of their pass game. I think people are probably a little too high on what Tyler Warren's going to be able to do right away in his rookie season. A little bit of the Brock Bowers and Sam Laporta stuff, and now we're just pretending like every rookie tight end is going to break that trend. And I was in on Laporta and Bowers, but those guys were, kind of unique cases. The Laporta the reason I got in on him was they made it clear he was going to play every down in like July. They were like holding him out of stuff. And they were like, this dude's coming in to play every down. And then Bowers is just like the best tight end prospect of all time, that people weren't treating it that way.
Yeah.
And now they're overreacting a little bit with Warren and Loveland, who are just good prospects. But for the most case, good tight end prospects don't do a ton as rookies. Anyway, we are
on the clock.
I'm chatting away. Oh, Love.
Love is a little bit of a reach here, but this is actually a big reach here at 101. Is
okay.
ADP 129.
Well, let's try to get him to come back, should we?
Yeah.
Jonnu, I would do. We didn't take any Dolphins.
Jonnu gives us another quarterback out. I mean, this room is like screwing us big time.
Let's take Jonnu.
So, yeah.
Dude, he's a straightforward price from the perspective that you want to bet on ceiling, and the Dolphins as an offense have been nothing if not. Like, I just did their projection actually earlier today, or I finished it up. I've been working on it the last couple of days. It's incredibly hard to come to a base projection for the Dolphins from the perspective that, like, Jonnu Smith had 9 catches in his first 4 games last year. He was getting cut in every season.
It's insane. Yeah.
And then he went on to have double-digit points in PPR in every game of his last 8 games and 19+ in 5 of the last 8. And that's in PPR, not half or tight end premium. It's just kind of splitting the difference. But 19+ in 5 of the final 8 games. He was like the best tight end in football. And so I understand why it's tough to know where he's going to be. He could be a total 0 if Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle come back and are the centerpieces, and they're the guys that are doing everything. And it's like those first 4 games. There's enough concern around, I think, Tyreek's age. I think a lot of the stuff with Waddle. Waddle has a really hard time just getting through games. That guy leaves games a ton. And I've been in on Waddle a lot. But, I mean, he's a frustrating player to have in fantasy because he really has a hard time. And it was something he had at Alabama. He never had full routes, rolls. He was always sort of a partial player. And I guess I'm just kind of worried about him long-term in terms of just when's he ever going to have a 500+, approaching 600 route season. I don't know if he can do that at the NFL level. And then I don't think they made enough changes to their offensive line. I think they've tried to address it a little bit. But the way that they had to go to the quick passing game late, I think Jonnu is actually your hedge on Achane, who had a massive receiving role. He was 10 more receptions than any other running back of the league last year. But no other Mike McDaniel back has actually ever really caught a whole lot of passes. It's more of an Achane specific thing. That's a Kyle Shanahan trade as well. But they threw to their backs when they got McCaffrey. It's like when they get a specific player, they find ways to use him in the pass game. But like the Elijah Mitchell years and before Achane, the Mostert stuff, there's not a lot of passing to the running backs in those offenses. So the Achane stuff last year, I think, was very specific. As a lot of those quick hitters. He gets hurt this year potentially. I don't think you see Jalen Wright, who was a horrible receiver last year, or Ollie Gordon, or any of those guys. I think you see more quick hitters to Jonnu Smith. I think you just see that shift over to, because they were doing that with Jonnu Smith as well. There's a lot of ways that things could really work out with a ceiling outcome for Smith. That's what you're picking, right? Like the floor scares people off, and then you get a good price relative to ceiling. But you should just be kind of going price versus ceiling, I think, in a lot of these contests. So anyway, he's a pretty favorable pick in this range, unless he gets traded. There's all this talk about the Steelers too, so who knows?
Here, I would say maybe we just take Jordan Love. Like, we're getting close enough to ADP, and we don't have many quarterback outs.
And he's got like a legit ceiling. So I mean, I like that.
The sidekick, of course, also wants to take Dre May without any Patriots on our team. Pretty standard. Which we could at this point. Like, we're kind of out of quarter. Like we can't. All of our wide receiver. I guess we do have the late Daniel Jones we could take, and we have Tua now. So we're
Daniel
not
Jones is kind of a fun one. Yeah. Bindle said Achane has multiple outs, volume or efficiency, could even hit both. Yeah, I'm really into Achane, to be clear. I'm just saying that I think it's a unique one. That was a unique take I came up with in my projections was I don't think, because I'm actually looking at Achane. He had 6.1 catches per game in the 11 games that Tua played, and he had 1.8 per game in the 6 games Tua missed. They just completely took the quick hitter stuff out because it was all Tua. Like Tua is the guy that is able to get the ball out quickly and accurate, and that's why Achane had an 89% catch rate. All that stuff is very specific to Tua, and if Tua misses time, that could crater Achane's receiving role. But if Tua plays 17 games, Achane was already the highest running back in receptions by 10 across the entire NFL. He could go 20 catches higher if you start toying with the projections and you look at the rate he had in the games that Tua was active. He could catch 100 balls this year if they're doing that stuff. I ended up with an Achane projection that was comparable to my Saquon Barkley projection, but that's in part because you can't really project Barkley for absurd efficiency or a lot of receiving. And so his projection is probably not fair for his ceiling outs, but the Achane stuff with the receiving side is just, I mean, that's full PPR, half PPR. It leaned to Barkley pretty favorably.
Yeah.
But the Achane stuff is all very favorable, but if he misses time, that's what I was just saying. Actually, the unique take is I don't think it goes to the running back, all those catches. I think it goes to, if Tua is still in there, I think those quick hit plays I was talking about go to Jonnu. They were doing a lot of that with Jonnu as well. So
yeah,
kind of a fascinating element. So we're back up. I mean, I think both Kirk and Hollywood Brown are vet receivers in this range that I'm comfortable playing. Kirk was fine last year. I don't know if there's any stack related stuff.
Kirk gives us another potential quarterback with Stroud.
To him. We already have Xavier Worthy. I don't like Hollywood Brown on a team where I've already invested in one of the earlier KC receivers. He's kind of a bet against those two guys being the whole passing game, right? Rice and Worthy.
Let me read off the team so we can remember, because I'm forgetting some of so we have Jordan Love at quarterback. At running back, we have Jahmyr Gibbs and RJ Harvey. Wide receiver, we have AJ Brown, Xavier Worthy, Zay Flowers, Jaydon Reed, Michael Pittman, and Christian Kirk. Tight end, we have Trey McBride and Jonnu Smith. So we're 1-2-6-2. We'll need another quarterback, some running back help, and then we can, kind of luxury picks from there.
Yeah, and the running back picks, I guess I'm not concerned. I think there's a bunch of running backs going as late as like 200 that it's kind of silly. With
the late running backs.
To me, this rookie running back class was touted as being so deep and so good, and it has been deep in it was deep through like the whole offseason. The profiles are really good. The combine was really good. And then some of these guys that got like day 3 draft capital, people are just like, he's just a day 3 back. And it's like, he's a day 3 back in a class where every team knew this was a really deep running back class. Yeah. And in most any other class, this guy would have been like the RB4. So he was the 8th or the 10th running back taken in this class. Like Dylan Sampson is one Siegel's got me on. He talks about him a ton. Yes, they took Quinshon Judkins ahead of him, but I mean, Dylan Sampson is a really good profile. And that guy's he's basically going to be the clear handcuff, probably going to have a standalone role. They're probably going to play both the rookies. Like they're not really going anywhere. He's going outside the top 200 picks. He's probably going to get 150 touches this year. I mean, it's just crazy. He's a good player. They took him in the 4th round, fourth round.
He was one of those players that speaking of like players I need to get more of, it was after listening to you and Siegel, your stream talking about him, I was like, oh dear Lord, I need to get into some more streams so I can get some Dylan Sampson. Like, yeah, seems like a great pick.
Crazy he goes that late when you're like, I mean, he's going to have a role, like a clear role. Jarquez Hunter's a really good player, and people are out on the Kyren Williams thing, or at least a little bit sketched out by it. Blake Corum didn't take advantage. Hunter's got a really nice profile, and they went out and got another running back this year. I think, his capital was worse than Corum's, but Corum had a bad rookie year as far as even just involvement, and then they drafted someone on top of him. So I think that offsets the fact that Hunter had a little bit less capital in a deeper running back class. I think you got to like Hunter as the sort of the RB2 there and the real threat to Kyren as opposed to Corum, who couldn't be a threat to him last year. And so, I mean, Hunter could be a little bit more of a zero. I was saying Sampson's got a clear role. I don't know that Hunter's got a clear role, but Tahj Brooks goes outside the top 200. I think he's going to have a role this year. I mean, he's going to be their number 2. All right, we're back up.
We are back. Romeo Doubs, we're going to add on to our stack.
Okay.
We just lost.
Can you click running back real quick?
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
So, I mean, we lost Stroud. He went.
We did. Yeah.
I think I would probably take Jaydon Blue here. We only have the 2 backs. I'm into his talent as well. I'm out on Javonte Williams, who I was super in on last year. I just don't think Blue should be going this late. Even though I really like Tyjae Spears as well, I think Rachaad White's a fine veteran running back pickup. He was very involved last year. I had more Bucky than any player on Underdog last year at 37% Bucky Irving. That's the guy that I was kind of like most known for throughout the season as like,
that was a good pick.
It went pretty favorably. And I was very anti Rachaad White, but I do think that gap is a little bit too wide now. I think they're both still going to play a little bit.
Kind of a little far.
Yeah, and White's he's not very good, but he's not
he's a good pass
impossibly bad. Yeah, he's not impossibly bad. He's got size, he catches the ball, and they like to use him. So I think he's, as a veteran back, a reasonable pick in this range. Like I said, I like Tyj in this range. It's a really nice running back range as well. But Jaydon Blue's got so much ceiling. He's got a really nice athletic profile. He's going to immediately look so much more dynamic than Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. That's another one very similar to the Dylan Sampson thing. I'm very confident Jaydon Blue's going to get 100, 150 touches. You're in the double-digit rounds, and then you have ceiling, right? Like, the point is that there's also the rookie ceiling, but there's rookie floor. Like, there's not a lot of rookies that you can feel comfortable about floor. He's one where I feel abnormally comfortable that this rookie running back's going to have a floor. So that's kind of nice.
I kind of think we need to do Tua here, just because we only have one quarterback. We still have the out of Daniel Jones, but we don't have any other.
It may be a free quarterback team if you're going Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. So I think Tua makes sense here. Which brings me back to so you, as you mentioned, I told you before the stream, which I don't always do, but there are two players that I really wanted to hear your thoughts on. Those being Christian McCaffrey and Tyreek Hill. So we got Tua. Let's do Tyreek Hill first. Sounds like you sound like you wanted to maybe get him at 27. Like he was a pick for you. So you like him better than I do. I've been like completely out on Tyreek Hill, and I'm like starting to think I'm probably crazy. So I want to hear. I need somebody to talk some sense into me. Tell me the bull case for Tyreek Hill, or tell me what your thoughts. Give me your thoughts. Just your
yeah. Well, so I wouldn't be going out of my way to draft a ton of him. I am concerned about I think people underplay the way that age is a cliff. In sport. And last year his numbers looked terrible. There's multiple things that I would say about that. Number one, we know he had the wrist injury and he had some off-field stuff, and there was a lot of things going on with him. Number two, we know that Jalen Waddle also in the middle of his prime had an even bigger dive in his production, his per route production and all that stuff. The fact that Jalen Waddle at age 26 in a season where Tyreek Hill did what he didn't actually see a spike in production is crazy. And I think it's a little bit more evidence to this idea that it was structural. It was the offense. Their offensive line was that bad. Obviously, Tua misses 6 games again. There's a lot of things that end up being pretty problematic that I think Mike McDaniel, who's still a coach there and is still a very fantasy-friendly coach, is going to have to try to address in the offseason, basically. And that for most of the second half of the season, they were just trying to do whatever they could get done, and so that became a lot of Jonnu and that stuff. I do think it's actually sort of part of the bear case for Jonnu is that a lot of his production was when things went terrible for the rest of the team. And I think they probably want to be doing everything they can to get the ball to Achane and then those receivers for the most part. That said, this ceiling for Tyreek Hill goes back to what I was saying when I was doing my projection, when I was saying the base projection almost doesn't matter. Mike McDaniel, more than any other coach in the league, gets the ball to the guys that he wants to get the ball to in his game plan. And so you get the concentration of volume. Their I guess it was their 5th guy in targets was like 32 targets or something last year. It was Malik Washington. But so they have Achane and Jonnu and the 2 receivers ahead of that, but it's so concentrated. They don't throw to anyone. Even in a year where things kind of fell apart, they don't throw to anyone else. We are back up. We should probably get this before I finish that take.
So we only have 3 running backs. So I think Algier or Eckler look good to me. But if you have somebody else you really like,
I'm fine with Algier. I kind of like Wandale in this range. If we need another receiver, can you click running back so I can see a few more?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I would already be down to like Dylan Sampson, but we can wait on something like that. I'm fine with Algier. I mean.
I think running back is more of a need for us than wide receiver.
Yeah.
And Wandale could make it back to us. That would not be shocking.
Yeah. No, that's a fine pick. Bijan's going to be a workhorse, and so it's like it feels like a pure handcuff. And I think in best ball we can get into I was just talking about Dylan Sampson. I think Dylan Sampson's a handcuff plus standalone role. And he's going several rounds later. And I think there's multiple of those going several rounds later. So it makes it hard for me to take what I think is a pure handcuff in round 14, even though I do think there's scenarios where Algier's ceiling is favorable. But To finish the Tyreek thing, it's just I think there is a real if he's back, if he is healthy, if those questions are answered, the way that McDaniel structures his offense and wants to use him, and he was talking about wanting to be traded this offseason and then wasn't. And like they had meetings and I mean McDaniel he's still that fast. He ran a personal best. He's doing some, showboat and stuff. He ran the 100 meters or whatever, and he ran a personal best. He was trying to race hills like an actual sprinter. But Tyreek did the 100 meters on his own where he ran like a 10-1 or whatever, like some absurd time. He's still clearly a unique athlete and unique player, which has always been his calling card. I think you're talking about a guy who still has a clear ceiling, and what his numbers were on like a per route basis and that stuff, what they're able to do to get him the ball 2022, 2023, very unique. And so I don't think you want to have a profile that doesn't have any Tyreek Hill. I think that's dangerous.
You want to go Wandale here?
I do, because I think we're running low on viable wide receiver picks. After this, my little list for ADP, the only receivers I have, let's take Wandale. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's a legit target earner. It's a low ADOT, and it's concerning. But if they're like a more functional offense, this guy does get open. He had a really high targets per out run rates in college and stuff at different ADOTs. I mean, his final year of college, it was like a 10 ADOT. It was a lot higher than people realize. He wasn't just a gadget guy in college. He was running legit routes at times and was able to earn like 37% targets per route. Then he goes to the pros. He was breaking out that rookie year when he tears ACL. Then last year, alongside Malik Neighbors, it was all underneath stuff, but a really high target per route for an ancillary player. I mean, he's been like a good volume earner. He can separate in small spaces. But beyond him, the only guys I even like starred as like interesting names were Keenan Allen, who's not on a team, Jalen Coker, who I do think is a pretty intriguing year 2 guy. The Elik Ayomanor guy, I don't really know how to say his name, but I mean, the Titans have some real pass volume potential available beyond Calvin Ridley if Cam Ward's actually good and Brian Callahan's able to coach that team the way that he wanted to last year, but couldn't because Will Levis was so bad. And I think Ayomanor is probably the way to play that. I don't think it's probably Okonkwo, even though he had some intriguing stuff late last year because they added the Gunnar Helm guy as well. I think Ayomanor's profile is that much better than Jahmyr DK. And
JJ was super in on Elick. I was drafting a ton of him pre-draft because JJ Zach Reason really had him high in his ranks.
Yeah, so he's an interesting one. That's interesting to hear that JJ's in on him. He's definitely an interesting one at an ADP of like 213. I would be getting a little bit of him. He's the guy that, like, if there's a rookie that emerges there, he could be the second target earner there. But it's another reason I love Spears, because Tony Pollard's a low-key, not very good receiving back, and Spears is really good. And if they want to balance that more, which they've talked about, I think it means some good receiving stuff for Spears.
Yeah.
And then the only other name I have in here is Deontay Johnson, who I don't actually want to take, but like,
right.
I mean, he's not getting drafted, and they're talking about him at camp. He is still a guy who had like a 23% targets per out last year. Like, he still can earn volume. It's not like he's just an asshole. Like, no,
I want to ask you about I want to ask you about a couple pods. You're allowed to swear on my pod. I want to ask you about it, but I want to answer this super chat first. And actually, first we need to make our pick, and then I'll answer the super chat. All right. So DJ Giddens at the top of the Sidekick. Keenan Allen is still there. We do have 7 receivers.
I think we're in running back territory, probably.
Dylan Sampson also still here, if you prefer him to DJ Giddens.
I think I like Giddens. I think I love Dylan Sampson at this price. I mean, Giddens is another one who's behind Jonathan Taylor. The case that I have to give Siegel the credit for that he made was like, Dylan Sampson, people are really discounting because another rookie got taken ahead of him, but he's not behind Jonathan Taylor, right? Like, he's
right.
It's this idea that, okay, Quinshon Judkins is obviously going to get the first crack, but he's not Tyler Algier behind Bijan Robinson. He's not behind one of the 5 best running backs in the league. Quinshon Judkins could theoretically be worse than Dylan Sampson. We don't know. I mean, his profile is a little better, but there are some question marks in Judkins' profile, and Sampson's profile is very good. They're closer than I think people recognize. There's a potential that Sampson just is better than him, but there's also a potential that they're like in a 50-50 split because the team views them very similarly. No, that's not the case for Giddens. Giddens has no path to that, right? He has to get there by Jonathan Taylor getting injured, because Jonathan Taylor's the centerpiece of that offense. And so it's the Sampson bet is so straightforward at this point in the draft. It's just really nice.
Let me answer this question before we make our next pick. So this is the legendary upside sidekick, Brad. Brad, you sent in a super chat. Very much appreciate it. This is, you have to purchase this at legendaryupside.com. This is the sidekick here that'll, give you suggested picks. It tells you if a player, if we have their quarterback, if they have week 17 correlation, if they have teammates on the team, all of that here in the legendary upside sidekick. And after, so Gretch and I are going to do one more draft after this, and then Sackreligious is going to join the stream. He's one of the architects of the sidekick, so we're going to talk about it a little bit more in the second half of this stream. All right.
Is Daniel Smith, Jones still there?
Oh, good question. Yes, he is. Do you want to do that?
I do. Yeah,
we do need it.
I think Tua basically doesn't run. Jordan Love is, I think, has like, they're both pocket passers, and now we add some mobility to the room.
Yeah,
I kind of like that.
No, that's a good pick for sure. Is it? I believe it is only available on desktop. I don't know if you know the answer to this, Gretch. The sidekick.
I don't know the answer to that.
I think it is
I've only ever
available.
used it on desktop. Yeah,
I have too. I can ask Sackreligious that though once he is on the stream.
Yeah, that's a good question for Sack.
What's up? Fantasy Football Garage. I know your name. Now I'm trying to remember what your name is, but I'm blanking. 31. Yeah, I mean, Noah Lyles literally ducked. Is this true?
Yeah.
Did he duck Tyreek?
Yeah, he canceled the thing, and apparently and then all the quotes were like, he was like, I don't think people thought this was really going to happen. They didn't realize how serious it was. We had already planned it all out. I'm like, okay, well, you're talking about how no one took it serious, but you canceled it at the last minute. So that's why people weren't taking it serious. I mean, and I get it from Lyle's perspective. What does he have to gain? Nothing. And what does he have to lose? Basically everything. Like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I would love to see Alabama play the Cleveland Browns. That was the take for years. I mean, the Browns are not the worst team. They're back to being the worst team in the league. But that was always the thing. Oh, we want to see the best college team. And it's like the biggest reason that'll never happen is there's nothing for the NFL team to gain by playing that game and everything to lose. If they manage to actually lose to a team full of college players, obviously that would be the most embarrassing thing in the history of the world. I mean, there's a million other reasons why that would never happen. But whenever people talk about those hypotheticals, they're not going to happen because one side has no incentive.
Right.
I never thought Noah Lyles had any incentive. And I do think he's legitimately afraid that he was going to lose that race.
Which is insane that Tyreek Hill is fast enough. But also it's like 100 meter, like to me, that would be so much more stressful than like an 800 meter. Like the worst runner is not going to win an 800 meter race against like clearly better runner. Whereas like 100 meter, it's like you just like get off the line a little bit slow or something. Like you can lose just kind of on a fluke.
So my understanding was they were going to do a 50-yard dash.
Yeah, I mean that's insane. Yeah.
Which is, I mean, I don't even know how does that line up? It's like yards are longer than meters, and that would. It's not 100 yards though. I mean, it's not 100 meters though. It's only 150 feet.
Yeah, it's definitely shorter, like significantly.
It's definitely shorter. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be like I wouldn't take that race. Yeah.
Oh, Jarquez Hunter was still there. He's another really fun one in this range.
Yeah, I take a lot of Brushard Smith this year. I don't know if you like him.
I do. Yeah.
Do you think we want another running back here? Should I click on the running backs?
Go. What do we have at running back?
So we have, and we are on the clock. We have Jahmyr Gibbs, RJ Harvey, Jaydon Blue, Tyler Algier, and Dylan Sampson.
I think so. I think we did enough early on at receiver. So it would be like Devin Neal or Tahj Brooks are guys. I mean, Alvin Kamara is pretty old. I don't like Neal a lot, but I mean, I was.
You're not worried about Kendra Miller?
Is it Neal over on Kendra Miller? But why would we believe that Kendra Miller can play?
You want to go Neal or Brooks?
I think so.
All right. We'll do
either of those guys. I think is going to have a role this year as well. I mean, those are two more rookie running backs that are just not priced anywhere, and I think are going to get significant touches in those backfields. Brooks is the better offense, probably. I can see why you were kind of like maybe leaning that way. Neal to me is getting more intrigued. I was more into Brooks earlier, like first.
This is the other question. Cam Akers is there now, which I forgot about that, to be honest.
Oh, Cam Akers is in New Orleans?
Yeah, he just signed there like last week.
Oh, I missed that. I think that makes Neal's case better.
You just don't believe in Cam Akers at all?
I mean, at this point, no. He's had multiple Achilles tears. He was not good last year, and you're dealing with. The reason I say it makes it better is that it makes it so that they're less likely to bring in something that is actually like a significant issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Akers is fine, but I mean, if Neal, I guess the point is if Neal is anything, if he's actually good, Cam Akers isn't going to prevent him from being the dude that
that's
steps in behind Kamara, you know. But I if I had known the Cam Akers thing, I would have wanted to do Tahj Brooks before, for sure. Because Tahj Brooks' situation, he's a guy that I was into earlier in the offseason. It's pretty straightforward that he's going to be the RB2 there. I mean, Zach Moss restructured his contract to get a little bit more guaranteed, but also make it a more cuttable contract. And my take on him is I actually think he's going to be quietly released before the season starts. I think the neck thing is actually pretty serious. And he kind of knew that as well. And so he was happy to take that restructure and get a little more guaranteed, basically, and kind of just accept that. Because I think the neck thing was serious enough that I don't think he's going to be a meaningful part of really their future, or I don't think he's going to play a whole lot more in the NFL. Is what it comes to.
Not. What about Samaje Perine? You're not concerned?
Samaje Perine's 32 and had a tough year with Denver 2 years ago, then got cut, then had all the runway in the world ahead of him with the Chiefs last year. And I was super into him. I was telling that story earlier when I was in all those drafts with Bullock, and I was taking more Perine than Mason because I was like, this is straightforward for the Chiefs. And then Pacheco got hurt. And you're like, okay, this is it. I mean, this is the situation. And they went and brought in Kareem Hunt, and he wins the job. They had to go to Carson Steele for a bit, who was running at like a 3.2 yard per carry clip. Like Samaje Perine was unable to earn the red carpet rolled out situation that was available to him. I think he's going to be the mentor to Tahj Brooks. I think he's going to be a part of the September offense for sure as their third down back, and the October offense. I think as the season goes along, Tahj Brooks is just going to very clearly be the change of pace off of Chase Brown, because I just don't think there's really any other player that can be. I don't believe in Zach Moss or Samaje Perine to be that guy.
That's I completely forgot that I was also like in those late August drafts, I was slamming both of Jordan Mason and Samaje Perine. Like those are the two names he brought up. I was like, oh yeah, those are like the two guys that I was like making sure I was getting in all my drafts. One of them worked out okay. Like Jordan Mason was awesome early on, and then like kind of hurt most of the year. And then the other.
It's a bummer he got hurt because he was looking like he was going to be the big smash.
He was going to be
like
a league winner.
Huge win. Yeah.
All right, let's read off our team. We also got Tua want us to read off his team. So we have Jordan Love, Tua Tagovailoa, Daniel Jones, Jahmyr Gibbs, RJ Harvey, Jaydon Blue, Tyler Algier, Dylan Sampson, Devin Neal, AJ Brown, Xavier Worthy, Zay Flowers, Jaden Reed, Michael Pittman, Christian Kirk, and Wan'Dale Robinson. And then we have Trey McBride and Jonnu Smith. 3-6-7-2 team. I think structurally this team works out pretty well. Like this is definitely like a team where we needed 3 quarterbacks. I think we're all stacked up with all of our quarterbacks, just single stacks there. We've got the bring back on the Green Bay stuff with Zay Flowers. I don't actually remember. I don't have all of the Week 17 memorized. Miami, I want to say, is Tampa Bay coming back, so I don't know if we have a bring back there. And then the Colts are. I don't remember. How to remember who they play.
I think the big thing from the manifesto that I remember is when you go 3 QBs, you want to make sure they're all stacked. If I recall, the bringbacks are, important, but maybe not the end of the world. The big thing is that we have them all stacked up, and so we have the spike week potential in each of the passing games.
Nice to have, not like the end of the world if we don't have the bring back. Yeah, exactly. I think this is a good team. How do you feel about this team?
I really like it. I think there's a lot of things structurally that I would highlight that I think are really great. You mentioned the 3 QBs. I think you need to have the 3 QBs. I think with a lot of times you get asked with a team like this, do you think you took too many rookie running backs? Because we have 4 and we only have 6 backs, and one of them is Tyler Algier, who's like a pure handcuff. But when you have Jahmyr Gibbs at the top, like this is actually the way that I would absolutely want to build behind an anchor as dominant as a Jahmyr Gibbs with such a high floor. Like I expect to use Jahmyr Gibbs' score every single week that he's active. And you're obviously, when you take him in the first round, you're expecting him to play the full season. And so then you build out all these rookies, but Harvey, Blue, and Sampson, and to a lesser extent, Neal, but certainly those first 3 are guys that I expect to actually have roles, not be just like, I think people think of rookies because we haven't seen them before as potential zeros. And I just think that's a mistake. And they're not just potential zeros just because they literally have 0 NFL stats today.
Well, they are, but so are veterans. Like there are a lot of veterans that you think are safer that are also potential zeros. To
that point, as far as 2 to 3% chances of things just going really poorly or whatever. But if they're healthy and good enough. These teams have plans for these particular guys, in my opinion. So I like the way the running back room structures with the anchor and then all those guys. And it means better than it should be because we got a really nice price on Harvey, I feel like. And then the receivers, I guess maybe less inclined to take the rookie receivers in best ball. I kind of like taking some of these veterans that are just in good spots. I know we're going to run a lot of routes. So like Pittman, Kirk, and Robinson to me is actually a really fun back end of a build when I really like the top 4 receivers. I think it's a really fun 7 receivers. And it's a team where we got an elite tight end. And I think probably one of the most undervalued mid-elite tight ends. As I was talking through Jonnu's profile, our tight ends are potentially like the strongest point of the team. So I think it's a really fun build.
I think it is too. Jesse, apologies. I don't think we have time to roast your team because we've got Sack joining us in 43 minutes. We're already running a little bit behind. So I want to get into another Best Ball Mania team here with Gretch. So
that's apologies for just over talking.
No, it's because it took so long to fill. No, it was not your fault. It's because it took forever for the draft to fill. No, I'm getting a million breaking messages. I got to change some settings on my phone, I think, because I'm like trying to get into a draft and I like literally can't get to the screen because I'm getting too many alerts. All right, I'm entering a 30-second BBM starting right now.
If Sack shows up and we're still drafting, just bring him on. I love that dude. I'd love to draft the end of our team with him.
Nice. All right, I will. All right. I entered it on my phone. Okay, drafting starts soon, so hopefully you guys are in here with us. Where are we? And I am on the clock in several. Ooh, I'm on the clock in my big dog. That's fun.
These are all your slows?
These are all my slows right now, and I'm trying to find where the hell is. There it is, BBM.
The one you just entered, I love it.
Yeah.
Just scrolling.
There's just too many.
How many slows do you got going right now?
No idea. Like 60 or so, I would guess. Let's see. Can I see it on the screen? I don't think it tells me a number anywhere on the screen, but it's something like 60. And I'm doing a lot of, some of them are super flex, some of them are regular best ball. I guess that's all. I'm not doing any eliminator or weekly winners right now. But it's sort of like I have to like check every time, make sure I'm in the right contest. Because like for regular best ball stuff, I'll go back to my computer so I can use the Sidekick. But the Sidekick doesn't like adjust for super flex, so then I can't really use it for my super flex draft. So it's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm. We're already up. We're filled.
We're good to go. We're in the 9 hole. You got to pay for the roast houses. I mean, I will often roast, without any kind of payment. I was not asking for it. It was just like literally I was going to do it, and then I realized like we just don't have time. So apologies. We're in the 9 hole. We're in the 10 hole. We're in the 10 hole, which I like drafting from the back. I know you said you haven't done enough to really have an opinion. I think I prefer like the 11 and 12 more than the 10 because you can usually start with a couple really strong picks. Like there's a pretty clear cutoff, like a tier cutoff, I think, for me, that's like after the end of the first round. So it's usually you can get 2 within that first tier if you're drafting around here. I think it's a little bit hazy with our second pick being number 15. I think it might be like a 14 player cutoff for me.
I think it's long enough.
Okay. Okay. Good.
It's tough. Yeah. I mean, it is a little bit hazy. I guess I was thinking of FFPC where the 2 tight ends like clearly fit inside of it. Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, Bowers to me would still fit there in this.
Okay. He is like he's one that it's like it becomes hazy for me. You can usually get him at 15 if we want him.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the ETR ranks over here on the left. You don't have to use the rank. I mean, I can sort by ADP if you prefer. Who do you like here, though?
I mean, Neighbors would have been the one that I'm sitting there doing some mental math on whether I would have him ahead of Nakua. Haven't gotten through my projections on either of those guys. I mean, God, Genti's so appealing, but I think I would be Nakua here.
All right.
I mean, just from the perspective that I'm going to wind up probably underweight on Genti, but I don't want to be,
Okay.
But like, anyway, Nakua is a very straightforward, late first round pick. I mean,
he's a dog
guy you want to have. Yeah. And like you said, there's a little bit of a gap here. For me, the gap gets worse at receiver, if that makes sense.
Yeah. After, I mean,
like if this turn goes 4 straight receivers, I don't have a pick coming back. You know what I mean? But if it goes, because I mean, if you took Genty is what I meant, but if it goes another way with it, there's like different pivots. So that, I mean, that's tough. Those are the receivers that are good and they all go.
Yeah. So now it could go Brock Bowers, could go Lad McConkey, Derrick Henry. If you're a Henry guy,
I'm not a Henry guy, but I mean, the pick for me is Devon Achane. They've got him a lot lower in the ranks, but his ADP is not that low.
No, yeah,
I was just talking about. I think he could have so much more receiving value than that. My projection for him was close to Saquon Barkley's projection. I mean, he's again, the Miami offense is one that I do think baseline projections and things are not going to capture the ways that it can concentrate and win you everything, right? Like we're seeking for. We're seeking the extreme upside players, the 5 or 10 like season defining players, and Devon Achane at 202 is very clear. What does Barrett call them? The power law players or whatever he calls them? Like,
yeah, exactly.
The 20, I mean, at the 203, Devon Achane, to me, I mean the receiving stuff that I gave that stat a little bit ago, just to repeat it for anyone who doesn't remember: 6.1 receptions per game in games Tua played. That was 11 games. And the other 6 games, he only had 1.8 receptions per game, less than a third. He still had more receptions by 10 than any other running back in the NFL. So, I mean, do a little math. If Tua doesn't only play 11 games, even if you regress the 6.1 per game of Tua down to like 4.5, like cut a quarter off of it, but he plays 17 games, you're talking about roughly the same number of receptions, which was good to lead the position by 10 last year. If you don't have to regress it by 25%, if he does still manage to catch 5+ balls per game and Tua plays the whole year, you're talking about a really massive receiving role that distances from every other running back in a way that if he's able to add some of the explosive runs that he had as a rookie 2 years ago, in addition to that, and he has a monster goal line role, like a lot of the passing was down and close. His receiving TD rate is just absurd. I am a little worried about the rushing TD stuff. I think they brought in Ollie Gordon pretty specifically for that. So like some of the goal line rushes, but they will. He's a lot bigger, and they talked a little bit about needing to make like a size back. But they throw to him those quick hitters. Achane, I think their goal line package is going to basically feature both backs, and on a lot of different types of plays where they split Achane out. And if you basically deal with that and put some extra players on the perimeter, they can run it up the middle. And if you don't, then they'll just throw it out to the edge, kind of a thing. It'll be like almost an RPO type goal line read type play, which is what they like to do. But anyway, the point is that I don't think Achane's TD equity, it's unique, but I don't think it's like terrible. I think he can score plenty of touchdowns. And especially because I think he's one of the better bets to have some long TD runs. And again, that's the kind of thing that jacks up your spike weeks and your overall scoring so quickly. If you can hit some, because you get the 50 yards on the long run plus the TD, it's just a guaranteed spike week with the rest of your stats for that week. If he does that 2 or 3 times in the season, those are big weeks for you, those 3 times.
Yeah.
And that's what he did as a rookie. But then, so what we saw in his second year was that he could handle a lot more volume. He actually answered a lot of questions that I don't think it goes under the radar because his numbers weren't quite as good. And he still had like 4.4 yards per carry or something like that in an offense where every other back was sub 4 because their blocking was horrible. It wasn't about Achane that the season was rough last year. If they're able to get some of that squared away, I mean, he can just be a superstar.
Yeah, absolutely. We're coming up on our pick, but before I do that, I wanted to say this is the first time it's ever happened on my channel. So I got to give a shout out to Zen Q7, gifted a membership to the channel. Love to see it. Good to see that Billy won it. That is fun. Thank you very much to Zen. Congrats to Billy, and glad to have you as a member. We do not have many members. It's a new thing on the channel. So fun to have some. We are on the clock. JSN is the top here. Mike Evans is there. Josh Allen, Ted McMillan. Who do you like here?
I think JSN's pretty straightforward. I like him as a talent. I do think I'm not super into the Seahawks offense overall, and I do think it's a little bit of a steep price to pay for what he is, and yet I don't love a lot of the receivers in this range either. So I could see Mike Evans or DJ Moore being guys I look back on and be like, I should have been taking those guys there, but you get an ADP value there. I think It's an ADP value that he probably should be going this far back anyway. I don't know why he was going 2-3 turn. He's starting to slide a little, and I think that's right.
Yeah. We're seeing Rashee Rice move up pretty significantly. They're kind of flipping places there.
One of the cool stats on JSN, for his full season, he was mostly routes based, and his per route numbers weren't incredible. But a lot of that's because they did a ton of dropbacks and ran a ton of routes in the first 6 or so games, and he wasn't great early. And remember last year he was hurt, and then Shane Waldron was bad, or 2023, his rookie year. If you were in on JSN going into last year, you were kind of saying, he gets a redo on his age 21 rookie year. That was kind of a weird situation. So if you think of age 22 as kind of a little more like his rookie year, he wasn't great early in the year, but from week 7 on, they ran fewer routes. It was a more simple or a more reasonable offense, or more, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, traditional offense, if you will. It wasn't crazy pass volume, but he had a 2.35 yards per route run. The number spiked in terms of his per route production. He actually had and that's from week 7 on. It was for the bulk of the season. It's just the early part of the year where his routes, because he ended up 6th in the NFL in routes, and with a yards per route run that was sub 2. And so you're like, he's kind of buoyed by routes, and his profile it wasn't that great of a breakout. It was mostly just he ran a ton of routes, and they're going to be more run heavy this year. It really is separate the way that the season worked out.
Is Xavier worthy? I mean, do you want to do that again, or is he one of your guys this year?
I mean, I think so. I think at these prices, he was a lot better than he gets credit for. I think people say he was all just manufactured touches, and it's not. He's a 21-year-old rookie as well. I mean, he had first of all, he had a ton of missed opportunity on deep balls. It was very close,
stepping out of bounds. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and people give him all that crap about it, like he's not good. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, he's a 21-year-old rookie making 21-year-old rookie mistakes, and then he goes on to show that he can do some of that stuff in the playoffs. He's their whole offense in their AFC Championship win. It's not just the stuff after the Super Bowl was decided, but he did score long touchdowns after the Super Bowl was decided. It's not like he didn't do that. They were capable of hitting on long TDs. They showed it in a spot where people have pointed out the Eagles have taken out their starters. Okay, for the second one especially. Okay, I mean, I do think that's a valid point. At the same time, their entire defensive scheme at that point in the game is don't let the other team score quickly, right? It's like we're just going to be dropping all the way back and prevent defense, and he still got behind those defenses multiple times late in that Super Bowl. In the AFC Championship, he had a long catch that probably could have gotten overturned. It was kind of a funny irony if you look back on all the near misses during the season, where it was a potential another near miss, but it didn't get challenged, and so it went down as a long catch in the AFC Championship against the Bills.
Yeah, it was but it wasn't a touchdown, right? It was I feel like it was down near the goal line, and it hit the ground, but they didn't call it, or they didn't.
Yeah, he kind of body caught it.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that is right. Yeah.
And then they hurried up to the line and were able to get the play out. So he got credit for a 40-yard catch that wasn't a TD, that probably was not a 40-yard catch. But if you go look at the box score from that game, he was their whole offense. They didn't have any other guys really doing much of anything. From the point that he first caught 5 passes, which was, I think, week 13 or 14, he played 8 games. He didn't play in week 18 much. Played 8, or he played a few snaps. So I'm removing that from the stat. He played 8 games in full, 4 in the regular season, 4 in the postseason. And he had, from the first time that he first caught 5 passes, he had 5+ in all 8 of those games the rest of the way. So it's a half of a season. And a lot of people point out a lot of that was manufactured touches. My response would be, that's good. They wanted to get the ball in his hands. They were making their offense around him in a Super Bowl run. This is something that, they, as the season went on, we saw the sort of late season boom that you want to see from a rookie going into, now into year 2. He's a 21-year-old rookie. Again, I keep saying that, but I mean, this is a guy that had an underrated, I think, prospect profile that used a first-round pick on the guy. He ran a 4.2 40, and they want to give him all sorts of manufactured touches. And people are like, well, he missed on all these deep shots. I'm like, yeah, well, what if he starts to hit on some deep shots and they're giving him all the manufactured touches? That's the perfect profile. You have the floor with all the manufactured touches, and you have the boom potential with the deep shots. You're talking about a really exciting. And then what if the Chiefs are just able to actually get back to being a little more of an exciting offense? Obviously, Patrick Mahomes, ADOT's gone. down the tube the last several years, but there's a lot of ways that things go very well for Xavier Worthy in year 2. So yeah, I mean, I think in the 4th round, it's a favorable price.
Are you a bear on Rashee Rice, or do you just also like? I mean, is
No,
it kind of you don't dislike either? Yeah,
Rashee Rice is the other dude that I was like maybe higher on than anyone in the industry last year.
Yeah.
Even before his suspension and his ADP dropped, when he was at the 2-3 turn, I was arguing he should be at the 1-2 turn. And then he was a clear hit, and I was just like, I'm the smartest man alive. And then he got hurt.
Until
No, I'm still very in on Rice. I think they're both very good, independently very good profiles to be targeting, and you should be in on both. But there's a lot of I recognize there's a lot of like push and pull, like you have to have one side of that debate. I like Olave a lot here. I mean, that's a guy who he only ran like 180 or something routes last year, but another 2+ yards per out run season. He started his career with 3 straight. The types of players that have done that are basically all superstars. I mean, he's a really, really good football player. I understand the quarterback situation's a challenge and all that, but he's really cheap, Olave. I mean, you're getting a pretty nice discount on a guy who's probably, a better talent than some of the guys going 2 rounds ahead of him, basically.
Were you talking about it on your latest stream with Sean Siegel, the concussion thing that people kind of have, this thought about concussion of like, oh, if he gets one more concussion, he's going to be like out for the year, he's going to be out for the, but it's really like his brain was swelling, like it's just a brain swell, and I always had time to recover. Yes. So maybe it's that, which I thought was really good. Oh, we are on the clock.
I would just take Judy as well here, or Treyveon Henderson. I mean, those are both really nice picks. I don't know. Do we want to take a 5th receiver here? Probably. It's going to be pretty dead before it comes back.
It does get dead pretty quickly.
Judy or Addison's a great pick. I love this pocket for receivers. I mean, all of these guys are.
I prefer JJ McCarthy to not having a quarterback out. So to me, it's just
and we just took Olave. Taking Olave and Judy back to back.
Yeah, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, I like
after what happened in the last draft in particular. It was just like, oh shit, people just keep taking all of our quarterbacks. I thought that was a really good point that you made on concussions, because I have that fear. Like that's part of it for me. Is like, man, is he just going to retire after one more concussion? Same thing with like Tua. That's part of my fear with Tyreek Hill. Is like, he not only am I worried about Tyreek Hill injuries or just like lack of motivation, whatever, but then it's also like we've seen how bad he is without Tua, or he was last year at least. I meant to look it up today. Do you know who the backup quarterback is in Miami now? Because that's actually a factor that I need to consider. But he was so bad without Tua last year.
I'm going to look it up because I can't remember. Zach Wilson, which is not great. And they also drafted Quinn Ewers. Neither of those things is good.
Yeah.
I don't think Quinn Ewers is good, and I don't think Zach Wilson is good. So I do think their backup QB situation is pretty poor. But the Tua one is a great point, because Tua, that was the real concern after 2022, was when Tua had all the missed time. He played all of 2023, and then we kind of forgot about it again. And then he got a concussion early in 2024, and that was a pretty significant one, and they put him on IR. But he missed the minimum 4 games, came back, and basically started the rest of the games until the end of the year. They made him, I can't remember why he was inactive in week 17 and 18, but he came back and started the next like 10 games and played. So I've mentioned a few times now that he missed 6 games last year. It was from a concussion, and he did sit out more time, but Tua's concussions have been sort of the talk of the whole league. Some of the most significant concussions of the last several years. The player that I haven't used Tua as a comp when I talked about Olave, but you mentioned I've brought this up, and I brought it up a few different places. The player I keep bringing up is Brandon Cooks, who for a long time people said this about Brandon Cooks. You couldn't draft him. And I did as well say this about Brandon Cooks. And I think I was mistaken about what concussions actually are and how you heal from them and what it means going forward. It's scary. And I mean, this is maybe a little bit crass, but like, it's mostly scary long-term for these humans. Like what's going to happen in their distant future if they're going to continue to play football. The reality is that they're going to be healthy going into this year. They're not recovering from like an ACL or something like that. Their brain is no longer swelled, as you said. And it hasn't been all off season. They're practicing. They're good to go. They're going to go into the season good to go. I think Olave was held out through the rest of the year last year, mostly because it was a dead season for the Saints. And this year probably will be too, which is maybe a little bit of the issue, is if Olave gets a concussion early in the year, probably goes on IR like Tua did. but I don't think it's like his career's over with one more concussion. It becomes a traumatic injury at that moment in time again, and then he has to rest and make sure that he's healed from it. But there's a possibility that he would be back later that season, just like Tua was, even though Tua had the really dangerous. And the Brandon Cooks point is that Brandon Cooks went on and it never became really an issue again. And he's had other concussions later in his career as well.
Right.
I mean, can we just take downs? Can we just take 6 receivers at this point?
We could, and then we could probably be done at receiver if we want to be.
What are you? Can you click running back real quick? What else are we looking? I don't really like those 3. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we.
Jordan
the
Mason.
other pick for me is Hawkinson. Oh, you could get Mahomes with Xavier Worthy if you're worried about QB.
Let's go downs. Let's go downs because I think we have enough quarterback outs. Because I think like first of all, we could probably get Mahomes here if we want to. I mean, we'll see if one of these guys takes him.
Yeah, but I just realized with Addison and the McCarthy thing, we could have set up the Hawkinson. We could have went Hawkinson Mahomes at this turn. That would have been an interesting path.
Yeah, that's
having already had 5 receivers. But that's fine. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I like getting downs onto this team. It's another anchor running back build where we're going to take a bunch of rookie running backs later, and we have 6 awesome receivers. It's a fun build.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm building this way less and less with the 6 receivers in the first 7 rounds, but also like it doesn't really feel bad to do it because there is such a drop off at receiver.
Right.
And I think a lot of still really strong mid and late round running backs, quarterbacks, tight ends. So it kind of makes sense still, I think.
Yeah. I'm definitely into downs there. I think he's like significantly underpriced. Structurally, I think this is still totally fine. It does feel like you miss a little bit of something with the build, but okay, so Hawkinson goes anyway. We wouldn't have been able to pull it off probably. So
Mahomes here.
There you go. Yes. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Got one of our quarterbacks
back in place. Yeah.
Yep. Several outs later at quarterback. And like so we miss out on the double stack, but like there's still some really strong tight ends in this range. Like guys I like to target. Do you
we don't have to take McCarthy just because we have Addison. He's one of the QB plays, but
yeah,
we don't necessarily have to go that way. We could go back to Daniel Jones in this build with Josh Downs. Who else do we have at receiver right now? We're not playing Tyler Shuck. That guy's probably really bad.
Could take Sam Darnold.
I don't really love Sam Darnold. So Stafford and like Daniel Jones is where we're at. And then whoever we take it,
JJ McCarthy. I mean, we could get JJ McCarthy.
The other guy, oh yeah, Ed McCarthy.
Yeah,
and the other guy is Tua because we have Achane. I was talking about how Achane catches a lot of his TDs.
That's true.
And we may wind up looking at Jonnu Smith again if he comes all the way back. So we may end up with an Achane Jonnu build here.
Kind of a different double stack than most people are doing.
Yeah.
That could be kind of fun.
I mean, that's not the primary path, but Tua is a path.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Mahomes is fun because you can throw some. I mean, if we want to take another receivers, we can throw Jalen Royals on at the end. He's another one that I'm totally fine with taking at the very end. There's not a lot of late receivers, but he's one I would be okay with Mahomes now. I mentioned not loving doing that when you have Worthy. Not particularly, right. I don't love taking Hollywood Brown when you have Worthy, but I think Royals really late. You could tack on.
Yeah, he's cheap enough. You don't really need that much from him.
Mm-hmm.
This is Walter says when I go 6 wide receivers early, I struggle to stop at just 7. I sometimes have that struggle also but there aren't that many. I struggle with it less this year because there are fewer of those later wide receivers that I like. I think usually these days I'm like, it's part of the reason I'm okay with taking 6 early is I really like the running backs later. So it's not as tough for me.
This could be a 3 tight end build. It becomes a thing of like, what are you using those other picks on? We probably want a decent number of other running backs, but we don't need too many with Achane. Although, I mean, with a Gibbs team last time, we still went to 6, and I think that's fine.
Because we're waiting so long for our second, like it's still we have 1 anchor, but it's not like we went with like 3 early running backs. So I think we can still do 6 or 7. Depending on where we start taking them.
Will you click over to the running backs on the ADP list?
Yep.
Yeah.
So here's by ADP.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of interesting names available.
I did see
there. And
Jordan
then
Mason went ahead of Aaron Jones in this one, which is I've said many times. I think if I were doing rankings, I might have Jordan Mason ahead of Aaron Jones because I
right.
think he has the goal line role. He's explosive. I think it's already a 1A 1B situation.
Yep.
So I think he has a lot going for him.
When
But
I had you click on the running backs when we took downs, he was the one that I was like, I could see taking Mason here.
yeah,
But I was like, Aaron Jones was on the board. And I was like, I don't think
right,
we really have to push that.
right.
What about tight end? Do you mind clicking over there real quick? Oh yeah, I mean, there's some interesting tight ends too, which we have.
We're on the board now. Do you like one of these?
I mean, we already took Jonnu, but I think Andrews is. I mean, it's the end of the 9th round. He's a really good player. He didn't run enough routes last year, but
I was just reading a Debro Derek Brown tweet right before we came on about how good of a pick Mark Andrews is. How good if you like separate his season into weeks 1 through 9 versus 10 through 18 last year. Like he was just once he was recovered from injury, his target share was up, his route share was up. Like everything was so good for the last half of the season.
And he's so cheap in this range.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make a lot of sense for how talented, like long term. I'm a big, drafter on I call it the long view, right? Like, is this player good? Like when we started our last draft, I was kind of making that point with Gibbs and with AJ Brown, even though he doesn't have a lot of pass volume. It's just like these guys are really good football players. AJ Brown's been over 2.5 yards per out run for 7 straight seasons every year of his career. Guy's just a superstar. I mean, I get him in the late 2nd round. Okay. Like, I'll just take him on this team in this spot. Like Mark Andrews, you go look at his numbers over the course of his career. Like this guy's one of the best tight ends in the NFL, has been his entire career. And they just didn't run him on a lot of routes last year, which is a situational thing that typically you want to fade situational things for how good are the players. That's the thing that you actually, because we can't predict the chaos of an NFL season. I write about the chaos of the NFL all the time. It's an incredibly difficult thing to pin down. We are back up. I do think we want to get a running back in this pocket. Warren went, who would have been my pick's a little bit of a bummer. I think I'm going to Tootin. Can we pull Tootin up here, or is it too early?
We could pull Tootin. Cam Skattebo is kind of hurt right now, so I'm like Tyrone Tracy is a little bit more interesting, but
I don't think Skattebo's hurt. I saw Emo Cowboys tweet earlier that he hasn't practiced. He hadn't signed. He signed today.
Oh, okay.
He finally did sign today.
Okay.
And so I think we may. It's been like a weird thing why he isn't practicing. Pretty sure it's mostly related to the fact that he had not yet signed his contract, and that's why he wasn't practicing. Also, if you're the team and you have Cam Skattebo, whose entire profile is that he's just like the most physical running back in the world, I mean, I'd be like, dude, I don't really care if you get here on time. Like, I don't care if we sign you. Like, I don't need you running into walls at rookie minicamp,
Right.
Like, I need you running into walls in September and October.
Right. Let's save that physicality.
Yeah.
That's
I don't think he from a personality standpoint, that's a guy that does not look like somebody who can hold himself back in any kind of a way. You need to hold him back. You know what I mean?
Interesting. So. Like a UFL quarterback. There were a lot of those quarterbacks in the UFL this year. It's just like this guy's looks like he's trying to get hurt the way he plays the game.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah. I want to see. I want to put this on the screen. No, you can't see. So Billy got the membership. I wondered if you could see the little icon because he's the only member I think that has commented during the stream. I want to see if I could see the icon there, but could not. That is yeah. I was curious what was going on with Skattebo. Do you have strong Skattebo versus Tyrone Tracy takes in general?
Siegel's really into Skattebo, and so he's been in my ear about it. The take of his that I like the most is just this idea of the type of player he is. And I mean, if you look at Brian Daboll and have heard anything Brian Daboll's ever said, I mean, he's going to get jacked up by that stuff. Their organization is going to get he's a centerpiece player. Like once he starts running and having some of those big moments and running dudes over, you just play that guy more than you were planning to because he earns more work because he's there's a whole thing of, in the NFL of you have to earn your snaps and all of those things. And I don't think it's that straightforward, but it is to a degree. There's a thing where when guys are that passionate in the way that they play, the coaches want to make a positive example of that. And so those guys play more than they're probably worth playing. Think about the undersized middle linebackers, like the Zach Thomases back in the day. It's we're going to make him into the Rudy of our team. Where it's like, I mean, like obviously he was talented, but it's like we're gonna make him into this thing where every other player is then we can just say, hey, play more like him, and then everything will work better for you. And I just think Skattebo's so clearly one of those types of players that things are going to tilt his way in a way that I think Tracy's talented too and is going to play. I think they're both going to play. Yeah. But Skattebo, and he's going to get the goal line stuff. He's got a much better receiving profile than most big backs. You get the big back with the receiving stuff. Now, I'm concerned about the athleticism. Like he's probably like Siegel talks about like David Johnson, the size and the receiving, and he's got this kind of David Johnson profile. I'm like, dude, he's white.
It doesn't look like it. What are you talking about?
Should we take McCarthy? Okay, cool.
I like McCarthy here.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm a big McCarthy guy. I have not stated that yet. That is one of my biggest biases. I am a Vikings fan. I am not always a Vikings homer when it comes to fantasy. I just think like just everybody's been so good in that system with KOC that it's like, what if he actually is good? Like what if he like Sam Darnold came in, we thought he was a train wreck. He looked like he was in the MVP conversation for a little bit last year. If Jaydon McCarthy,
and I think Darnold sucks.
Good.
I'm very in on this take. I think Darnold's not good. I think he was mostly KOC. I think KOC knew that by the end of the year and was like, we can't have you back at any price. And basically like let him walk because he was so hamstrung in week 18 in that game we were talking about in the last draft against the Lions and then in the playoff game as well. It was just, I mean, he couldn't even call the game and people were hammering KOC during that playoff game.
Yeah.
So I would probably I think I'm Goddard over Colston Loveland. And I think this is a nice spot to get Goddard's massively underpriced.
Oh yeah.
Dallas Goedert is really good at football. Another guy long-term had another 2+ yards per out run season last year. It wasn't a career high because he had one 4 years ago. He had a 1.8 in between there. So 3 of the last 4 years, 1.8 or higher yards per out run for a tight end is really, really impressive. And then you talk about, okay, what if A.J. Brown or Devonta Smith were to miss some time? This is another one of those offenses that concentrates volume. He would so clearly step into a huge role. The only reason Dallas Goedert's not valued higher is he always misses time. It's kind of a frustrating element. But when we already have a tight end before this, I mean, I feel like Andrews kind of gives us a floor element. When Goddard's active, he gives you plenty of, upside as well. He played 15 games in 2021, played 14 in 2023. Other than that, like he played 10 last year, he played 12 in 2022, 11 in 2020. That's his last 5 seasons. He's missed multiple games pretty much every year. And in 2019, he only played 15 as well. So you got to go all the way back to his rookie year, 2018. He played all 16 games. He misses time every year, which is a bummer. Having said that, I don't believe that's super predictive. Like I do think there's the potential for him to actually stay healthy over the course of a season. And if he does, like his actual production on a per route and like per game basis is plenty good enough to justify this cost. And where he fits into the hierarchy of that offense, plenty good enough. It works for me. So, and he
consistently steps up when one of the other receivers is out. Right. Like
that's what
I haven't looked at the stats recently, but it's just like if Devonta Smith is out, suddenly Dallas Goedert is like the number 2 passing game option.
That's right. Yeah. It works out really favorably for him. But yeah, to go back to the McCarthy thing, like I definitely think KLC is a really good coach. I think the 3 receiving weapons there are the best 3 receiving weapons in the NFL. And I don't think it's really like close. I mentioned this on Stealing Bananas. I recorded with Sean yesterday, but like you go through the math, you're like, okay, well, Jordan Addison is 23 right now. He scored 10 touchdowns as a 21-year-old rookie. He scored 9 as a 22-year-old. He won a Biletnikoff at 19. So again, this long view thing, and we talk about age-adjusted production so much with receivers. This guy's clearly superstar receiver. Like that is, I mean, he's a long-term great player that is overshadowed by the best receiver in the NFL. And then they also have this tight end who, it was coming off an ACL last year, but you go back to before the ACL and kind of what the expectation is going forward. He's a high-end tight end. He was a former first round pick. And I just don't even know. Like we were talking about it relative to the Lions, who have 3 really good players: Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Jameson Williams, and Sam Laporta. I'm like, those are 3 really good players too. The only reason that can't stack up to the Vikings is Jefferson's that much better than Amon-Ra. And the other 2 guys are probably comparable to the other 2 guys for the Vikings. But I think Addison is super, super good. I think Hawkinson's super good. And you're talking about those two guys behind the best receiver in the NFL. Like, this is the top three. You don't have better weapons. It just doesn't. And then Aaron Jones is a great playmaker out of the backfield. We're talking about the Mason thing. Mason's going to handle it between the tackles so that Jones can do the swing pass stuff and boost your yards per attempt by exploding up the sideline when he's left uncovered on a check down. I mean, it's going to be helpful for McCarthy's numbers. McCarthy, but I love your point that what if he's good, right? Like, that's the floor. What if he's good? I mean, he could be really good.
So J.K. Dobbins was our pick the last time. Are you a J.K. Dobbins guy? Just at this price, seems pretty good.
I think we took Harvey last time and not Dobbins, but I like Dobbins.
Yeah. Our last pick, they were the Sidekick wanted us to take J.K. Dobbins.
The last time up. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, he was good last year, and he's in a good offense, good situation. I think Sean Payton uses the backs a lot, generates a lot of valuable opportunities from running backs, and rotates them. I have no issue being in on both Harvey and Dobbins at cost in the Sean Payton backfield, the way that they do things.
Yep. I did it last year. I was, and I guess I know you were too. You were a big Javonte guy. I think it was a sharp take last year. Like, it seemed like at cost, all of the Denver guys were good picks. It didn't really work out because none of them really separated, and the offense was just not great overall. And but I still think it's like this year, I think it's going to be a better offense.
I mean, one of my takes was that the floor for running back targets was probably top 5 in the league, and they did finish top 5 in the league in running back targets, even though it was like the worst running back situation you can imagine. It was a floor situation. Yeah, but it worked out somewhat favorably. Will you click running back? I think this is probably still a running back pick. Can you click ADP? That's their ranks, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Here's ADP.
I don't like Bigsby at all. I don't really like Roschon. Maybe I should like Roschon more. I don't know. Do you have a guy? We don't have to go here if there's
I take a lot of Roschon. And we could take Brenton Strange. No, we already have two.
We have two. Is there a QB we would be taking here?
DJ Giddens.
Unclick running back. I mean, we could take Giddens if that's I'd rather just take a rookie and just pull up a rookie.
All right.
Take most of the guys that are out here.
All right.
I don't know what his ADP is and how much we just reached, but I'm definitely into.
We did reach a little bit, but I think we're at the point in the draft where it's like that's okay. Like,
and I mean, at this point, we kind of do need to take 3 or 4 rookies, and you can't take them.
Yeah, we only have so many picks left
every round, so like it's okay to pull them up. Is sort of the way that I like. Like last draft, we didn't get Giddens because we took Dylan Sampson, pulled him up.
That's right.
And Giddens went right after that.
All right, so let's look at it. So we have Patrick Mahomes and JJ McCarthy at quarterback. At running back, we have Devin Achane, Bashal Tutin, J.K. Dobbins, DJ Giddens. Wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua, JSN, Xavier Worthy, Chris Olave, Jordan Addison, Josh Downs, tight end Mark Andrews, and Dallas Goedert. So I think we could take one more quarterback. Okay, apparently Stafford must have gone. He must have gone a little early. Okay, no, he just went at 153.
So probably the quarterback is Daniel Jones again, if we want to go that route. Because
you don't like Shuck, right? So it's
no.
Have you seen the Tyler Shuck lowlights?
I have not. I have not watched Tyler Shuck. I should probably do that.
So at the combine, there's the one throw that he made where he like throws and turns off the throw, and it's just like nowhere close, and it's very, very funny how bad of a throw it is. And yeah, people are like, "Oh, his other throws were good. You're just picking on him." But I mean, it's a bad throw. And then there's the play that he made in college where he's scrambling out of the pocket and he's running towards the sideline and he's like under pressure and he just underhands the ball into no man's land at like 2 linebackers from the other team. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Like it's like a brain fart of a play. Look up Tyler Shuck crazy play or whatever. I mean, it's pretty hilarious the way he just flips the ball forward like he's trying to throw a pick. It didn't get intercepted, but it looks like it got intercepted. But it's an absurd play. It's a crazy enough play. I remember in draft season, Sam Monson, formerly of PFF, I think he's with the 33rd team now. He was tweeting about it a lot, and he was like, "If I was in a meeting room with Tyler Shuck in the pre-draft process, I would need an hour to have him go over this play. Like, I need to sit him down for like an hour and have him discuss what he was thinking about and what he was doing on this particular play, because it's just an insane thing." And this dude is he's like 30. He played 7 years of college ball across 3 teams. He never even got on the field at any of them. And people use that as a positive. They say, oh, he learned all these different systems.
He's NFL
None
ready.
of them wanted him to play on the field. He didn't put up any stats until last year. And his stats last year weren't good. When he's playing and he's, we do the age-adjusted stuff. He's 7 years older than everyone else on the field. And he still can't, he's playing with little kids. And he still can't put up stats. The fact that he went in the high second round is absurd. Quarterback evaluation is tough. I may be completely wrong on him in long term, but I'm not making that bet. That's not a bet that I want to be a part of.
I don't really want to either. I also think it's very possible somebody else just beats him out. Maybe not. It seems like he's going to start the season, from what from what I understand.
They took him high enough that they're going to play him, but I think
Daniel Jones, B Monies did it to us. All right. Do we want Will Shipley, another running back?
Shipley's definitely a viable pick here. We could just go to the Dylan Sampson tier of rookies.
That is true. He's still there.
I think I would just go Sampson. Because I think Giddens is a pretty pure handcuff, and I think Tootin's maybe a little more handcuffy than I want him to be. I like him a lot, but I think I'm not as confident he's going to have a clear role. I do think his ceiling is absurd. And I don't like Tank Bigsby very much. I think the Tank Bigsby advanced stats are a little inflated by a couple games against the Colts, where the Colts were just horrible at tackling at that time of the year. They had a bunch of linebacker injuries, and Bigsby had some big games, and people think Bigsby's better than he is. It's a whole new regime. And Tank Bigsby had a terrible rookie year, and there's a lot of reasons to think that they went out and got Tootin. They like Tootin as the number 2, but it's still a little bit, competitive there with a lot of different names. So anyway, Sampson's standalone role was the edge there for me over Shipley. Giddens is behind Jonathan Taylor. Shipley's behind Saquon. You do need some production at some point, and I think Sampson's going to give more of a weekly floor than his price is saying at all.
Yeah. All right. So we are about to be back on the clock. Do you think Rico Dowdle has much standalone value? He might have some.
I think Trevor Etienne's enough of a threat that I don't like that.
Okay.
He could have some for sure. He probably will be the RB2 early in the year, but
Marshawn Lloyd, some of the coach speak is positive.
Okay. Will you click running back again?
Yeah.
We're probably looking running back again here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Lloyd's fine. Jarquez Hunter, Braylon Allen is still he was the youngest player in the league last year. He's younger than a lot of the rookies this year, and he actually showed that he's good. I think it would be Braylon Allen. They want to use multiple backs. And I still like Breece Hall.
My first Braylon Allen. It's a nice ADP fall, so it's that'll be my first Braylon Allen chair.
He's a big physical back that was 20 years old, at least at the start of last year.
Yeah,
and showed that he was probably good enough to play at the NFL level already at that age. And now, they're talking about they have an incredible room. When you hear their coach talk about it, he says they have the 3 best backs in the league or whatever he was saying, or the best 3 backs in the league. They, I think, really like him. So,
yeah,
I think he's an interesting ad.
So, Index of Suspicion says, Christ, you're still alive. We are still alive, and we are about to bring on another guest. Gretch said that if Sack shows up while he's still going, just bring him on the stage because he would love to stream with Sack. I am excited to bring Sackreligious on to the stream. Sack, how are you doing today?
Doing well. Good to see you, Gretch. I've been
what's up, buddy?
Not too much, man. Been missing not having you on Ship Chasing, so always good to hear your voice, man.
Yeah, good to see you too. It's been a while. Yeah, I've been missing Ship Chasing as well. It's starting to heat up this time of year for sure. I was taking some more time in the winter and the spring for family stuff, but out here doing some streams. I was on Best Ball Breakfast with Pete. Probably go on Ship Chasing again here pretty soon.
Nice. Looking forward to that.
You're gonna join with the new guys on Ship Chasing. That'd be fun.
I think I did that once before the draft already, and
okay,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe when I went on, Davis was off. We just did a throwback show, but then I was on the whole draft stream as well. Obviously got to go have some fun during the draft.
It was shocking and sad when Gretch left Ship Chasing. I was like, "What? Come on, you can't break up the band."
This streaming game, man. Like you got to get so focused for it. I'm a dad now, man. Like I can't do this every week. I've been a dad for a long time, but I'm a lot more focused on the family stuff at this point. I'm not missing the weekly live streams. Honestly, like it's
Okay.
it's a whole lifestyle.
It is. Like when I haven't done it for a while, it's hard for me to get back into it because it's just like you got to like kind of get up for it. Like you have to get your energy up to like talk to people, and yeah, it can be tough sometimes if you're not feeling well at all. You're tired, just like it's tough.
It's either like caffeine or booze or something to get yourself going. I drink a lot on the shows on Ship Chasing. Reference that as part of the reason that I didn't drink from January 1st through May. I had my first drink of 2025 on June 1st this year, which was like
no way.
I was just working out a bunch. It wasn't even like a huge intent thing. It was just I was working out a bunch and enjoying being a little healthier. So those are I made the trade-off count is the point,
Yeah. Good. Nice work.
Jarquez Hunter went there. Sack, look at our team real quick. Tell us what we should do with this last turn. I want to know your expert.
Okay. Oh gosh. Let me get acquainted real fast. McCarthy, Mahomes, running back. Okay. Scroll down. Hit me with receivers real quick. We're
going to go to Jackson.
We're strong as fuck at receiver. Okay. What about tight end? Okay. This is a fun tight end spot. There's a couple running backs we can take here at the end. Flip to tight end real quick.
You want to go tight end? Okay.
Yeah, JT Sanders. I like that.
Yeah. I was going to ask about Coker. You would stop at 6 receivers here?
Your receivers are so strong. Yeah.
You would just stop at 6. Great. Yeah. No, I love Sanders and Coker as very similar plays.
Yeah, you could basically this last pick is like whoever the best flex player is to me. Are there any quarterbacks left that are like starting QBs? I saw you guys get sniped on Daniel Jones.
Right.
Yeah, no, never mind. Don't do that.
Nothing great there.
Yeah, Marshawn Lloyd's fun here. Corum's fine here. I like Jarquez Hunter better than Corum, but it's like if people are going to give you Corum in the 18th, I think it's with how much I want to draft Hunter, I feel like it's kind of prudent to also take Corum. So I'm like, if this Kyron thing doesn't, hold up for another.
Can you click running back real quick?
Yep.
Yeah, Tahj. Oh, did Tahj Brooks just go?
No. Tahj Brooks is another great one. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Tahj Brooks here quite a bit. We missed him on the last draft. Let's grab him.
There we go.
Yeah, you already got my favorite rookie back of DJ Giddens.
He's your favorite?
He's one of my highest owned. Yeah.
Nice. Siegel loves the talent there too. Being behind Jonathan Taylor, it just is like a little bit too handcuffy for me, I think, as I was kind of describing it. Yeah. I mean, obviously there's a lot of handcuffs back in this range, but I've been telling Neil since the first draft that like Dylan Sampson's going to get a lot more work than people realize. I think Braylon Allen's going to get more work than people realize. I think Tahj Brooks is going to play more. When you're behind a guy like JT, like it's you kind of just need him to miss some time, probably. Makes it a little trickier. But if he does miss time, I think DJ Giddens is going to be a smash. Absolutely.
The clear RB2. He's one of those picks that I'm like, I think I like him because I take him so much, but I take him so much because I'm using the sidekick because Sack likes him so much. So it's a whole thing. I don't even know what my take is on DJ Giddens.
What's your big excitement level on him about? Just the profile, or?
I mean, pre-draft, if you think about like how we were framing him pre-draft in the profile, he was like in the same bucket as like the RJ Harvey and the Dylan Sampson. Even pre-draft, people were really into Sampson because the buzz was he's so safe. All the rumors are he's like almost a lock for day 2, like potentially round 2. And then we found out like, oh yeah, a lot of these guys that think they have inside info don't have anything at all. And so then Sampson kind of gets flipped on his head. And then I feel like the profile is more laid bare and you're like, oh yeah, he wasn't like incredible. He's the thing that's cool about Sampson is if he had gotten put into an opportunity, like pretend the Bears drafted Sampson in the 4th or the 5th. Like, I think we're all pretty confident that by the end of the season, he's the one getting the majority of the workload there. Cause that's like, he's kind of, he's almost like a Devin Singletary, but like still exciting. There's like things that are unknown. He could do everything though. Kind of where Devin Singletary like has this thing where he's the creeping Ivy of a backfield. Like he just ends up taking over everything because he can do it all competently. I feel like Sampson's kind of like that. And so when you pair him with Judkins and Ford, it's less exciting because it's like, shit, now I need the dominoes to fall to really get me the stuff that makes me excited about this guy. But Giddens was always in that same like cohort pre-draft for me anyway of, just as exciting as the RJ Harvey. Like honestly, before the draft, I probably preferred Giddens to Harvey, but I liked them both a lot. And so I just think it's easy to let the situation get you unexcited about a guy, but it wouldn't be too surprising if Giddens just comes in and he's getting like enough that, halfway through the season, you get a usable week or two out of him, and the contingent upside's really, really strong for where he goes.
For sure.
All right, let me read off our team. So this is the final team. We can give some grades on it. Quarterback, we have Patrick Mahomes and JJ McCarthy. Running back, we have Devin Achane, Bashal Tootin, J.K. Dobbins, DJ Giddens, Dylan Sampson, Braylon Allen, and Tahj Brooks. Wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua, JSN, Xavier Worthy, Chris Olave, Jordan Addison, and Josh Downs. Tight end, we have Mark Andrews, Dallas Goedert, and JT Sanders. Gretch, so we have Mahomes just single stacked with Xavier Worthy. We have McCarthy, I believe, just single stacked also with Jordan Addison. No bringbacks for either of those in week 17. I do not have the week 16 schedules memorized, but still, we've got them both stacked up. I think we're pretty strong at every position. How do you feel about it, Gretch?
The Daniel Jones snipe, I think, is pretty meaningful. It's kind of a bummer.
Yeah,
I think we're lacking QB ceiling enough to just kind of have stopped it. I guess that's not totally fair. We really like the Minnesota offense. We're talking about it. And Mahomes, when you're drafting him and you're drafting Worthy, you're playing Kansas City to look like they haven't the last couple of years and look a little bit more exciting. But we are, I look at these QBs and I wish we could have gotten a third one there, especially because we stopped at 6 receivers. It's kind of weird to, we went 6 receivers in the first 7, but to stop at 6, but also not like address it, the QB stuff that I'm talking about with a third QB. And instead we have 3 tight ends when we maybe don't need it because we had Andrews and Goddard, and we have 7 running backs, and we maybe don't need it because we have Achane as like a legit anchor. And yet I like all the players, and I like what Zach was saying, like, because I do think a lot of it was just sort of best flex, and I do think it was smart to just take some of the things I was just saying aren't fatal flaws. They're just things you'd like to address, but it doesn't mean you chase. Like, you don't take Russell Wilson there when Daniel Jones goes. You take what you can, and what we could take was JT Sanders and Tahj Brooks. I think are 2 really interesting 17 and 18 round picks, and could be key players based on the way that the season, plays out. It's a unique build, the way that it came together, but I like all the players. I like the things that we did. And I think, our RB2, we didn't take until, much later.
Facial too. Like that was a really, like, I'm more like, I'm less inclined to take volume at running back if I feel really good about like 2 or 3, like the anchor RB. Like I love that we got one anchor and then like just like spread it out with a bunch of solid bets, I think, for the RB2 and RB3 slot.
Yeah.
But I agree.
7 backs makes a lot of sense.
2, 7, 6, 3 is definitely not a usual structure for me, but
I guess the third tight end is the one that I was like kind of in real time. I was kind of intrigued by your thoughts there, Sack, but I like it. I mean, I think it's a lot of fun, but what were you thinking there as it related to Andrews and Goddard and wanting a third?
Yeah, one of the things that we noticed with the Sims that at least like clarified for me is the frequency that you score 0 points or like so close to 0 points with 2 tight ends of that level is way too high to be comfy with. Like, when you start looking at what's happening in the playoff rounds, which to me, that's the part of best ball that people do the worst at. Like, when we were sitting all the different formats, people right now, like the general consensus of what's good, it's actually pretty good for the marathon. Like, people right now draft good for total cumulative points. People draft pretty poorly for advancing through single week elimination format. If you just think of it like, what does the curve look like? Like, if I'm thinking of like, this is the normal distribution curve, or it's not normal, but just to get an image in your head, like, what does that look like for the tight end? Just having one tight end, you've got this curve. Then when you add 2 tight ends together and you're getting to take max value of the sum of these 2 distributions, then it kind of shifts it a little bit. You get a little fewer zeros, a little fewer on the lower end outcomes, right? Adding that third one in, even a late one, really helps, man. You're just, when you think through like, what's the probability that tight end 1 and tight end 2, just think of it through this lens to like keep it easier in your head, but don't score a touchdown that week, let alone the fact that they need to be healthy. And by the time you get to the end of the season, you're looking at like probably greater than a 10% chance that either one of those guys are injured, right? And so then it's, okay, probability that either one or both of them are injured and they don't score a touchdown, like, that all of a sudden gets to be a pretty high number. And so that third tight end just does a lot simply by existing. Even if it's like, yeah, JT Sanders scores 3 touchdowns the whole season, you're like, that sounds awesome given the probability that I'm taking a 0 in, like, you might be in the finals and both of your tight ends are dead, and that 6 points can be like $100,000 pay jump for you. And so that's what we found in the Sims, and that's kind of the premise behind the third quarterback thing too. Like, your team might go off and literally just be begging for, like, dude, we need 10 points at quarterback, like we need 8 from tight end, and we're looking at life-changing money. And it's like, if you can insulate yourself from that and you're giving up almost nothing at the skill position
because of how good the receivers already were. Yeah.
Exactly. Because that's
what it bought us.
Too. Yeah. When you take Xavier Worthy, the thing that I'm doing when I take Worthy is like, it's a pretty polarized outcome. Like, either Worthy is such a nuclear smash because he just is what the upside case is, and that's like so crazy. And so when I'm taking it and I'm stacking it with Mahomes, it's like, all right, like, I've got Puka and was it JSN and Worthy as my first 3 receivers. Like, it's going to be hard for a 7th receiver. And then you have Olave and Addison and Downs. Like, it's just really hard for that 7th receiver to do something here. It's so much easier for the third tight end. And
your point about the just thinking about it in terms of touchdowns, I think resonates as a simplification, but especially for this room where Andrews has real routes issues and Goddard has, if AJ Brown and Devonta Smith are healthy, real, target, like those guys can both have a 3 target game the same week fairly easily. And if they don't score a touchdown, I mean, you just completely sold me on that. If you do build like a certain way, like we did 6 receivers in the first 7 rounds, you give yourself that flexibility where tacking on the 7th receiver, not super necessary. What do I get in that build? I was saying I felt like we didn't get that third QB out of it, which I wanted to, but now I feel really good about the fact that we got the third tight end out of it. So I'm glad I asked you to jump in there because you jumped in with a really sweet addition. That's awesome.
Well, I like your receiver room. This is a strong start here.
I've always said that we like
no
people
surprise.
Don't talk about best ball.
I like taking.
People don't talk about best ball enough in terms of barrier to entry. Like, I really think like the barrier to entry, and Zach kind of just described it, the barrier to entry for this wide receiver room really high. Like, because we have such good wide receivers, it's going to be tough to break in with an 18th round pick. Like Jalen Royals, is he going to beat out all of these 6 wide receivers? Whereas like Zach was describing, like to beat out these 2 tight ends any given week for somebody like JT Sanders, just so much easier. I thought that was really, really well explained by Zach. So we are going to talk some Sims. We're going to do some more drafting. Gretch, you're welcome to stay around if you have questions for Zach. If you want to talk about the Sims,
I love talking to Zach. My daughter just got home from school. I had to bounce. We did 2 drafts in a row. Zach, we'll get on a show together again soon enough. But that was an awesome taste for what everyone else is about to get, because I just feel like I just learned a shit ton about how tight end distributions get. I'm like, I want to go draft like 10 more teams right now, but I do got to run. So
okay, Gretch, it was very fun. Really appreciate you hopping on for both of these. Do you have anything that you have coming up that you want to tell people, direct people to?
Yeah, I'm just doing my projections right now. The Establish the Edge projection series that people love to ask about this time of year. Me and Leone, we're getting started a little earlier this year. We're starting tomorrow morning, our first division. So that's going to start hitting the Establish the Edge podcast feed pretty soon. You got Stealing Bananas with me and Sean Siegel. A lot of good stuff going on over there. We've already drafted a couple FFPC main events that are on our feed. Recorded another episode yesterday. And then I haven't done as much written content at my newsletter, but that's where you get most of my main stuff at bengretch.substack.com. And I'm going to be doing a bunch of content around those projections in the next weeks and month or so.
I look forward to that content with Leone every year. That's one of my favorite pieces every summer. So look forward to that. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Ben. Enjoy your family time.
Yeah. Great to see both of you guys. Later.
Good to see you, Gretch.
Right. Later, Gretch. Zach, good to have you on. Also, you, as I recall, are both of your parents educators? Is that correct?
Yeah, both math teachers.
So that's where you get it. So you're a very good educator yourself. I think it just comes naturally. You're good at explaining why things work the way they do.
Thank you. I try.
I very much enjoyed it. And you should wait until after the stream, of course. But for people who have not already watched the Leg Up stream with Sack and Shady and Corain, I thought that was a really good, really fun listen on how the Sims were built. sounded to me like Shady does, I think, the majority of the building, and it sounded like to me like you and Karain are like scheming together, like figuring out what to tell Shady to do. Is that correct?
Yeah. So Karain is like our resident ball knower, and then I'm like, when it comes to the ball knowing stuff, I'm like substantially worse than Karain, and when it comes to the sim stuff, I'm substantially worse than Shady.
Sure,
But
sure.
I dabble in both worlds enough that I can be like the bridge between the two of them. So it's kind of fun. It's like, it's humbling because you're like, okay, I'm definitely not the best at either of the things here, but you know, you can have.
Oh, you're the second best at
experience.
both. You're the second best at both. You're not willing to say that, but yeah, you're good enough at both. Takes a lot of skill to be good at both of those things. Yeah, so we'll talk about. So we are using currently the sim version of the Sidekick. Doesn't look any different. If I did it right, I think I uploaded it correctly. No, it says beta version. This is what I just downloaded today. So we're using
Perfect.
the sim version. So it doesn't look any different to the user than previous iterations of the Sidekick. Correct? Is that
correct? Yeah. Would you show me like the bottom of the little thing? I just want to make sure we're on sim mode. If you drag up the window. You are on classic right now. So where it says classic, that's okay. This is going to be a fun experience. So algo type, go ahead and change that from classic to sim.
Look at that.
And now we'll be on the sim version. And it'll take a little bit to load there, but not surprising to me that it wants Blake Corum at basically like the backs that we were talking about there, where it's like Marshawn Lloyd and Tahj Brooks and Blake Corum. All of those fit this team really well because you had one running back that's like gonna play every week. Devon Achane is basically in your lineup. Then you had 5 other guys through till this last pick where it was like there's really strong upside with most of them, and some of them have like decent starting volume that we can project. Like Dobbins should give us something to like help paper over some of the early weeks while we're waiting for some of those later season profiles to come on. And so tacking on another one of those, because there's not really anything you could take here. I actually think Miles Sanders would probably have been, if he wasn't top guy for you, he would have been very near the top player in the Sims where he was going.
I think he was taken.
Earlier when he was right before your guys' pick that he went.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Because he would have fit this room perfectly because you've got the upside of Giddens, you've got the upside of Tootin, but it's like we just need a little, and I know we're going to take more backs. Your receivers are so strong. You're going to hammer more backs. And so Sanders is like, does he have upside? Hell no. Like this, we're hoping he's scoring 14 on a great week. You know, he gets a touchdown and 70 yards and a couple catches or something. But he's just like, all right, let's paper over the blank spot in my RB2 that happens certainly in some of these weeks, and eventually get in Sampson, Allen, Brooks, one of those guys, or this Blake Corum, comes on, and they eventually like blow Sanders out of the water. We put him on the shelf, but that's one of the things I like the best about the Sims is they really are good at putting the whole puzzle together of your team.
So this is a team where the barrier to entry for running back 2 might be like 5 points in a given week, where somebody like Miles Sanders suddenly is very valuable in that case, whereas other teams where you have really strong top 3 receivers. So the Sims are going to be better at kind of giving you the texture that you need. So that's something that like the Sidekick doesn't really, or like the classic mode maybe doesn't quite as much factor in like the, late season versus early season production of players and like the safety of players, whatever. Whereas the Sims version is going to factor in exactly the type of textural player that you need at any given point. Is that kind of one of the big differences?
Yeah, that's really well put. And I like your framing of the barrier to entry to like crack your roster. That's a really good way to frame it. And you can it's easy to think through with the onesie positions where when you just think through like, hey, what's the probability that a quarterback or a tight end gets injured? And then I literally just have one guy, if you just drafted 2 of them, right? Like the barrier to entry all of a sudden becomes very low in a pretty high number of outcomes, right? Like if you look at historical injury rates for players in the NFL, you're like, okay, like by the time I get through a whole season, like 10% of the time, if I had only 2 of this onesie position, then I'm only playing with 1 score. And then it's like, all right, and how often does that one player score something well below replacement level? It's like, oh, okay, like a decent amount. So adding that third one really does help. And it's not like, I feel like it's easy to conflate drafting like you're right with like nothing will ever go wrong. And that's kind of like overdoing it. You more want to draft like you're right, but understand that there's so much chaos that your brain can't hold all the different, very feasible, very realistic outcomes of an NFL season in it at once. It's just not really like your human brain does not have the RAM for that.
We're really dumb compared to computers. I mean, take Brock Bowers. You take Brock Bowers at pick 15, and he's averaging 16 fantasy points or whatever is this about 18 fantasy points a game through week 12. Then he gets hurt for 4 weeks, and you just like for those 4 weeks you're missing. And like the barrier to entry, if you have just one other tight end and it's late round tight end, the barrier to entry during those 4 weeks is going to be really low for your second tight end there. And then he comes back and he smashes in the playoffs. So like you were right, he was great for most of the regular season. He smashed in the playoffs, but still there's just kind of giving some of like the nuance to that discussion. Is like you can be very right. The player that you pick can even be great in the regular season and the playoffs, but they're still going to miss weeks, and there's going to be times that you can taper over them. So we're about to. I'm about to enter a 30-second. Actually, I'll enter it right now. So this is a 30-second BBM. So I'm entering it right now. We're going to use the Sims version here, and 10 more to start. So if you want to get in, you have plenty of time to get in this draft with me and Sack. Again, it is a 30-second BBM. Sack, I still think I'm still trying to figure out some of the nuances of the Sim version. Oh, what am I doing here? Of the Sim version. So Shady, he simulated out the seasons several different times, and my understanding from what was said on the stream was, it's at the bottom. Oh no, wow, we're almost full. Was that it's basically like one of the Sims is then going to be like inputted into the Sidekick. Is that correct? Because that's
it's not just one. It's a few.
Okay, good. Okay,
multiple thousands. It's tens of thousands.
Oh, I see. So one like batch of Sims is going to be like for this. Okay.
So there are tens and tens of thousands of Sims that we have saved, where we can go and look at those and say these are all seasons that have happened. And then in your draft, we're going to batch tens of thousands of those.
Yes.
And then we're going to look at all of those and how they fit together and determine which pick would add the most EV to your team. And that's really like the high level zoomed out. That's what they're doing.
That makes a lot more sense to me. I was like, this can't be right. Cause like, if it's just like one Sim, then it could be like crazy. Things could go really wonky if that's the case. Okay. That makes me feel a lot better. I assumed that was wrong. I was just like, I wanted to kind of flesh out exactly what that means. So like this is going to refresh in a minute here. I want to make sure I'm still on. Yeah. Still have Sim mode. So once this fills, it'll refresh. Oh, we got the 107. So now it's refreshing with the batch of Sims that from Shady's work. All right, so we got the 107. How do you feel about the 107?
I like basically I just want a spot where the spots I don't like as much are like 105, 106, where I feel like I'm often compelled to take a falling running back if the room has been taking the wide receivers ahead of me. Yeah. And so one thing we did with the Sims is if we just had absolute raw Sim output here, then you really wouldn't take running back in the first round. Because the Sims, Pat wrote about this, but in his draft plan article, like he's really been thinking about what can I get later in drafts. And that's really a helpful way to try and dissect every new draft landscape we get, because there's changing prices. Like the puzzle is different every year. And so you can't just come with some like rule of thumb approach that you've used every year and say, this is going to work this year, because you're dealing with a totally different set of parameters every single year. Right. And so in this landscape, the Sims really think that there's a pretty big difference between these top receivers and the next receivers. And they think there's a smaller difference between these top running backs and the very next running backs.
Okay.
And so if you just did pure Sim output, we would not see running backs at the start. We don't think it's super prudent from a portfolio standpoint to be like, hey, everybody, enjoy 0% Saquon, 0% Bijan, 0% Gibbs. You know, you're going to ride or die by these wide receivers. So we want to give you a more balanced approach that we still think is going to be good. And so in the first round especially, we're going to have a very small ADP component to it, where we're leaning on, hey, the market has told us these are really good players. We agree with them. We have them ranked that way as well. The Sims just say, hey, if you're trying to exploit this situation, the best way to exploit it is take these receivers. So I have been leaning more into taking those receivers in the first round. But if I get a falling running back, I'll happily take a running back. But 7 is really nice because often I can get Puka here, or I can sometimes get a falling CD. But I'd happily take Puka.
So one question that I meant to ask Gretch and never actually got around to it was his thoughts on Christian McCaffrey. I feel like Christian McCaffrey is one of those players that I have been kind of fading, and not really on purpose, but he keeps rising up the board, and I'm not moving him up in my ranks at all. He still like really scares me, but like scares me to draft him, like because I'm like, this is just going to be a 0. But then every time I fade him, I'm like, he's going to score 20 fantasy points per game and just absolutely crush me. What are your thoughts on Christian McCaffrey?
Well, like, let's hypothetically in this scenario, I think we can all agree, even the most bullish Christian McCaffrey person can all agree there is some heightened risk of him having injury risk, or even if it's not injury, that his level of play has fallen off due to, missing an entire season from Achilles tendonitis. But maybe he's totally fine from the Achilles tendonitis. Okay. Being freshly injured off of a PCL tear, like that happened under a year ago. Like, okay. So there's a lot of things where I think it's very reasonable to say there is some downside risk with Christian McCaffrey that's greater than the downside risk with lots of these other first round picks. Mm-hmm. You could make a case that the upside for Christian McCaffrey is higher than every other first round pick. I don't think that's the case. I think it's really high, if not the best, like right up there with the very best guys. But when you include that he's got that increased downside risk, Bauer's a smash here, don't even really talk about it. When you include that increased downside risk with Christian McCaffrey, it starts to become like unnecessary to expose yourself to that degree of risk when you're saying the ceiling is pretty similar to everyone else. And even if it's better, it just doesn't really matter unless you're saying the downside risk doesn't really exist at all in the way that, that I think would be prudent to say that it does. So for me, I'm okay being pretty underweight on him. Just because there's not really a need to expose yourself to that risk when I think all of these players have such a substantial weekly ceiling.
You just said like sort of the way that I think, but you just phrased it so much better than like, I'm like, I feel like that's like sort of the calculation going on in my mind is like, yeah, like he might absolutely smash, but like he could be healthy all year and Jahmyr Gibbs could still outscore him. Bijan Robinson could still outscore him. He's probably not going to separate from them, but I feel like the risk is, I think you just explained that so well. I love having you on. You're just, you've got the educator gene. You explain things so well. I think that was perfectly said. So, and I'm glad to hear that you're also like coming out on the side of like being underweight on him. Are you a 4% exposure guy with somebody like Christian McCaffrey?
I'm not. I'm more driving my exposure just by what the Sims are. I feel very good about our process on like how we got to our inputs on the Sims, and then I feel extremely confident the math that we are doing behind it is correct, because I have a great deal of confidence that Shady's math on the Sims is correct.
Yeah,
and I've gotten to look under the hood, and we've really. I mean, there are so many conversations just from in the whole process of building it where we're like, man, this result that we're getting from it seems so weird. It seems so counterintuitive. And, like Christian McCaffrey, for instance, was one where Pat was like, how can that be? Because we have his ceiling is so high, like and we're reflecting it as such. And it doesn't make sense that the Sims say he's basically undraftable. And so we stepped through and looked at the math and really, really dove into the details on it. It's like, yeah, it's just because there is too much downside risk here relative to all of the other options in the first round. All of them have downside risk. Every single one of these players can be a 0 because everyone can get injured, right? It's just you have the increased risk of that his baseline performance could be lower, and you have the risk that his, actual like, hey, this guy could get re-injured can also be, more significant than the other players. So
we'll make our next pick, and then I have a follow-up thought question. But
so one thing that I mean, this seems like this is your first actual sim draft then, since you were on Classic.
Apparently, I thought I'd been drafted on Sims, but yes,
I would say to everyone who is trying out the Sims on beta, your first time through, you should click the top guy every time, just because you need to see like
I want to see how the draft works out.
I've done, I've done hundreds and hundreds of drafts testing the Sims, and then I've, got the experience of thousands of drafts worth of looking at the underlying data and stepping through like the calculations for what's happening here. Who are we evaluating against? Like what is the sim telling us? Why is this player better than that player? Like, what does it do for us in the regular season, in the playoff weeks, in the finals? Like, how does it impact the EV? And so I really think that if you're going to use the Sims before you start IKBing stuff, you should just see what happens and why it tells you to do stuff. And so there might be a spot here during this draft where we IKB, but it would likely be because we're like, this guy is getting recommended 3 rounds ahead of ADP.
Yep.
And there's opportunity cost. Sometimes a guy's being recommended 3 rounds ahead of ADP because the 3 best picks for your team are all 3 rounds from now. And that'll happen in the later rounds. And that was something where that took me a lot of painful learning, testing the Sims, where I was like, I would IKB something, and then we'd go back and test because we have the ability to sim it against different variations of the team. Okay. And then it's like, no, you idiot. The Sims told you the right answer. You IKB'd off of the right answer, and you drafted a shittier team because you were beholden to ADP in the 150s for some reason. Like that predicts anything. It's like, no, dude, the best picks were all the guy going at 170, the guy going at 176, and the guy going at 181. But you had to take the guy at 150 because his ADP is earlier.
I just I was watching a stream earlier. I heard JGFC, and so I'm going to click O'Mara and Hampton because I happen to know that's what you want me to do. JGFC saying that he wants to stream all 150 of his drafts, just like he's not on stream, he's just in streams. That's pretty funny. So continuing, glad I can help you continue here. So we're going. So we only have 1 wide receiver through 4 rounds. These Sims are broken, Sack. Come on, what's going on? That was actually that was one of the funnier parts of the stream you did with Pat. What was the Pat actually asked you about that? Like, why does it keep on telling me to draft running backs or whatever? Like, can you check this? And it turned out that it was actually right. That was working.
And this is the cool thing to me. There will be times like this where it's like 1 wide receiver through 4 or 5 even or 6 sometimes. Right now it's the Sims, the Sidekick is only available on desktop. You just can't interface with a mobile app. There's no Underdog doesn't have something where you could interface with it like that on the phone. We do have rankings at Legendary Upside where you can just download, typical static rankings, and you could upload those if you're a mobile drafter only. But yeah,
he was asking earlier about like he liked all this stuff where it shows you like the buyer overlap, the week 17 teammate, all that kind of stuff. So that kind of stuff you can't see. You don't have that, but you do have rankings.
Yeah. Okay. And there is we had on the apps page at Legendary Upside, if you were a Sidekick subscriber, there's a way to basically either on a web page that you could access on mobile or like a secondary device, you could pull up all of this stuff still. I would say if you're just going to mobile draft, don't get the Sidekick. Just there's so much of the value as being able to do it on desktop. And I'm not trying to, tell everyone, oh, go get the Sidekick if it's not a good thing for you. Like if it's a good thing for you, I think you'll definitely get value out of it. But if you're a mobile only drafter, I would say it's probably not going to be something that's worth it for you. But definitely the rankings, and you can hop in the Leg Up Discord, and we're happy to, always talk shop in there.
Since we're assuming that Pat's not watching and we can just be totally candid here, where would you say that barrier is? Where it's like, where is it worth it for you to be a Sidekick user? Because it is fairly expensive, but like for some of you, if you're
maxing BBM, you should probably have the Sidekick. Because like I'm assuming you're not only doing BBM. That's kind of my litmus test though with like how hardcore you're taking best ball. Oh man, we get awesome. Whatever happens here, we get an awesome pick. This is great.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, so if you're maxing BBM, I assume you're probably doing like 500-ish drafts. I mean, also if you're doing like any volume in slow drafts, it's worth it just to save your sanity. Like prior to last season, I did 0 slow drafts really. Okay, nice. We get Jalen Hurts at pick 55. This is incredible.
And that's what you actually wanted to happen, isn't it? Like you were hoping that Zay Flowers would go so you could take Jalen Hurts. I figured.
But yeah, last year was my first year doing slow drafts, and like pretend that you got no joy from the actual drafting of best ball teams, and you're like, all I want is to have some process that as efficiently as possible gets me to from 0 teams to awesome portfolio of teams that I have a high degree of confidence or positive expected value that I get to sweat the whole NFL season with, and it's really fun for me, then you would get the sidekick and you would slow draft all your drafts, because that's the way you spend the least amount of time possible drafting best ball teams. Because all the time that Neil and I are spending where we are waiting for 11 other people to pick, if you are doing slow drafts, you only wait for yourself to pick, right? And so that's like, if you're like, this brings me no joy, this sitting in a draft room waiting for other people, this isn't for me, I just want the team done and I want to sweat it, then you do slow drafts. If drafting best ball teams is fun for you, the sidekick is a pretty fun way to do it, especially if you're like, I have my own thoughts and ideas and I have stuff that I want to do and accomplish in a draft, but it's also really cool to me to be able to see what Shady and Pat and Sack would say is the right thing to do. And I'll agree with them sometimes, and sometimes I'll disagree. I mean, for me personally, I would say like greater than 95% of my picks across a multiple thousand team portfolio are going to be top guy from The Sims.
Really?
Probably higher than 95%. I know Shady is going to be like 99% top guy. For me, I have like a couple player bias spots where in the rankings team, I know like, okay, I like George Pickens better than everyone else on the team likes George Pickens. And so I would actually take him over Zay Flowers, or I would take him over, you know, Cortland Sutton or DK Metcalf. And everyone else on the team more prudently than I is like, no, we should have some doubts about George Pickens for these very valid reasons. And I just spit in their face and I take George Pickens anyway. So there will be some things like that where I'm IKBing off the Sims, but for the vast majority of it, I feel very confident that the process that we're using is good.
I have a follow-up question, but we'll wait till after our pick. All right, Kamara.
This is going to be this is a really cool sim draft.
One wide receiver now through 6 rounds.
So I mean, there's so many different paths that it will take for you, but this was one that has been, you know, one of the ones that was hardest for us to wrap our head around. But when you think about it and look at the math that's happening under the hood, because we definitely were requested to do that by Pat when he started seeing teams like this get spit out. He's like, that can't be right. You got to, you got to prove it to me.
Fix this. Fix this now, Shady. Yeah.
So when we looked at it, what my interpretation is of what the Sims are doing in the vast majority of their drafts is they're trying to win the flex. They don't care how they win it. They are not dogmatically, they haven't sworn allegiance to the Piss Boys and they haven't sworn allegiance to the Boomers. The Sims just care about winning. And so they are looking at, how do I win the flex? How do I score more points in my flex than everyone else without sacrificing very many points at the non-flex positions? And so that's what they're doing. And so when you get these really good values on running back and people are getting thirsty at wide receiver, then the Sims are happy to lean into that. And you might get a room that goes totally the other direction, where people are hungry on running back and happy to leave wide receiver. I've had a team where the Sims had 1 running back through 9 rounds, so it can go both ways. It doesn't care how it's going to beat you in the flex. It'll do it with wide receiver. It'll do it with running back. It will do it with tight end. I have multiple teams where I have Brock Bowers, George Kittle, or Trey McBride, George Kittle. Really? I even have a couple Brock Bowers, Trey McBride teams because Trey McBride fell far enough. And that one's not even that hard to rationalize when you look at it, because Trey McBride's scoring more points than the vast majority of receivers going at the place in the draft that he goes. So
if he falls,
yeah. So anyway, that's kind of a neat thing about the Sims. They're not dogmatically aligned with some strategy. They're just extraordinarily flexible in the strategy they execute. And that's the thing that I think is the most powerful. It lets you really leverage what's going on in your room to get the best team that you can.
Our pick is coming up. I want to congratulate Doc Maverick, though, on getting the falling Joe Burrow. So he has Jamar Chase, Trey McBride, T. Higgins gets Burrow at 72. So that's kind of a fun start there for Doc Maverick.
Doc Maverick cooking.
Gotta shout that one out. All right, so Jaydon Reed goes. I believe Josh Downs will now be our top here. So this is a spot where, and we'll take it. But this is a spot where I know, because I listened to your stream, that one thing that you don't do yet with the Sims is it's not going to know, like, can we push this player, and like factoring in what other people have on the board. Like I would guess that, I don't know. Do you think it knows, like, because of his ADP, like you can Like if his ADP
So we
was
have a
114.
little bit of ADP stuff built
Okay.
in there. The Sims, yeah, I can't give away too much of how that's happening. But you're correct in that the Sims don't really care if they can get Josh Downs back or not. They just care about who's adding the most EV to your team.
Yeah.
Do the Sims take other team and matchups through first 14 within the pod? So the Sims don't have an awareness of what the other teams in your pod have drafted. They do have an awareness of what is required to advance out of round one, generally from a scoring standpoint, based on a bunch of Sims. And so the Sims do know and care heavily about advancing out of round one, as they do for all of the playoff rounds as well. So they're not going to like leave you high and dry on any of the rounds or anything, but they're not specifically looking at what's going on in your room as far as, hey, team one got this Joe Burrow double stack. They don't know that. They just know who's on your team, what do you need to maximize your EV, and then who's available still in the room for you to draft. I do have a fun treat. You mentioned, I'll pull this up here. You mentioned that the Sims don't have, hey, what's the probability of us pushing this guy and getting him back? I actually have created that model already. Pittman's a treat here. If Pollard had been on the board, that would have been a pretty great value, but JGFC gets an awesome pick there. I think Tony Pollard's a really strong pick for him there. But I actually have a model. This will eventually be a feature that we put on the Sidekick.
Very cool.
And it tells you the probability of a player coming back to you. And so we can do this for our next pick. We can kind of look and see, hey, what are the chances this guy comes back to us?
You're gonna, on the back end, you have a program, you're gonna put it in. That's cool.
Yeah.
Billy says that Pollard snipe hurt Sack to his soul. Yeah.
I don't think the Sims would have had him be our top choice here, because of how badly we need wide receiver now. But he's an awesome pick at value. He just he's underpriced right now. So kudos to JGFC, because I think that was a really strong pick from him. He also gets RJ Harvey at 64. So
yeah, he's eating up all of our running back value. Both of those, I thought we were going to get them at nice values, but he's getting them. Yeah, six picks past ADP for Tony Pollard, 5 picks past ADP for RJ Harvey. Do you think RJ Harvey's going to fall?
I think he'll fall a little bit more. He's fallen a lot more on DraftKings. And so I think that we'll see that. The ADP changes more rapidly on DraftKings than it does Underdog. So I think we will probably see him fall a little bit more. I think there's a pretty strong contingent of Slappy on Underdog, though, that will refuse to let him fall.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I don't think he gets RJ Harvey in the 7th round seems pretty unlikely to me. RJ Harvey in the mid to late 6th seems like it could happen.
Yeah. I was telling Ben, I think that most likely it's going to be we're already starting to see he'll fall in some drafts, but it's still I still see him come ahead of ADP, occasionally in some drafts, but I think it'll move slowly in that way, where it's there's going to be some where he falls really far and then people see it and they're like, well, why am I taking him at 55? He sometimes falls to 73, and will slowly move back. So it just takes a little bit longer there.
Yeah. I had a conversation with Pat where I said, do you think we should do the thing that I did last year with Rashee Rice, where I put out an all call to everyone in the Leg Up Discord and said, hey, it's National Don't Draft Rashee Rice Day. We're going to try and get the ADP to fall, because all of us we're the ones keeping the whole ship afloat right here. We're the ones drafting him. So let's pump the brakes, see if we can get ourselves a discount, because we're going to keep drafting him. And so that worked pretty well. I mean, we got Rashee Rice to fall, I think, almost 20 picks last year when we did that. Granted, it was on the back of the whole, hey, he's probably getting suspended for, the traffic stuff. But anyway, we talked about doing it for RJ Harvey, but Pat was like, I just cannot commit to not drafting RJ Harvey. So you can do that if you want. But
good luck. Yeah. Man, it's trying to tell me to take Cooper Kupp. This must be broken. Can we
So
talk to JD about
believe
this?
it or not, I think Cooper Kupp might be a pretty good pick here for our team. We just
have JSN, right?
volume,
No, we don't.
Then hang on, just for fun. So Cooper Kupp's got 90.8 ADP. He's a wide receiver. How about you guess? What do you think the probability is of Cooper Kupp coming back to you at pick 114? He's already past ADP.
8%.
8%. All right, we'll go ahead and see what the model says. Model says 5%. So pretty good. Pretty good, Neil.
This was an easier one because he's pretty far past ADP. I was thinking I might be too high. And sure enough, I was.
I mean, shoot, being within 3% there, I think is pretty good for the mental model.
Yeah, I mean, he was already 11 picks past ADP, something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to get a guy to fall. One of the cool things about the model is just that I feel like a lot of people would like say, oh, Cooper Kupp coming back at 114, that's 2 whole rounds past his ADP. That's like 0% chance. But you need to consider the fact that Cooper Kupp is already 1 round past ADP. So he's already fallen. Like, that's a different scenario than if you and I were at pick 1 and you said, hey, Sack, what's the probability Cooper Kupp goes at 114 this draft? That's a lot closer to 0%. Right. But because we've observed him already fall around, now we have a better probability of him actually coming back to us. So that was a cool thing in working with the model. That's
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was just wondering, like, players like Luther Burden's dealing with some sort of injury. It's going to be pretty hard, I would imagine, for the Sims to that quickly like react to that kind of stuff. So that I would imagine
we have that baked in. I mean, if there is news that has happened during the day, especially if it's big news, we go in as a rankings team. We make the updates to the inputs. If it's like urgent news, like for example, when I mean, this is kind of silly, but in hindsight, but at the time we were like, oh, this might be very relevant. When Noah Brown went down on the practice field and it didn't get carted off, and you're like, oh, it might be season ending. We immediately went in, changed his range of outcomes. Shady reran the Sims, and we had all of that stuff in new batch of Sims like in 30 minutes. So we can be pretty quick with it. This is an awesome spot for Jonnu here. So getting Jonnu here, and his ADP's fallen a lot. So even though it looks like a relatively small value, it's a pretty big value in like what he actually provides as far as like points to the team and his range of outcomes. And we think the probability of him being traded to Pittsburgh is quite low. Pat talked about it on ADP chasing, but it was more the, I don't like what you made for dinner, Dad. And it's okay, well, cook something for yourself then, Jonnu. And cook something for yourself was go sign with the Steelers then.
Yeah.
If you think you can support yourself.
That's
and we do not think that's likely. So
D-Ro says Evan Ingram smash zone. D-Bro, we're just following the sidekick right now. All right.
Evan Ingram definitely would come up there sometimes as well. That's the other thing about with the Sims, the diversification aspect of it to me is a lot better. Where you're truly getting hey, I've got these tens of thousands of seasons of Evan Ingram meshed with these tens of thousands of seasons with the rest of my roster. How do his points fit in here, compared to Jonnu Smith? And so you get that natural noise in there of, okay, we just grabbed this bunch of Sims, and in this bunch of Sims, Jonnu's weeks actually meshed with Bowers' weeks really well. And it built this beautiful harmony where the down Bowers weeks were up Jonnu weeks over these tens of thousands of iterations. And in the basket of Ingram Sims for this one, they just didn't mesh that well, out of the randomness. But the way that we're doing that really makes it a lot easier to get closer to a frequency that would be reasonable to take those players at, rather than like, oh, hey, we always take Jonnu here, we always take Ingram here. It's like, nope, it's going to mix it up because we think those are similar players. I think we do have a little bit of a lean to Jonnu. If it was like gun to my head straight up, who scores the most points in 10,000 seasons, believe that we would say Jonnu. But Ingram is pretty close there as well.
Terrence Charles says Ingram doesn't score TDs. He's a between the 20s guy. D-Bro responds, I heard that about Kittle once too. That is the funny thing with some of these players. But I really want to ask you this way. Walter Burden says, how do you capture the ceiling and floor outcomes for a guy like Luther Burden? Seems hard to know what type of extreme outcomes to simulate. So my understanding is that that's you and Pat doing that work. Is that correct? How does that work out for you? How do you do that?
Yeah,
process?
so Pat has some really good modeling stuff on player profiles, like rookie profiles. That's one of the, I mean, I think people know this about Pat, that he's got, he does a lot of prospecting work. This is a really good spot for Rachaad White for this team. I like that. Yeah, Rachaad White, a guy we didn't love pre-draft, just because we thought there was risk that there could be additional competition added to the backfield, and we pair that with Bucky. That's like really bad. But then nothing happened, and Rachaad White's price didn't really change. It's like, hey, everybody, this guy's like pretty solid contingent upside and very reasonable standalone, and he's just cheap. So we don't care that we're going to take him ahead of ADP here, because look who the next favorite guy of the Sims is. It's another guy that we're going to take ahead of ADP. So it's like, to get the best players for our team, all of them, of the next ones that we like, probably went right around the same place. Like you see Stafford, Dobbins, Ray Davis are all flipping back and forth. They all go in the same range. The Sims want to get as many of those on the team together as they can. So it doesn't care that, oh, but instead of Rachaad White, we could have taken Christian Kirk and we need wide receiver. It's like, forget about that. Well, there's wide receivers later that are like Christian Kirk. We'll do that. I'm trying to get the best picks for the team, and that means I got to start here with Rachaad White. I'll get the other guys later. To go back to the Luther Burden question, sorry, I'm just ADD bouncing around here.
No, it's good.
Pat has some really, really good prospect modeling stuff that he uses to help inform us as to kind of think of it as like, all right, we're gonna start with this as like, these are our benchmarks or our landmarks for like what kind of a player this guy could be on the low end and the high end, and like how frequently those types of outcomes would occur for players like this. And then we start factoring in some of the stuff that's a little harder to just have like a model spit out, like, okay, and here's all of the competition for Luther Burden on his team, and he's got a new head coach, and his new head coach is an offensive guru, and they've got 3 new offensive linemen that are all really good, and also their running backs are kind of bad, so they might really lean on like the short and intermediate passing game as an extension of the run. So you've got all this like additional context that we have to provide on top of like the more quantitative modeling side. And so that's kind of how we end up doing it with guys like that. Stafford's a great pick here. Get him stacked up with our Puka. The Sims do really like all the quarterbacks in this range pretty well. So I'm not surprised that it thinks, Stafford, Stroud, Lawrence, they're all similar. I will say this is a little bit of a high roll for Stafford. His Sims must have been pretty hot for this draft, but I really don't think it's bad.
Yeah. Well, it's also like, so it's not factoring in what other teams have on the board, but I assume it like the Sims will probably take into account like scarcity. So like if quarterbacks are starting to get scarce, like Stafford maybe is like, all right, you do need a second quarterback at some point. You should just reach in to get one of these guys.
Yeah, the Sims know who's still available in your draft, and it's always just like Pat's article of what can I get later. That is, if you are like, I really don't understand how all this sim nerd math shit works. If you just want to distill it to one point in your head, it is, what can I get later? That's literally what the Sims are doing. What can I get later? How do I maximize my EV, knowing what is available later? That's basically what's happening. And so that is why they're like, yeah, Matthew Stafford's actually pretty sick. You have Puka Nacua. I hope you didn't forget about that.
Right.
And all the other quarterbacks are starting to go, and we definitely need 2, and we won't be opposed to a third. If a third comes to us at good value, we're not going to say no to it.
Yeah, especially with our first quarterback might not be stacked up. I mean, we'll see if we add on to the stack at some point, but we might have just one stack quarterback, so then maybe a third becomes more valuable. Good to see you, Steph. What do you say? So BKG, says, Walter, I think it's useful to find player comparisons you feel are apt and watch some of the team from last year and think about coaching and management. Is that something that you guys have watched a fair amount of football anyway, but is that does that go into you and Pat's assessment of players' range of outcomes?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like the more context you can add to data, the better, as long as you're able to do it, objectively, and you're not letting bias blind you on stuff, Josh Palmer's an incredible value at his price. And yep, it's a little bit of a reach, but it's a week 17 bring back, and he's just undervalued. There's guys that go earlier where it's like, yeah, what's the difference between Marvin Mims and Josh Palmer? Well, the difference for us was we got to take Rachaad White and Matthew Stafford and still get Josh Palmer. If we had taken Marvin Mims, we'd miss out on Rachaad White. And then we're looking at taking like a, Tyler Algier, Austin Eckler, Roshan Johnson, who the Sims do love. Like all three of those backs are ones where the Sims will hammer them, but not in this circumstance where you hammered running back early. You're really strong, and now we need to do wide receiver. And so that's another reason why I really recommend that people get a few drafts at the Sims under their, get their feet under them with it. Because if you start IKBing off the jump and you have tendencies as a drafter where you're like, oh, I always take 3 wide receiver to start, your teams are going to look pretty similar through the draft because you're starting all of your drafts from a similar spot, lots of wide receiver firepower. And so then you're telling the Sims, these are the branches of the game tree I like looking at. I just like looking at stuff where I've started a strong wide receiver, which is fine. You're allowed to do that. But just know your teams are going to look pretty similar then later, or not pretty similar, but more similar than they would than if you had just been more go with the flow, take what the room gives you and what the Sims say is the best option for you. And so that's why I think it's nice to kind of get your feet wet, because then you see like, oh yeah, like sometimes I slam all these late receivers like, Jalen Knoll and Romeo Dobbs and Wan'Dale Robinson. Yeah, Knoll's an awesome pick here. Gives us a little more upside at wide receiver, which we're going to need. We're going to handle receiver through volume, right? Right now, our upside at receiver is basically Puka Nacua. Everyone else is like, these are innings eaters. Now we're going to get some upside with Jalen Knoll and probably try and do that with maybe another rookie or so down the road, or just pure nasty volume, just like so many receivers that they're coming out our ears by the end of the draft. And so that's one of the ways that I've seen the Sims kind of solve your wide receiver position from this type of situation.
Neil Farley asked, did the Sims change how you think about stacking 2 players on the same team in the first few rounds at all? So like Jahmyr Chase and T. Higgins would be an example there. Iron and Puka, I don't know. Has it changed your thinking at all?
No, because I mean, my answer is that I think the way I was thinking of it initially, well, it was confirmed by the Sims, so I feel good about my initial assessment on that. I'd heard a lot of people say stuff like, oh, you can't take 2 guys in the early rounds from the same team because you're going to cannibalize each other and da-da-da. And it's just like not really true with how it works in the actual outcomes. Like if you look at historical data, like it just because one receiver is going off on a team, like does not mean that they are strongly negatively correlated with another receiver on their same team. And the other thing that I feel like a lot of people are missing with best ball is we do not have accurate game totals right now. Game totals for things that are going to happen multiple months in the future are far from dialed in currently. And one of the largest components of team level correlation currently is not just the game correlation of, hey, this is what how a quarterback correlates to his wide receiver in a game. It's also the aspect of the team total correlation, how that will, right now, let's pretend that in week 17, let's do the Rams have, oh man, this is going to be a very fun pick because these are 2 receivers that we think are really good and we desperately need receiver. Yeah, awesome.
Does Pat force you to move Pop Douglas up in the ranks just because of Drake May?
Believe it or not, Pat was not the one that pounded the table to move DeMario Douglas up.
No way. Okay.
The rest of the rankings team actually thought we had Pop Douglas inputs too low, so we all moved him up, and Pat was happy to oblige. But let's say it's the Rams, and we think right now the Rams team total in week 17 is 23.5. Let's just say hypothetically. What if we fast forward to week 17 and the Rams team total is 28.5 in real life? How does that affect the projection of the players? Anyone who has done projections knows the answer is pretty fucking substantially, And so there's a great deal of correlation there that I think a lot of people that are trying to think through correlation are not really adding into their mental model of, hey, dude, the game totals are wrong right now. They're definitely wrong. And there's correlation within the team for how this game total changes over the course of the season based on how good the offense is, how good the defense is, a whole bunch of factors, right? And so that drafting players from the same team in the early rounds, there in some circumstances can be some very small negative correlation when you're looking at ceiling outcomes for certain players. Like the Ja'Marr Chase 99th percentile outcome might be ever so slightly negatively correlated with the T. Higgins 99th percentile outcome. But also, like, I don't need 99th percentile outcomes to win a best ball tournament. If I get two 60th percentile outcomes from Chase and Higgins in the same week, and they're stacked with Joe Burrow, I'm like probably well on my way to winning a best ball tournament. Like, that's another thing that I think is hard for people to wrap their head around. Like, these are small fields that we're in, like, effectively what you're doing. Yeah, Marshawn Lloyd's great here. Would have loved for Miles Sanders to make it back to us. I think he's basically a click him 100% of the time for right now type of pick. Miles Sanders is the current favorite to lead the Cowboys in touches this year. If you haven't been super deep.
Is it really?
Yeah. If you haven't been super deep in Cowboys OTAs and beat reports, right now Miles Sanders and Javonte are the two running with the ones. Deuce Vaughn is running with the twos. And Jaydon Blue is running with the threes. And based on the beat reporter that I think is the most accurate Cowboys beat reporter, he's the guy that helped get me on the most Jake Ferguson out of anyone in the entire tournament. The year that Jake Ferguson became the tight end in the big board, I had a ton of Jake Ferguson, and he was largely undrafted. So this beat reporter has a strong track record. Like, he has been right, far more often than not. And the Cowboys are relatively transparent in how they communicate their intent. And he's very good at relaying that. So his read is that Deuce Vaughn's likely to be cut. Jaydon Blue is even though he's running with the second team right now, it's just hard for him to envision him making the roster. Jaydon Blue is likely to be battling for that Deuce Vaughn role, which, if you've been following the Cowboys, is not a particularly productive or fantasy-friendly role. And also, he is battling Kevontae Turpin for that role, who has currently been taking reps with the ones in that role. So you're kind of like, Jaydon Blue is more of like fantasy football community hopium than anything. And then the Javonte Williams price is more, hey, does everyone remember that 4 years ago Javonte Williams was a sick prospect? Yeah, me too. And then Miles Sanders is, that guy was yucky and bad last year. And it's like, newsflash, all of these Cowboys backs are bad. Like, Miles Sanders is bad, Javonte Williams is bad, Jaydon Blue is bad. Like, no one's good. So the only thing we should really care about here is, are any of them substantially more talented than the other? Nope, not really. Who's right now the favorite to get opportunity? Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams, and Sanders is just way, way cheaper. So that's kind of the thesis there. I also have no qualms with like giving this alpha away because I want to stop drafting Miles Sanders. I think he's not that good, but I want to take all of them that I can right now so that later in the summer I can not click any of him when he's in like the 13th round.
Yeah, that's sharp. I'm actually doing the same thing. I've been drafting a good amount of Miles Sanders. I saw he was running with the ones. So is it just your assessment that he's more likely to get the bulk of the workload than Javonte Williams, or is that like
that's what the
like
coaches have been leaning just with the coach speak, and also with the beats, like seeing who is getting the majority of reps with the ones and what kind of reps they are taking. Darnold's an awesome pick here. We have Cooper Kupp, right? We do. This is a starting quarterback that we're getting in the 17th round. He is just a lot more likely to add points for us than other guys. And so let's look at our wide receiver room here.
Yep. So we have Puka, Josh Downs, Michael Pittman, Cooper Kupp, Josh Palmer, Jalen Noel, and Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah. So what I would anticipate on this team is we are often filling the flex with a running back. We even have the little Josh Jacobs, Marshawn Lloyd handcuff thing, which is kind of fun. The Sims don't really think that's bad at all. And so, I mean, you also can like kind of see it play out in the math where it's like, in the event where Josh Jacobs goes down, our team isn't like dead, and Marshawn Lloyd's production is going to increase pretty substantially to the point where like there are outcomes when you can kind of frame it like the tight end thing that we talked about with Gretch, where it's like you only have two tight ends, you're in the finals, both these guys dud. What happens then? It starts to get to a similar point where it's like if Jacobs is healthy, there are still outcomes where Lloyd can be helpful to you. He's not like a guaranteed stone zero, right? It could be a 1A, 1B, or even like, hey, Jacobs is the clear one and Lloyd is, just a change of pace guy, but it still can be useful for you.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are also outcomes where Jacobs is injured and your running back room is now substantially stronger. You've bolstered your floor outcomes so much by having Marshawn Lloyd compared to having like a Brashard Smith or a Dylan Sampson, where that guy, they're all Marshawn Lloyd, Smith, Sampson are all likely to be zeros. Now you get Blake Corum in the 18th stacked with our quarterback. I don't dislike that at all. And that's a nice way to round out the team. So yeah, I would highly anticipate that our flex is filled by running back most weeks, because we're looking at Hampton, Kamara, and Jacobs as our first 3 backs. So
yeah, so it's a strong running back group. Yeah, Kamara. I had one follow-up question to Neil Farley's question, because I know he and I talked about he's doing a lot of weekly winners. So within a best ball tournament, like maybe you're not as concerned about the like 99th percentile outcomes. Mm-hmm. Do you think you would be less inclined to take Ja'Marr Chase and T. Higgins in weekly winners, whereas you have to beat 200,000 people to win any of those weeks?
That's a good question. We've got the scoring stuff written for weekly winners. We've got the sims done for weekly winners. I think Shady has tested a couple of them. I personally haven't tested any yet. I've been basically a lot of my job is like, hey, we've got stuff that is close to being ready to go. We need you to break it. Like, figure out how to break it, figure out what bugs there are, and help us stomp them. And so the earlier in the pipeline stuff, like, hey, we just finished coding weekly winners. Let's make sure the sims are working for that. Like, I'll get to that closer to when we're going to launch it, which I think the game plan right now is we want to get the sims for just this standard like BBM style, hey, this is, the typical best ball format with, weeks 1 through 14 regular season and then single week elimination playoffs. We want to get that out on the production server live so everyone can be using it, not just people on beta. And so that's our priority number 1. And then we'll hopefully be having all those alt formats follow very shortly, where we get weekly winners, we get eliminator, we get marathon, we get sprint. I'm knocking on wood that we have super flex contests still up when we get that live, because we did work on the sims for super flex, which did require a little bit of a different code just because the rosters are different, right? Like you have different starting roster parameters. So it would be really fun to take the sims for a spin in that. I am just worried about the sickos filling it too fast for us to get that out there.
Yeah, the sickos might fill it too fast. A lot of people, it's funny because a lot of people like don't like Superflex, so it's not moving as fast as like a puppy would, but yeah, still getting there, getting like 50% full. I'm getting into it because I'm like I want to get my drafts in. All right, let's talk about the team. We have Jalen Hurts, Matthew Stafford, and Sam Darnold at quarterback. Running back, we have Josh Jacobs, Amarian Hampton, Alvin Kamara, Rachaad White, Marshawn Lloyd, Blake Corum. Wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua, Josh Downs, Michael Pittman, Cooper Kupp, Josh Palmer, Jalen Newell, and Wan'Dale Robinson. And at tight end, we have Brock Bowers and Jonnu Smith. And we took the top pick with the sidekick with every pick. We did not end up stacking up Jalen Hurts. I think Dallas Goedert went like one pick before us, so he would have been our third tight end. Matthew Stafford, we do have with Puka Nacua and Blake Corum. We do have Sam Darnold with Cooper Kupp, and just Cooper Kupp, I guess. So interesting. This is it's kind of interesting to see what it spits out here. So it's it's not like overly correlated. It still has the correlations in it, but like we have an unstacked quarterback here, which I assume it wanted us to stack the quarterback. To be clear, it's just like didn't work out that somebody fell to us.
It doesn't care too much, especially on some of the elite guys, like where you have more rushing in their profile.
Okay.
Not that it's opposed to stacking. And again, like I would say for anyone testing out the sims, like you want to get your feet under it, because there are some teams where, like I've had Packers teams where I end up with Josh Jacobs, Jaden Reed, Romeo Dobbs, Tucker Kraft, like just every, the whole Packers gamut stacked with Jordan Love, like 5 or 6 Packers, or like, you also might I've had teams where you get it with it's easier to do on DraftKings with the prices where AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts both go really late sometimes, but you can get like AJ Brown near the 2-3 turn, and then you get Jalen Hurts near the 4-5 turn and Devonta Smith at the 4, and so you can literally have Saquon, AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts, Devonta Smith plus one other guy that you got in the third round, and I've seen it do that on DraftKings.
Interesting. Wow.
So it depends though, and that's the other thing I really like about it is you might be presented with the exact same opportunity to do that. That same exact, like you could have the full Eagles stack, and sometimes it will do it and sometimes it will not, because it all depends on the subset of sims you're getting. You might have gotten the subset of sims where, hey, the way that Saquon Barkley paid off his price at 102 where you took him is he scored 29 touchdowns this season. Like
right.
The tush push turned out not to matter this season, because instead of the Eagles getting down to the 1 over and over, they kept getting down to like the 5, and Saquon just kept punching him in. He was like, I'm not even giving you a chance. Like, this is all mine this year, baby. And so just the texture of the different seasons that you can get where it's like, hey man, actually, we're going to not stack these guys because it doesn't work. in these universes, that's not what you need. And that's really nice for me, because I personally in the past had been a victim of like, but this is the best way to play it. Like, I want to stack these guys up. It's like, no. You want to stack them up a lot of the time, but not all the time. Like, doing anything all the time is a great way to guarantee that portion of your portfolio where you did the all the time thing dies when all the time doesn't work. Right. And so it's like, unless you really want to bet that like the only way that this specific thing can succeed is this one path, I really recommend like making sure you mix it up. And that is the like super hard thing for human brain, because you're like, what do you mean take Matthew Stafford? Or like, don't take Matthew Stafford. I have Devontae Adams and Puka. Like, what do you mean don't take Stafford? It's like, no, dude, Stafford doesn't have good games in the playoffs here. And you're in your sim universes that you're living in. Like, that's all we need. We don't need Stafford here. We actually need Geno Smith with your Brock Bowers, because he goes nuts in the playoffs in these universes. So it's pretty cool.
So Billy asks, is there a refresh button where the set of 100 sample from the sims gets randomized to another 100?
So yeah, it's a lot more than, it's tens of thousands. So it's more than 100. It's not gonna be like too small a sample to give you something that would be reasonable to act on. We had on like our dev testing version, if you watch the video that Pat did, there is a reset sim or reset seed button where we're resetting the seed that's selecting the random sample of sims. We are kind of torn on if we're going to put that into production ever. One of the reasons we're torn on that is just for me personally, like I'm telling you, hey, I have my things I really like to do. I told you I've got to lean towards George Pickens over some other receivers that go there, right? Even though that's against what our rankings say and what the rest of our rankings team believes. And I think the rankings team's probably like, right compared to me, where I'm probably wrong there, but that's my bias, But if I have my bias and I also have a shiny button that's like confirm my bias, and I just keep clicking it until George Pickens is the top guy, I probably, from a standpoint of like, hey, I'm one of the people selling you this tool that's trying to help make you a better best ball portfolio. If I give you a button that then allows you to be like, serve my bias,
override,
dumb machine, then I'm doing a little bit of a disservice to you, even though you're like, but dude, that's what I want. And it's like, okay, you're allowed to want that, but like, I'm going to make you actually IKB it yourself. Then I'm not going to let you bully the machine into telling you something, because I don't want you to then think like, oh, well, the sim told me that it was good, the thing that I did. Granted, I had to click the button 20 times, right. But like, I want you, if you're going to use it, I want you to, either come with the knowledge loaded of like, hey, I'm deviating from this thing intentionally. And like the difference there, that's on me. I don't want you to use it and be like, dude, I just clicked the reset button. It told me what I wanted. Like, clearly I'm right. It's like, well, yes, we want you to do that about like 8% of the time. We don't want you to do it the 100% of the time that you're going to get to if you just smash that button over and over. So that's like our internal struggle on it. But I know a lot of people like it. So it's it's that push and pull of like, we want to give you the very best thing we can give you as far as like quality of a product that you're paying for. But we also understand that thing's fun. So it's a trade-off. So we're thinking through it.
So you got to be smart about how you IKB. Like if like maybe the time to take George Pickens is if the Sidekick's telling me to take some other wide receiver at the top of my queue, and I think they're the same tier, and it doesn't say anything about teammates or week 17 correlations. Like you have no like real reason the Sidekick in this sim just likes this wide receiver better than George Pickens. Maybe that's when you can IKB it a little bit. Is that kind of how you would approach things for the people who want to who have those really strong players?
The one caveat I'd give there is that there might be some things with like the shape of how that player's season and production comes through where the computer just can hold that stuff in its brain. As a person, you cannot simply install more RAM in your head, and so that is our one of our many flaws as organic beings. So it's like, but yes, if I'm like, for me, when I'm doing it, it's like, I also like know where I know how all the distributions look for all the players. So it's a lot easier for me to be like, yeah, Zay Flowers, George Pickens, like, I understand the difference in the risk that we've got modeled for each of those guys. Like there's slightly more risk for Pickens here because of reasons A, B, and C, and this aspect here. So it's like, all right, so yeah, that probably does change. That may in fact be why Zay Flowers is coming up ahead of Pickens here. So then I know like, all right, I got to really like Pickens more than Flowers here because there's probably a good reason he's coming up. But I would say just in the grand scheme of things, as far as like how to know when to IKB it and not, the best thing you could do is there's an immediate opportunity cost of player that for certain will not come back to you. And you think there's a very strong reason to prioritize them over the other player that the Sims want you to take. And you're comfortable, like, basically think of it instead of like Shady and Pat and Sack are all there drafting right next to you. And we've got the model, we've done the math, and we're sitting there and telling you, like, this is what the math says, dude. Yeah. And you're there sitting ready to shake our hand and be like, let's put $100 on it. Like, how about we bet on it? That's when you IKB. When you're like, yeah, I hear all your math, great reasoning and everything, guys, but like, I simply know the correct answer here, and I'm fine living and dying on that. And that's how I'm doing it. Like, I'm like, hey, rankings team, like, you guys think Pickens is worse than these guys? Let's bet $100 on it, So that's kind of the way I would frame it, and like totally fine to do that. Like that's what makes fantasy football fun. But I think the nice thing about the Sims is they really are helping you bridge the gap on when you don't have those ultra strong convictions. It's like, don't worry, we did the math for you, and it is math that's way too hard to do live during a draft because there's too much shit going on.
Okay. I have a follow-up question, but before I know you have a hard out. Are you assuming that
my hard out has pushed a little bit? So if you want to do one more, I
do one more. Yeah, okay. Brad just asked another one. I was planning on doing another one, but I wasn't sure if you were going to have time. So let's do one more. Again, we're going to do Best Ball Mania, 30-second clock. So my follow-up question is, so 8 more to start. So if you want to get in, you have plenty of time to get in with us. My follow-up question is, so with somebody like, so it's that example, you decide to IKB George Pickens over Zay Flowers or somebody earlier on. I would assume that then the Sims are going to adjust to the pick that I made. So like you have time, like if you decide to override it early on, the tool is going to have time to go back and say, okay, well now you took this risk wide receiver, so now it's going to kind of reshake things according to what you've done. Whereas like in the 18th round, if you IKB it, and sorry, we are about to start, so I'm going to get in here. But the 18th round, say you decide to take a running back instead of the tight end, it doesn't have time then to make up that difference. Would that be an accurate assessment?
Yeah, exactly. Every pick that you make, so a way that I described it to someone who had a really good question about, like, sometimes you'll see it flip players after, like, that in your brain, you're like, why did that happen? I took a wide receiver and it still wants me to take a wide receiver, but it's having me take a different wide receiver than the other one that was previously on top. And think of it like every best ball draft is like a jigsaw puzzle, but in this very weird jigsaw puzzle, there are multiple and many, many, many configurations where the pieces fit together and work, right? And so, in fact, there are more pieces than you can even like there are extra pieces. You'll be able to finish your puzzle without using all the pieces. And so when the Sims recommend a player, they're recommending the best puzzle piece, the puzzle piece that helps you solve the puzzle most efficiently, right? Like gives you the highest EV in this puzzle. When you take a different puzzle piece, the Sims aren't going to be like, oh no, we'll never solve the puzzle. They're like, okay, so this one had like that little curvy edge here, and that one has like a really sharp right angle edge here. So I got to pick different pieces that are going to fit together now. And so that's going to change. And like now to get like the more technical answer of it, it's because of like the shape of the scoring and how those pieces fit together and like how all of the correlations work together and who's scoring points when and all this other stuff. So, but it's a little easier to think of it as like it's a jigsaw puzzle where the pieces can all come together in lots of different viable combinations.
We got the one set, so this is kind of fun that I kind of like that we got the same draft pick because now we kind of see the different ways it's going to go. Like if we do just follow the Sims again, which do you want to just like follow the top again, just so we can kind of talk through it? Or
I think plan A is follow the top, also because that's like I want people to know like that is what I'm doing when I draft.
Yeah.
Like I'm not really like this is genuinely like how I'm drafting.
Yeah.
Now it looks like we've got a decent chance of getting a running back here. We'll see. You know how these next two drafters pick. The way the Sims treat starting with a wide receiver versus starting with a running back is a pretty stark contrast. So it'd be fun to get that difference. Ooh, but it's going to be tough. We need this guy to IKB onto Puka or okay.
Oh no! All right.
I think we still take Puka because we can see very different teams with Puka.
Even with Puka, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, this will be fun. Even with the same exact start as last time, it'll still be kind of fun to see what the difference.
I am grossly overweight Puka, by the way. I'm like more than double the field Puka. Yeah. Oh,
so the other question, and now I'm totally just all over the place here, but the other person I want to ask you about was, so we had the whole conversation earlier about Christian McCaffrey and how like maybe the upside isn't worth that much more than the players around him. So even if it is there, like maybe he doesn't beat them up by enough and there's so much downside risk. I sort of feel the same way about Tyreek Hill, but he does go 2 rounds later. So maybe you think I'm crazy there. So do you have the same, are you in on Tyreek Hill this year? How are you feeling about Tyreek Hill? Are you drafting a lot?
Yeah, he definitely has risk. I'm drafting him. But yeah, it's the difference is that the downside risk for a lot of the players that go around him is more pronounced. And it just, the first round is just, think of the first round as a sacred place. It's a very special place where like these guys have crazy profiles where there's just not a lot of downside for the majority of them.
Yeah.
Right. Or like the downside is more uniform among all these players, right? Like everyone has, hey, I'm injured and out for the season risk. But other than that, these guys don't really have like talent downside. Like with Tyreek, part of the downside risk is like, oh, he's old and washed, right? Guys going in the first round, like don't really have that, oh, he's old and washed risk. You know, there's a reason they're going in the first round. Oh, baby. Yeah.
We're starting the same.
I mean, anytime that they give you Brock Bowers, like
at 18. Yeah.
I mean, listen, like Brock Bowers or Ladd McConkey were the 2 top picks there, right?
Yep.
Let me just frame it this way for you. Do you want the guy who was doing the cucking or the guy who got cucked in their entire college career playing together?
Interesting. Wait, who are we referring to?
Brock Bowers basically made Ladd McConkey. The reason Ladd McConkey,
they were on the same college team? I didn't know that. Okay.
The reason you didn't know that is because Ladd McConkey did fucking nothing, because Brock Bowers was out there being the man and literally just winning the games so hard that they could put Ladd McConkey on ice for the second half of most games. That is one of the reasons McConkey had such a difficult to evaluate rookie profile. Guy never played, because when Georgia would get so far ahead, McConkey has had a kind of complex injury history, and Georgia would just be like, lad, we don't need you out here we're up fucking 21. Like, take a seat, dude. Like, we don't need you out there like killing yourself. And so Bowers was so good, he made Ladd McConkey basically a non-factor in college. And not like non-factor is a little harsh, but like relative to what Bowers was, McConkey was a non-factor. McConkey's obviously very good. I think his price is warranted here in the second round.
Yeah.
It just says a lot about Bowers. I mean, like shit, dude, Bowers had basically the same season that Puka Nacua had as a rookie. Bowers just happened to do it without Matthew Stafford, You know, he did it with a lot worse quarterback play. He did it from the tight end position. So like, listen, I'm letting you know right now, if you plan on tuning in to stat chasing this year and you faded Brock Bowers and he has a good season, it's going to be a bad time for you. You will not enjoy listening to me talk about it. So I'm getting out ahead of it. I'm letting you know now. There's Brock Bowers fade or trigger warning.
I'm looking forward to it because I sometimes pull Brock Bowers up to the 1-2 turn, particularly on DraftKings. Less so on Underdog, but on DraftKings, just the 1-2 turn. I'm like, he could be targeted 140 times this year. Like, just
what he could do in a full PPR format is insane. Like, yeah, I mean, there are outcomes in tight end premium where he's outscoring quarterbacks like by a lot. You know,
is this available on DraftKings yet?
Yes,
the sim version.
Yeah, you could literally go and draft a DK team right now with it.
Hell yeah, maybe I will later tonight. So Tyreek Hill. So the Sims is what's going to get me to finally draft a little bit of Tyreek Hill, I guess.
Yeah, and here's the big secret is like this tier of receiver is all just like there will be times where you just are going to take an elite quarterback instead of him too. Like,
yep. I don't remember who we took here last time.
This was a running back, I believe. This was Josh Jacobs.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, baby, we get the double stack here. Yeah, I like this. I'm totally happy with that. The other one that I'd be into is like JSN or McLaurin. I'm like a little hesitant McLaurin. We have like a pretty small amount of ADP stuff going on at this point. You know, it scales down substantially. First round is like, hey, we don't want to be the reason that you take 0% Saquon Barkley, you know? But by the time we're in the third round, we're like, we're going to give you a little bit of ADP, but not very much. And so here, Adams is very fun. But also I'm more into JSN than Pat is. My concerns about the Seahawks are slightly lower than him. And I also just think that in lots of those like floor outcomes, I think it's not quite as bad as like how scary it feels like it could be. So
yeah,
but I could very much be wrong.
I need to save quid pro quo just some pain during the season. So Geno, not a throw to the tight end kind of quarterback. A concern for me, fading Bowers could be wrong, but going with my gamble. I mean, just think of Bowers as a wide receiver one who happens to be tight end eligible, and then you'll draft him. You'll feel a lot better.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, yeah, it's not I don't think it's like, oh, Geno doesn't throw to the tight end. Like it's more just what has been available to him. And Geno's a very good NFL quarterback. Geno's not just like, oh, he's an okay NFL quarterback. Like Geno's legitimately good as an NFL quarterback.
Oh, we did get Amari and Hampton last time, so we may end up with 3 of the first 4 being the same.
Yeah,
in this one.
I mean, I'm definitely into to Hampton here. I was hoping we'd get one of the elite quarterbacks to come back to us. Unfortunately, JGFC hits us with a double tap and really
classic
kibosh on that.
Do you think he's just drafting from the top of our sidekick?
That would be a great bit.
That would be a great bit. Don't do it though, please. It would be a bad team most likely because it's not going to have the same texture as our team.
Yeah, I will say on DraftKings, I think that the double elite QB, I personally would not like double tap them very often like this, but like say you took Josh Allen in the like early third, like say you were from like the 9 or the 10 hole and or not early third, but like kind of the mid to late third, you get Josh Allen there. And then in the 5th round, all the way back comes Jalen Hurts. The Sims actually say that's not that bad.
Oh, really?
I mean, part of it is because Jalen Hurts has no business going at like pick 57 or 58.
Well, we got him last time.
That's carrying the vast majority of the water for that, where it's like, that's way too many points here to be letting someone draft. So it's more of like, hey, if people let that many points slide, like, don't worry, like you can sort the structure out later. Don't worry about it. The double tap, I don't think it would do. I mean, I haven't seen it recommended, but it's closer than my initial gut prior to like having the Sims is like, you literally never can do this. But after seeing the Sims, it's like there are teams where you could turn that into a plus EV roster. It just probably wasn't the highest EV pick at the spot, but I don't think it's inherently negative EV like I used to. So that's it. It required a little more nuance than I was willing to give it before I had the math to check it.
Yeah, the math just. I mean, I feel like I used to do more double tight end, double elite tight end, like a few years ago, because I had some teams that got into the playoffs, did pretty well there. So I was like, all right, I guess this works. Bully quarterback, not tight end. But I've kind of gotten away from it. But maybe the Sims will get me back into it. It's at least it's sort of fun, like going into the playoffs, knowing that you have two quarterbacks with like 35, 40 point upside. It's just like super fun. But
I had one where I got I think I got Hurts like in the mid 5th or something, and then I got Mahomes in the like early hundreds. And so it's like, yeah, Mahomes isn't an elite QB, but he's still, like he's like, you're paying up for pocket passer. And that was one where I was like, okay, Sims, like that, I can see how this works. Like,
could somebody just clip Sack saying Mahomes isn't an elite quarterback? No context, just like Mahomes isn't an elite QB. Let's just get that clip, please.
There was some YouTube comment last year where someone was flaming me for fading Mahomes last year, and I go back and laugh at that often.
Okay, so Hurts goes.
Hurts goes.
Top pick.
And there we go. We get Pickens, one of my favorite guys here. So I'm into this.
That was interesting to me. So Hurts, I believe, maybe I wasn't paying attention, but I thought he was at the top of the queue, and then Pickens passed him at the end there. Is that?
I didn't see him as at the top, but I wasn't paying super close attention to it. But it definitely can change because of the receivers getting drafted, because the Sidekick is aware of what you can get later. And there's like some, like you had Rome Odunze go at 52 there. So that's like, the Sidekick probably thought you'd have a chance of Odunze later,
So you're right. It's possible that I was wrong. Maybe I just assumed that Hurts was going to be at the top of the queue before it got to us. But yeah, I was wondering if that should factor in. Quitter says, well, yes, that Seattle had to combine 800 yards roughly, might be rethinking my fade. I mean, yeah, I think it's the tight ends.
Yeah, I'll tell you know what, I'll tell you this, dude. If Brock Bowers is a terrible, terrible bust at his ADP without getting injured, you can just come find me on whatever content I'm doing and just flame the shit out of me. Just be like, this guy told me Bowers was good. Like, you can at least blame me for it if Bowers doesn't work out. How about that?
I was already drafting Bowers, but I'll still blame you.
That's fine.
Also going to blame Pat if Omarion Hampton doesn't work out, because he kind of sold me on Omarion Hampton. I'm like, I think he made some good points, so I've been drafting a lot of him.
He's just, I think Hampton's very good.
Yeah.
And he's in a very good situation. And getting RJ Harvey here is so beautiful. I love this.
We did it.
Yeah, this is a fun start, man. So just contrast this with our other start, where we've got 3 receivers where we spent up at receiver. We got 2 in the first 3 rounds, and then we turn around and get another in the 5th. We get a running back in the 4th. We get elite tight end in the 2nd. Then we get RJ Harvey in the 6th. The other one, we were like 1 wide receiver through this point, Yeah.
So different.
So you can just get, and from the same start, right? We got
start and first
Luka Bowers to start, and then it's a very different team. You want to talk about like getting good Jacquard similarity diversification? Like, this is how you do it. I started with the 2 same picks, and then I put Omarion Hampton in there, and then I have 3 totally different picks all mixed and matched in there.
Zach, as I recall, I had an amazing Jacquard similarity score. Like, I was very diversified, and then I heard like both you and Shady did not. Like, you're just like, no, I don't have a high Jacquard similarity score. But by high, I mean like very diversified. Like, you were just like, no, is that correct?
Yeah. So part of it is like, if you're drafting, number one, I think this year it will be a little bit more diverse, like, because I was a lot of Sidekick top guy last year. I think the way just having the Sims helps with the way that we're diversifying a little more than we were previously with the classic algorithm. And so I think in general, my Jacquard similarity will be just at a baseline a little bit more diversified this year than last. The other thing, though, is like I am pretty comfortable being exploitative with my as far as like respecting the market, I respect the market substantially less than I think a lot of other people do. I think that this is not an efficient market. I don't think it's very close to an efficient market. I don't think we'll get to an efficient market very soon. You would need, there's just so much of a barrier to get to an efficient market in best ball, where like in DFS, in like a lot, like in NBA and MLB, you're so much closer to an efficient market, right? Golf, you're so much closer to an efficient market. That's because you're able to press a button and sim a bunch of stuff and get very close to what's efficient, right? And number one, there are not very many people taking that type of approach in best ball. Like you literally have to be a Sidekick sub to be taking that approach. And then number two, best ball requires a lot more time, unless you're doing all slow drafts, to get those teams in. And the more time humans spend on a thing, like the more likely they are to want to put their own stamp on it. And so even if pretend you knew like the Sidekick is always going to make the best recommendation for me, better than my human brain could. Tony Pollard, love the pick here. Like you still would have spots in the draft where you're like, oh, but this sounds so much more fun. And you'd do that, right? And so anyway, that's why I think it's a lot more difficult for best ball to get to an efficient place, and why I feel pretty confident that the market is not terribly efficient, and why I feel good taking very big exploitative stances. Also because unlike DFS, where when the slate gets released and, RJ Harvey is priced at 5,300 for week one, like I can just have the efficient amount of RJ Harvey at 5,300.
Right.
But if RJ Harvey goes from pick 55 ADP down to pick 80 ADP, pretend he falls a ton, right? That changes how much of him I would want to have, right? And so because the dynamics change over the course of the summer and how all the ADPs shift, like what is efficient to have in your portfolio changes. And so that's why I think taking an exploitative stance is prudent, because you don't know that this edge that you have is going to exist tomorrow. This player that you thought was such a smash, like you might only be able to get him where you think he's a smash for a couple weeks. And so that's why I'm pretty comfortable. Like I've got 40% Wandale right now and it's not because I think Wandale is so insane and there's crazy upside. It's because the players that Wandale goes around and the receivers that go before him and the receivers that go near and after him, like Wandale is just mispriced a little bit. And, like he will probably outscore guys that go 3 rounds ahead of him. And that's just unlucky Cooper Kupp. I hate it, but I'm going to click it.
Damn it. I was about to get Jordan. I mean, it was going to be Jalen Ward. I really wanted Jordan.
I know. I thought so too. Cooper Kupp's one of my least favorite ones on the board. And I talked to Pat about we had a really big fade on Cooper Kupp.
Change this guy's distro.
Yeah, we did. We had a huge fade. We went back and looked at the distro, and we were basically saying like Cooper Kupp literally is in a coffin like the majority of week 17s. And we're like, well, that seems rude. So we changed some of that, and like he's still like, dude, he's going in like the 90. He's going after Darnell Mooney, Khalil Shakir, Mike. Like, it's not a prohibitive price on Cooper Kupp, And so, but I was so like anti Cooper Kupp and like, oh, this guy's washed. And so even after we changed it, I'm like in a draft and I'm trying to make a point to Pat, and I'm like, dude, look at this. Now the Sims are recommending Cooper Kupp over Michael Pittman. You think that's right? And Pat's like, yeah, I would draft Cooper Kupp over Michael Pittman. It's like,
really? Huh.
All right, shit. So I personally am like, I think I'm Michael Pittman over Cooper Kupp, but I feel good about our process to get to the range of outcomes and the distributions for all the players. Yeah. And also like knowing that there are smart people on the rankings team that disagree with me, or they're like, hey, like we don't have to love Cooper Kupp, but we should be fair to him about what his range of outcomes is. And sometimes that means you draft him. Now, you and I just got horrifically unlucky in that we drafted Cooper Kupp in 2 drafts in a row, but we are trying to be, experimenters of the Sims and see what they give us. And maybe next time they give us Cooper Kupp, that's a good spot to be like, I'll bet you $100 on this. How about that?
Yeah. Jordan Mason over Cooper Kupp every time. Yeah. No, it's okay. We can live with our Cooper Kupp. We are about to come to our pick. Andrew asked, Zach, would love to hear your extreme discrepancies because you're calling it an inefficient market. He's like, all right, so give us the goods. What would an efficient market look like? Who are you taking a lot of?
I got a lot of
share
them.
Any of those?
So the majority of these teams are all top guy sim. There are some from like really early when we're testing stuff where it might not have been all top guy sim. There might have been some classic algo mixed in. There might have also just been times where, who knows, maybe some diligent tester was hard at work making sure the multi-tabling functionality is working on the Sidekick, and our dev server went down while our brave hero was in 5 drafts at once and he had to navigate 5 drafts with his brain. Stuff like that could have happened. Who knows? Oh man, I was wondering what we were going to get here. Burden's really cool for this team because if you look at our wide receiver room right now, Cooper Kupp is the vegetables and Burden is the dessert. Right? Where it's like, sure. Yeah, this Cooper Kupp guy, he ain't doing shit in week 17. You know who is? Luther Burden, who's also not doing shit in weeks 1 through 14. Right. And so that kind of like melding of, hey, don't worry, you can have guys that do different things at different times, I think is really neat. All right. The guys I'm really over on. So this is 205 drafts completed. I've got like, I don't know, 60 or so puppies that are almost finished. So I'll get those all thrown in there as well. My highest drafted player right now is Wan'Dale Robinson at 40%. Kind of like it's not as gross to me as the Miles Sanders one where I'm like, please make Miles Sanders more expensive. I want to be done exploiting this edge. I'm totally fine if you guys raise the price of Wan'Dale Robinson because I don't really want my season to come down to Wan'Dale Robinson. But like, we'll do something this draft where I make you do gun to your head. Like, do you think this player outscores Wan'Dale Robinson, who goes like 3 rounds before him? I mean, shit. Like, how about
Cooper Kupp is already a good example. We took Cooper Kupp.
Yes. Yeah. Like, how about Rashad Bateman, Rashid Shaheed, Keon Coleman? Right. Like, what? Straight up, what do you think the odds are Keon Coleman outscores Wan'Dale Robinson this season?
I draft like 0 Keon Coleman, so it's not the best
for good reason.
But I'd say like 50-50, like straight
up. Man. And so that's that's part of it where it's like, is Wan'Dale an extremely exciting pick or like really sexy ceiling or anything? Like, no, dude, but that's not the point. The point is that Wan'Dale Robinson can come in and be your wide receiver 3 and stop you from taking 6. He gives you 9 instead. And like, you do that over the course of a season. Yeah, Caleb's good. Dak's good. Like, this is a sweet quarterback spot for us. Got them both stacked up. Very happy with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's pretend that Wan'Dale, like in its hypothetical universe, let's say every week he just saves you 3 points. You had 4 outcomes and Wan'Dale comes in and saves the day and he gets 9. It's not even exciting. It's like he just chugs along. He gets his 7 catches for 50 yards or whatever it is that he does, right? And he adds 3 points a week to your team. Over the course of a regular season, that's 42 points. Like, that's kind of a lot, you know? And so it's like probably a little bit of an overstatement of what he does, but I'm just trying to like help illustrate the point that
people like think that Wan'Dale cannot score touchdowns. And I'm like, well, what if he has better quarterback play? And what if like, just like a few extra times this year, he scores touchdowns? Like, that's like, I have this conversation with my friend Scott Barrett all the time. He hates Wan'Dale Robinson. He's like, he has no upside. And I'm like, but if he has 8 catches for 50 yards and he just scores a touchdown, then suddenly he's awesome. Like, so I back Wan'Dale pretty frequently.
Yeah. Also, how many games do you think Wan'Dale had 15 points or more last season?
3. Is it PPR or half PPR or what?
Oh, I mean, if it's PPR, it's more than that.
Okay.
But yeah, let me pull it up here.
Is he already better than I think he is? Okay.
I think he had like 3 very close to 15 last year. I think he had like a 15, a 14, and a 14 in half PPR. But let's take a look here. Yeah, Neil's spot on. Romeo Doubs is another incredible pick. Just based where he goes, like what you get from Romeo Doubs is like I'll be excommunicated from the Leg Up Rankings chat for saying this, but like, what's the probability Romeo Doubs outscores Kyle Williams? Because Kyle Williams just went at 122. You're going to get Romeo Doubs in the 160s.
Yeah. Yep.
So Wan'Dale Robinson game log. In full PPR, he has an 18, a 16, an 18. I think so. It's like 3 that were really near 15 that are pretty solid here.
Okay.
This is a fun one where we get unstacked Trevor Lawrence. Just because, number one, we only have one quarterback so far. Number two, in this range of quarterbacks, the Sims like these quarterbacks a lot.
Yeah.
And Trevor Lawrence is really easy to backstack too. Like, we'd be very happy with a Brenton Strange. Our wide receivers, although we started like strong, we didn't like yours and Gretch's team where you had 6 through 7 or something. We didn't go that hard on it. So we could totally use a guy like De'Ami Brown later if he fits, and so naked Lawrence is fine. Also, sometimes you can even do like a backstack with Tootin. Like Tootin has been falling. I've gotten him in the 130s sometimes.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Andrew is saying, give me more plays. All right, dude. Another one.
Hold your horses. Come on, pal.
Josh Downs is about 30%. He's 28.8% for me. Rashee Rice, 26.3%. Trey McBride, 25.4%. Brock Bowers, 24%. Romeo Doubs, as Neil shouted out, 23.4%. The only reason I don't have more Romeo Doubs is because Wan'Dale Robinson and Romeo Doubs are locked in Mortal Kombat in the Sims for who is recommended. So
interesting. Yeah. Good.
And Wan'Dale goes later, so he's easier to get.
Andrew was really hoping you'd say Ray Davis. He just wanted you to say that you're overweight on Ray Davis.
I think, how much Ray Davis do I have? I have 6.8% Ray Davis.
Ooh.
I really liked him. He was cheaper for a little stretch, and when we had like more James Cook fuzziness, I was pretty into him. He just got expensive quickly, and he's not like priced prohibitively. We still see the Sims recommend him, but he's just like for me, he's like a quality bet to mix in, not someone that I have like a monster stand on.
Yeah.
Eckler's one that we think is crazy mispriced right now.
Agreed. Yeah. Especially on DraftKings where he's like similarly priced for full PPR. Come on.
Yeah. He's such a smash.
Yeah.
I do a lot of teams on DK where I end up with a couple rookie running backs that like, they just I've been getting Cam Skattebo in the 120s and Tootin in the 130s. And then I throw Eckler on after that. And it's like, all right, cool. Like between those guys, I'll get some early season points from Eckler. And then one of those is going to give me the ceiling that I need later for my running back room.
Yeah, no, I love it. And then again, on DraftKings in particular, where you like, I tested this out. I did a couple of zero, like I forced my way to some zero RB teams. So I don't usually do, but I forced my way and it's just so fun. Like you're getting 20 rounds. So you can take like 8 running backs and like Eckler is just like oh my God, so much safety built into your running back room where you're like not taking a running back until round 9. It's fun. It's fun as hell. All right, we are okay. Not on the clock. Don't like Skattebo at all. Tracy is a steal, Josh says. I don't have a strong. I feel like everybody has to have a really strong opinion on Skattebo versus Tracy. Actually, I think Sean tweeted this out the other day that it's like a war. Like people have their strong takes. I do not have a strong take on Skattebo.
I draft them both.
Tracy.
Yeah, they're both fine.
I do too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really. I think the best thing you can do for yourself as a best ball player is try really hard to avoid like finding yourself in some dogmatic position like, oh, I'm only a zero RB guy, or I hate this player and only like this player. Like you got to have such strong conviction and reasoning behind that. Like, and maybe you do. And so like, I don't want to, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth and say like, oh, you're not thinking through the Tracy versus Skattebo thing. Like maybe you have, and like, you've come to this conclusion, right?
Right.
But I think that it's just unless you've got a very strong reason to believe that this rookie running back who was one of the better prospects, like Skattebo was an awesome prospect. He was an incredible pass catcher. And like I had a conversation with some people in the Ship Chasing Discord today. We were talking about like Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson goes multiple rounds ahead of Skattebo, and Skattebo to me looks like the better rusher just from a college profile. Like if you look at the quality of competition that he played against compared to Caleb Johnson, yeah, it's an awesome spot for Stafford.
I was so glad Kincaid went, so I didn't have to take him.
Believe it or not, I've been like a Kincaid perma bear, but we did adjust his range after he was like practicing, seeming totally fine. The knee stuff seems like a non-issue, where previously we were just a little like, we think this guy stinks and he has a lava lamp in his knee, so like maybe we just chill on him. But after we got enough information to kind of dispel the concerns about the knee stuff, we kind of improved his range of outcomes a little bit, more from like a, hey, the floor isn't quite as low standpoint where this guy is just like missing a bunch of time with a knee, like more time than we would assume the average player would miss. And so I do take Kincaid occasionally when the Sims recommend him, because I think our inputs are right. And like, that's the whole point of the math. Like it's there to help me when I like won't eat my vegetables. When it's like, hey dude, you should draft some Dalton Kincaid because you told me that you think he's a good pick here. I'm like, what are you talking about? I told you he's a good pick. It's like, well, you literally put the inputs into this thing and he's a good pick here. Like, damn it. Hoisted by my own petard.
First of all, glad to see we got quid pro quo on Bowers with J-Jets. I mean, that's awesome. That's solid first two picks. I'm jealous as hell of that. But I got to respond. Terrence Charles says, Romeo Dobbs, 16 points every fourth week isn't going to save anyone. If you get Romeo Dobbs at pick 160, you get 16 points every fourth week. I mean, sign me up for that all day.
Yeah, it's just a misunderstanding of like how distribution, like you have multiple distributions for your wide receiver room, and this is for your whole team. You're getting to add them together and then take the max values of them. Like it's probably a lot of people are not like thinking of the math like in a esoteric, like, you know, just the numbers way is really difficult for a lot of people.
We don't have the Sims in our brains. Most of us are not Utica.
Visually, it's way easier to see what a Romeo Dobbs or Wan'Dale Robinson does to your distribution of like, it's better to think of it as a chunk. Like how many points do my my starting wide receivers, how many do they score every week? Here's the curve with Romeo Dobbs. Here's the curve without Romeo Dobbs. Being able to see those two things side by side is extremely illuminating. And like, I can tell you like with a good deal of confidence that you would change your tune if you saw that.
Is that going to be a feature at some point?
I don't know that we're going to show people the distributions because that's probably some IP stuff we want to protect. I know there are lots of people that are interested in copying our work. I also don't think they will have very much luck doing that. You know, unless you are a player who has built your own Sims for DFS and you have won, you know, well into 8 figures of prizes, then sure, you probably have a chance. But I can count the number of those people on one hand, and so no, that's a lie. There's like double digits of those people. But not very many of them interested in doing that for best ball. You know, like you have to be a particular kind of disturbed to like want to spend your time doing that for best ball. And fortunately for us, Shady is exactly that kind of disturbed to where this was a fun problem for him to solve.
Shady got bored with DFS. He got too good at DFS. He was like, I got to find a new game to beat.
Yeah, I need something to scratch my itch. I got to solve a new, really complicated problem.
Yeah. That fucking guy. Now he's going to ruin, I mean, sounds like pretty soon you're going to ruin weekly winners and Eliminator. I mean, not ruin for me because I'll just use the tool for it, but ruin for the common man.
Yeah, I mean, I would like you're certainly, if you're someone who's like a never sidekicker, like I'm just never going to do that, I'm never going to spend the money on it, you know, that's totally fine. You're allowed to enjoy the game however you want. But I would hope you don't view it through the lens of like the game getting ruined.
To be clear, I'm very much joking. I don't think these games can be like ruined in that way. Like you can have a tool that makes it very plus. You think like best ball can be?
Fuck yeah. Yes. I think the edges are, they're not so small right now, but the variance is very high and the samples, so you need like the number of slights you get to play is very low. So like even a very good player will likely lose money, over like even a 5-year sample, you know, like it's pretty easy to lose money over 5 years playing best ball if you're like the best person in the world at it. So you just could shrink the edge. So, I mean, it already is not like, if you were purely doing this from like an edge seeking perspective, like there are better edges out there, just not because like the game itself doesn't have very much edge, but because the game's tying up your money for 9 months. You can't compound it. You can't, like in DFS, if you have even a 5% edge, but you're able to compound it every day, that's a lot better than even 100% edge that you can only do once a year, you know?
Right. Yeah, well said. We got Miles Sanders in the 15th round. So we are, I mean, this tool is just going to give us so much Miles Sanders. Because he's like, people don't take him until the 17th, 18th round typically.
Yeah, he's been creeping up. I usually, if I'm at like the 16, 17 turn, I'll just like grab him there. Like, I don't really care. The ADP value doesn't really mean anything at this point in the draft. You know, we're just trying to get the best players.
So Terrence says, if my wide receiver are strong, I want guys who can spike in. I mean, I would disagree that Romeo Dobbs is not that guy, but like that is exactly what we're talking about with the Sidekick. Like if you think there are guys who are like, I don't know if Adam Thielen, I don't even think he's a good example. But like a player who's like ceiling is 14 points and it's only going to happen once per year, then sure. Like if you have a strong wide receiver room, don't take that player.
I think people are also bad at understanding what the distributions look like for players that they think can or cannot spike. Like one of the, here's a fun exercise, because people always talk about like Jameson Williams is so different than every player that goes around him. Yeah. You should go look at the distribution, just literally, like you don't have to do anything fancy. I just want you to create a histogram of the actual historical results. This is not great analysis. I would not recommend using this as analysis. This is just to help you understand what a distribution might look like for these players, or I'm heading in the direction of what this distribution looks like, right? Like you're not getting the actual distribution from this, but like it'll help you infer, like, is this a distribution that is so fundamentally different from this other one? Jalen Noel's a great pick here. I love that he's falling.
I don't understand it.
Yeah. I think it's just overconfidence in the hierarchy of Texans receiver room. I think it's very easy to envision him like passing Christian Kirk. It's also not far-fetched to be like, hey, of the two rookie wide receivers they drafted that played in the same college offense, Jalen Noel ends up being better than Jaydon Higgins. Like there were lots of people that I respect coming out into the NFL draft that thought Noel was better than Higgins. So I don't think it's just now we have like, oh, the team told us who they like by how much they spent on these guys. But like, I think even the Texans would tell you right now, like they wouldn't be surprised if Noel is better than Higgins. It is not a foregone conclusion at all. Yeah. But yeah, just go look at Jameson Williams' historical outcomes, put them on a histogram, and do it with Jordan Addison, and tell me like, oh, Jameson Williams is so different. Like scroll up just so I can give anyone who actually wants to like try and improve themselves. Look at the board where Jameson Williams goes. Okay. So yeah, I want you to do this with Jameson Williams and do it with George Pickens and do it with Jordan Addison. And then scroll down. I'll see if there's one more that goes even later. So you can just get a good case here, and do it with Jerry Jeudy too. And I just want you to look at the histogram for those guys. Because you're going to be, if you're of the opinion that like Jameson Williams is just so different, like he spikes in a way that no one else spikes. It's like, he doesn't. That's not founded in reality or data or anything like that. It's like a talking point. It's something that people parrot, but it's not a real thing.
People conflate spike weeks with long plays. So spike week versus what's the other? It is actually another name of a site, which Splash plays in spike week. So they're like, Jameson Williams, his game by game distribution is going to look so different there, because he like the way he scores often is like 50-yard touchdowns. So like they conflate like, oh, he has those big splashy plays. Like that's what they envision when they think of a spike week. Whereas like Wan'Dale Robinson never has a 50-yard touchdown. So like, well, he can't have spike weeks because he doesn't have splash plays. I think that's where the issue comes in. That's why people can't think of it right, because they only see like, they envision the player like based on their biggest plays as opposed to their biggest games.
I think that's really well put. Yes, I mean, the vividness bias of like, JMO is sick. Like the JMO plays are sick. And so it's very easy to get wrapped up in that and be like, yeah, give me the guy who's sick.
Yeah. Michael Wilson.
All right. So sometimes I run into this when I have Brock Bowers go ahead and take Michael Wilson. We have one tight end. We just didn't have one fall to us in a spot where it was the best guy. Now we get JT Sanders here, but if someone doesn't take Blake Corum, we might not have a second tight end. I will sometimes just IKB it in this spot. I know that the Sims are telling me like, hey, dude, it's okay to have one tight end. But like my little lizard brain is sometimes just so much more comfy with that second one. This was one where, I ragged on Pat earlier where he was like, Shady, you got to show me the math. Like, I need to see the math to prove that this is okay. I was the one where it's like, I got to see the math to know that this is okay.
Yeah.
And it really only happens like with Bowers or McBride when this kind of outcome where it's like, yeah, dude, like it's just better to take this running back in this particular batch of Sims. Just because the floors on Bowers and McBride when they are healthy for the entire season are kind of crazy. Like the floor ceiling combo is so absurd that it's kind of like a critical mass. When you pass like a certain threshold at tight end where it's like the probability that Pat Freiermuth scores a touchdown in a given week and like gets 6 catches for 50 yards or something, which is like a pretty legitimate score at tight end and like could pass Bowers in a down week. Like when you get past that critical mass and you're down into the like Chigakonkwo and Noah Gray and like what's the probability that those guys do that? It's like it's all of a sudden like low enough that the probability that Blake Corum realizes a contingent upside is actually higher, and that's crazy when it happens for you. So it's better to do that. So I made Shady show me the math on it. I made him prove it to me that sometimes you could draft a single tight end. I don't think I've ever actually done it, but I've had times where it's close like this, where it's like maybe don't take a second one. But our Lord and Savior Harold Bannon,
thank you so much.
Bails
Thank
us
you so
out.
much, JGFC. I really appreciate that you took Blake Corum and allowed me to take a second tight end because man, I did not want to take. I don't want to do the one tight end thing, and part of it, I mean, you're the whole combinations guy, Sack. Like you've talked about this. Like you don't want to have these super weird teams where you have just one quarterback or one tight end because then it really limits the number of combinations.
It really does.
So it's got to be a rare thing that's what the Sidekick is telling you to do. I would imagine.
Yeah, in my personal experience, it's pretty exclusively Bowers and McBride, and it's pretty exclusively when that kind of like bunch of like very like underpriced tight ends, like the guys in the rounds like 12 through 16, kind of like all go. Like the room had the plan of like we're gonna hammer these really good priced tight ends, and you also had other stuff that was good for you in that range, or it was like, hey, dude, you have double stack Matthew Stafford, or like, hey, you could just do naked Trevor Lawrence here because you only have one quarterback and it'd be pretty sick. We didn't end up stacking Lawrence on this team, correct?
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah. And so the Sims will have some naked quarterback stuff. Now, it's not that like here, scroll down or actually, let's go to the board when you
just refreshing so we can get back in there.
Because I would bet that where like Diami Brown and like let's find Diami and let's find what's his name, Brenton Strange. So Diami goes there. We end up with Michael Wilson. So yeah, like we probably would have gotten a Diami over Michael Wilson, and then it won't happen every time because sometimes Diami, just the batch of Sims for Diami wasn't great. And then let's scroll up and find where Strange went. And Strange goes 167. And so we certainly weren't taking him over Stafford, earlier there. And then Demario Douglas, number one, we really liked Demario Douglas, and we had a bigger need at receiver there than tight end. And so I bet if Strange had come back, we might have taken him over Sanders. But yeah, it was just a spot where the stacking options didn't line up well for us with it was also a need at the time, and there were not other good players that we could take to add more to our team. So very interesting. I've been, I've got definitely more unstacked quarterback teams now with the Sims than I would have had previously.
Yeah.
But it often happens when it's like I didn't get an elite quarterback and I took my second guy kind of in the window, but the risk also of like, hey, if you miss out on quarterback, because the Sims are seeing like what's available now, what's available later. And if they're like, ooh, it's getting like a little dicey. If you like pretend you got unlucky and a run at quarterback happened between now and your next pick, like you might be up shit creek. Like your team
Right.
could be substantially worse. It's just better to not drop the baby and take this quarterback. And then if you stack him, you stack him. If you don't stack him, like it's okay. I promise. Like it's gonna be all right.
Survive. All right. Our team, I'll read it off. We have Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, and Matthew Stafford at quarterback. At running back, we have Omarion Hampton, RJ Harvey, Tony Pollard, Austin Eckler, and Miles Sanders. Wide receiver, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, George Pickens, Cooper Kupp, Luther Burden, Pop Douglas, Jalen Noel, Michael Wilson, and at tight end, Brock Bowers and Harold Fannin. It's an interesting one. I'm so glad we got that last tight end because I was going to hate it if we had just one tight end, but I feel a lot better just throwing Fannin in there. Two of our quarterbacks are stacked up. We have Matthew Stafford double stacked with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. We've got Caleb Williams stacked up with Luther Burden. And then no Trevor Lawrence stack. Yeah, this is a pretty fun team. I'm interested. Like, do we have any? So it's Chicago plays.
Chicago's 49ers, so we don't have them. Jacksonville is, I believe, the Colts. We don't have that, and then we don't have Atlanta either for the Rams.
Yeah, it's interesting.
We might have some little run backs. Like, let's see, we didn't end up with a Giant. Do we have a Jet? No.
No Carolina with Seattle.
No Carolina with Seattle.
No Commanders with
no
Pickens.
Commanders with Dallas. Yeah, we've got the Dallas.
We have Eckler.
We've got Washington and Dallas, little stack there. Oh, we have Chargers in Houston. So yeah, we've got some Week 17 bringbacks in there. But yeah, lots of little team mini correlations. We've got the Dallas correlation. We've got the Rams big stack. We've got the Chicago stack. So yeah, that's a fun one.
All right, Zach, before we get out of here, I got to ask you the question because I've asked everybody else this. So you're familiar with the fantasy best ball, Justin Herzig's competition where you draft players who drafted best ball teams. And I've thrown out the thought that, do I just want to draft you, Shady, Karain, and other Sidekick users and have like a really positively correlated team? Because like
that's what I'm doing.
Essentially, if the Patriots hit, like this is going to hit.
Well, because it's like when you think through like all of the other people in the player pool, unless you know like what everyone is drafting, and it's not like just the exposures alone don't help you determine like the coefficient of correlation between the teams, right? Like you really need to see the whole teams. But drafting people that are using the Sidekick, number one, I know that they're drafting positive expected value teams. Like I have an extremely high degree of confidence in that. So that's good. And then number two, like they'll be correlated on the player stands that they take because they're going to be the spots that we've determined are inefficiently priced in the market. And so we'll have correlated fades and correlated stands, and they're teams that are going to be plus EV. So that's probably what I'll do. I will probably and also salary is not really a constraint in the Herzig game. Like it seems like you can just jam whoever you want. So yeah, I'm just there's a couple Sidekick subs that I know have told me like, I'm literally just clicking top guy all summer. So like, I'm just, it's on you. Like if my season sucks, I'm coming to you. I'm like, okay. If your season sucks, mine will too. But yeah, I'm just people that I know that are Sidekick subs and that are mostly top guy. I'm probably just going to have like 6 of those. So
yeah. Neil Farley says tough seeing Sack hasn't taken into account the Sidekick ownership bump. That's a good point. Now we're all taking those guys, and we're going to be like, if you and I are both doing that, then we're competing against each other. I mean, this is tough.
My secret weapon is that there is a Sidekick sub that I know is solo top guy, and I don't think that he is in the player pool yet. And I'm going to message Herzig at the midnight hour, get him added to the player pool, and then I will take him, and he will be a correlated piece that's unowned.
And I won't know about him, so that's how that's going to. All right. Tony Sprocket, hey guys, if you see this before you log off, if you use the Sidekick, can you upload different underlying rankings?
Yes, we just got the functionality pushed to beta, which is Neil is on our beta server right now. We've got the Sims rolled out on beta as we make sure they're stable, can support lots and lots of people drafting at once. So we're just making sure we've got all the kinks out, everything's going smoothly before we push it over to production. We just added the custom rankings feature to the Sims, which, man, the actual problem behind the math of like, how do I get someone's custom rankings and turn them into sims is
real.
very interesting. Definitely cannot leak how Shady solved that one, but I'll just say Shady is such a smart dude. It's really fun to get to see, like, it's just solutions that I would not think of. I just don't have the experience that he has in solving the types of problems that we're solving. And so it's cool to get to see like, wow, I get, like, when he explains the math of it, I'm like, okay, I think I understand. Like, I follow how that would work. And like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. Like, never would have gotten there on my own, but like, sure, I can, when you lead me to the water, I can drink from it. And so, yes, to the short answer to your question, yep, you can upload custom rankings. If you actually here, move the Sidekick up, I'll show them where to do it. It's at the bottom. And then expand it a little. And so you can see that ranking set leg up. So go ahead and switch it from leg up, and you can switch it to ADP. I don't think you have custom rankings uploaded yet.
I do not.
So yeah, this is just by ADP. So if you think the leg up guys are just total buffoons in our rankings, but you're like, this Shady guy actually knows what he's doing with the math. And I disagree with Sack, and I think the market's perfectly efficient. Cool. Draft off ADP using the Sims then. Or if you have your own rankings that you like better than ours, you can upload those to the Sidekick, and then you can still use our sim process, our underlying math, but you'll tell us who the actual good players are. You don't have to take our word for it.
Yeah. So we're not going to do another draft, but how quickly, like, we're getting some other questions. So I don't know if you're like, I need to leave right this second, or like, do you have 5 minutes?
No, I'm good. The only thing on my calendar next is I have got to cook some dinner here.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So I can certainly answer some questions before I go throw some stuff on the barbecue.
All right. Tony said, are you worried at all that Sidekicks influence the ADPs in a way that your math wouldn't be able to detect because the market is adversarial?
No, because we're just evaluating, hey, like, we know how many, like, when you think of what's going on to solve the actual problem, I've got tens of thousands of seasons of all of these players' fantasy point outcomes in a week, like, with all the proper correlation and like all of the matchup from week 1 through 17. I know who's playing who, and I know how the points get scored and what happens and all that. And so if a player moves up in price, we're simply checking if we're just seeing, like, does this player add the most EV to your team? And so relative to the other players that you could take at this similar cost. And so it won't really matter as the prices change. That's one thing I'm counting on. I'm counting on the prices changing. Yeah. I want you to take my best picks away so I can then be steered more towards what was previously the second best pick in an area. Now it's the first best pick. The Sidekick will already diversify from that. Like, for example, that Wan'Dale Robinson, Romeo Doubs, Demario Douglas are 3 receivers that we think are pretty mispriced for where they go. They're similar-ish in ADP, where Doubs and Wan'Dale are pretty close. But let me look up how much Douglas I have. So I have 18% Demario Douglas, 23% Romeo Doubs, 40% Wan'Dale Robinson. What I'm counting on the market doing is I want the market at some point to realize, shit, we mispriced Wan'Dale. He should be a round and a half earlier, 2 rounds earlier, or whatever. Then I want to get less Wan'Dale, more Doubs, and more Pop Douglas, right? And then if pretend the market got perfectly efficient, right? Then that's great. I just end up with a flat portfolio that I think is constructed better than any human could possibly. I will gladly go toe-to-toe with any human drafting or anyone drafting with any other, like, tool or system or anything. Like, if you told me the market was perfectly efficient, that's fantastic for me. That's possibly the best case scenario. It's not the best case scenario because it being inefficient, I have more edge. But like, right. As far as like my risk profile, like how variant my seasons can be, the market being perfectly efficient does help to reduce a little bit of the variance because I'm reducing the player level variance that I have, if that makes sense, because then my exposures are more flat.
Tony says, okay, one more question. Does the Sidekick consider your existing exposures?
Very good question. So the Sidekick is, you can think of it as a generative process for creating a diversified best ball portfolio from nuts to butts, literal ground up. We're not considering what you've currently done. So my teams where I have 40% Wan'Dale Robinson, the Sidekick isn't looking at my portfolio and saying, ooh, he has 40% Wan'Dale Robinson. I should dock it for risk management purposes. Like, the Sidekick by itself is going to give you a diversified portfolio where we think the degree of risk that you are taking is commensurate to the value that you're getting from the player stands that we're giving you, right? So if you want to do additional risk management, we have a tool to help you with that. That's the Jacquard similarity tool on the Leg Upside site, where if you're a Sidekick sub, you can upload your existing exposures to the Jacquard similarity tool. It will print out your Jacquard similarity chart. You can see where you're very diversified or where you're not very diversified. And then you have the information to decide, I want to take more or less risk than that. For me personally, I'm willing to get pretty aggressive down to a certain point. There's a threshold with the Jacquard similarity where I'm like, ooh, I'm just adding risk without adding upside at this point. And that's the place at which I would say, all right, let me identify the spots where I'm getting too repetitive in like chunks of players or chunks of teams combos together. And how do I break that up? That's something I would do. And that's something that you pretend you had a huge portfolio already, but you saw the Sidekick, you're like, this is cool. And I really want to use it for, the end of the summer. And I also want to have it for playoff basketball when it comes out, because we're going to have sims for playoff basketball. And if we were, call it 95% of the way to literally solving the game previously without using like advanced simulations, we're like solving the game now for playoff basketball. Yeah. So I highly recommend it for playoff basketball. It's going to be a blast. I cannot wait to lose a lot of money on the Ravens again for like the 50th year in a row.
Me too.
But yeah, you can adjust your own risk if you want with the Sidekick, because it's not looking at your existing portfolio.
We're holding you to this. Quid pro quo says we're going to get 1% when he wins with the Bowers J Jets team. Love that.
I mean, that's a sick combo. I'm jealous.
Yeah. We are about to end this, Notorious. Henny Penny, I did take a look at your team. I did not sauce it and ask Stack to look at it, because he's got to eat. I've got to eat. We got to get out of here. But your team looked good, just at a glance. Sorry for not doing a deeper look at it. But yeah, it looked like a solid, well correlated team. But Zach, we should get out of here. Tell before we get out of here, tell people where they can find your stuff, what else you have coming out, and of course where they can get the Sidekick.
Yeah, all of my work is over at Legendary Upside. That's legendaryupside.com. I'm pretty active in the Discord. I do not have a Twitter, so you won't find me on there. Yeah, if you want to come chat with me, you can always find me in the Leg Up Discord. You get access to that just by being any tier of subscriber over at Leg Up. You can subscribe for as little as $10 a month just to get our rankings and all of our articles and content. There's some really good evergreen stuff there where I've told Pat he needs to raise the price. Just simply like even one or two of the evergreen articles are worth more than $10, but he is a man of the people and refuses to raise the price. So $10 a month for all the written content and rankings over at Leg Up. And then we've also got the Sidekick available, where we'll have Sims on the production server soon. And if you're antsy and you have a Sidekick sub, you can already play with the Sims just by downloading the beta version. And we've got instructions on how to do that in the Discord.
It's very fun and very easy to upgrade to the Sims version. I just did it today. A lot of fun. Zach, really appreciate you coming on, talking about the new Sims product with me. Very, very cool. And I hope that we will stream together again this summer, because it's always fun and informative for me. So thank you to Zach. Thank you to Gretch earlier. And thank you all for hanging out with us throughout the video. Please do like the video, subscribe to the channel. You could join if you want access to my Eliminator thoughts. Those are behind the paywall. It's just $5 a month. But whatever support you can provide, I would appreciate. Thanks, guys, and we will catch you later.